was darker than it had ever been. And he stoked up the fire for his old weary friends. He said, if I ever hurt you, just know that I never meant to. Well, I always loved the nighttime when I was a child. So many voices inside me, I thought I would go wild. He said, I still love the nighttime, just know that I always will do. I put a hole in my foot to see if my boots were hollow. Then I stuck in my other foot to see if I would fall. I felt a crack in my skull and my old brain got mellow. And I cried for my brother's soul to see if I could bellow. I know you said you would save me, but I wish you hadn't. And I know you said you forgave me, but I wish you wouldn't. I don't mean to be rude, I'm just not in the mood. My body's still bleeding, I can't tell you the reason, 'cause it's still a secret. The rest of the week is I'll be in recovery. If you think of me, just think of me lovingly. If you think of me, just think of me lovingly. I put a hole in my foot to see if my boots were hollow. Then I stuck in my other foot to see if I would fall. I felt a crack in my skull and my old brain got mellow. And I cried for my brother's soul to see if I could bellow. I know you said you would save me, but I wish you hadn't. And I know you said you forgave me, but I wish you wouldn't.
Turn it up.
You've intercepted Earth 33 Radio 420. Dank Nation's Outlaw Multiverse Broadcast.
Turn the sound up.
Yeah.
It's getting loud, I think we're getting close. my God, it's another Friday night and I'm gone. In the back of my mind and I'm thinking, let's go on a drive, you and I. So take me anywhere, take me anywhere, I don't care. And we roll down the windows, driving through the smoke. We're weightless in the wind, the world moves slow. Got the city on fire, I can't get higher. We're smoking up the sky. City lights, you can see it in my eyes, burning bright in the back of my mind, and I'm thinking, what a time to be alive, you and I. So take me anywhere, take me anywhere, I don't care. And we roll down the windows, driving through the smoke. We're weightless in the wind, the world moves slow. Got the city on fire, I can't get higher. We're smoking up the sky. I just got paid, it's Friday night. Oh yeah. Out of my mind and out of sight. Ooh. Me and my friends, we ride or die. Cause baby, it's the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. Monday's so far away, it's Friday night, Friday night. I'm out of sight, on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high on the weekend. And I'm high, I'm high, I'm high
Midnight
on the
Margo
weekend.
opens the portal. Good evening, night travelers. Insomniacs drifting between stations. Truckers crossing invisible borders. And dreamers staring at ceilings in cities you don't remember living in. You found it. Or maybe it found you. This is Dank Nation Radio, broadcasting live across frequencies they don't teach in school. Streaming through cracked satellites, forgotten fiber optic lines, and a handful of dimensions that still answer when we knock. You're listening to the Earth 33 signal. They say early February is when the veil thins, and the nights stretch a little longer, the air hums a little stranger, and radios start whispering songs that never charted, from artists that technically never existed, in timelines you almost remember. I'm Midnight Margo, keeping the lights low, the meters glowing, and the music drifting while the rest of the world pretends to sleep. Tonight's transmission is powered by thedailydank.com, your home base for late-night weirdness, off-world broadcast, and everything happening inside the Dank Nation universe. So settle in, tend the screen, let the static wash over you. We've got hours of sound drifting through the corridors tonight, songs from parallel record stores, live sessions recorded in apartments overlooking alien skylines, and melodies that only play when nobody's really watching. This is Dank Nation Radio. I'm Midnight Margo. And this is the overnight frequency.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked, with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was the county hospital on the phone. Doc Welch. Pretty fair lead. I told him we'd be right over.
What's he got?
One of our informants, Benny Trounsel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
It's bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trounsel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trounsel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welsh. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trounsel upstairs.
You think we can talk to him now?
Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trounsel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trounsel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welsh reported that Trounsel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trounsel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trounsel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trounsel had while he stayed at your rooming house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
Oh, about 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trounsel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
And you think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
He had any friends and never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker Building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker Building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentists, architect, and a doctor.
One dentist, one doctor could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero. You got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
We haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. You understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out one lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker Building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it, fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker Building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
That's one down, Joe.
Yeah. Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the second floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.
Good morning. May I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Springer, please.
Do you have an appointment?
No, we don't.
Well, the doctor's not in at present. Would you like to make an appointment for later in the day?
No, ma'am. We're police officers. This is Sergeant Friday, and I'm Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I'm Miss Turner. I'm the doctor's nurse.
Then you must take care of the appointment and record books for the doctor.
Yes, I do.
Well, maybe you can give us the information we're looking for, Miss Turner. Did the doctor ever have a patient by the name of Trounsel? Benny Trounsel?
Trounsel?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. Just a moment. I'll check.
Thank you.
No. Trounsel. Is that the way you spell it?
Yes, ma'am.
No. The name's not listed here. Let me check the account book. No. Wait. That's funny.
What's that, Miss Turner?
Here in the back of the book in the doctor's handwriting. Look.
Trounsel, the black parrot.
Certainly funny. I can't remember seeing that notation before. It must be fairly recent.
Miss Turner, what kind of a clientele would you say Dr. Springer has?
Oh, it's quite exclusive. Beverly Hills, Bel Air. That's where most of the bills are mailed.
Can you recall seeing Trounsel in the office here, Miss Turner? Small man, thin, walked with a kind of a limp, not very well dressed?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like any of our patients.
Would you show us the doctor's prescription lists for the last 2 months? We'd like to check them.
Well, I'm afraid I can't. Dr. Springer keeps them in the safe. He's the only one who has the combination.
How long you been with Dr. Springer?
About 10 months. Ever since he started his practice out here.
Where was he before that?
Philadelphia. I don't understand all these questions. Is anything the matter?
Just a routine check, Miss Turner. When do you expect the doctor back?
About 4 this afternoon. He's out making home calls.
All right. Here's our card. Would you ask him to call us as soon as he comes in?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Miss Turner. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, say, Miss Turner, there's one more question.
Yes?
Does Dr. Springer have a patient by the name of Patterson?
Oh, yes. One of the doctor's first patients, John Patterson. He lives out on East Beverly Drive.
When we left Dr. Springer's office, we called R&I. There was no make on John Patterson. Ben and I drove over to see him just on a hunch. It didn't pay off right then, but it showed a little promise. When the maid came to the door of the Swank apartment, she told us Patterson was out for the day. We asked her about Patterson's occupation. She didn't know. We asked her about his friends, his business acquaintances. She could remember only 2 people visiting the apartment. One of them was Dr. Springer, apparently a constant visitor. The other, a tall, dark man who spoke bad English. We asked the maid how long she had worked for Patterson. She said ever since he moved to Los Angeles, about 6 months before. A few things started to fall into place, but it was strictly a guesswork operation. Ben and I got in the car and headed for the south end of the city to check out some of the places Benny Trounsel was supposed to have frequented. We met a stone wall. From the Ace lunchroom near Benny's former rooming house to the Black Parrot. No one was willing to talk. Threats didn't work, and neither did promises. Ben and I gave up for the moment and headed back to the office.
Pacific Ambulance 1, call to Alhambra is now code 3.
Seems like Skid Row doesn't want any part of this one.
Yeah, there's a bad feeling. Something's got him scared.
Sure would like to know what it is, or who it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to
Unit
that, too.
80K. Control 1 to Unit 80K.
Us, Joe. Get it, will you?
I got it. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Call station 2511, code 3.
80K to Control 1. Roger. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's find out. There's a drugstore. They ought to have a phone. Pull over, huh? You got a nickel?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks. I'll be back in a minute.
City Hall.
2511.
Thank you.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon.
This is Friday, Mike. The chief there?
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Backstrand talking.
This is Friday, Ed. What do you got?
You tied up?
Nothing big.
Then check in as soon as you can. Got something good.
What?
You remember the stick-up at St. Agnes Hospital about a month ago? Pharmacy there?
What about it?
2 patrolmen picked up a user down near Union Station about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah?
Guy was way back on his heels. He had 2 vials of morphine on him. Vials had serial numbers.
Good. Did they match out?
Perfectly.
Thanks, Ed. We'll be right in. When Ben and I got back to the office at 3:52 p.m., we picked up Chief Ed Backstrand and went directly to the crime lab, where Lieutenant Lee Jones analyzed the contents of the 2 vials taken from the suspect. Jones told us it was high-grade morphine. We went back to the office and double-checked the serial numbers on the vials with the crime report on the St. Agnes Hospital robbery. They matched.
And there's a good break. These vials were in the loot when the gang knocked over the hospital 28 days ago. Now stay on the trail and we'll crack that gang wide open.
This the arrest report on the guy, Ed?
Yeah. Picked him up in a bar off South Main.
Who is the guy? A transient?
Yeah, here it is, Ben. James Steiner, Phoenix, Arizona, age 37, transient laborer. Anybody talk this guy yet, Ed?
Not yet. He shouldn't be too hard. You better get on it.
Right, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Check you later, Ed. What time you got, Ben?
Let me see. 25 past 4.
A phone call for you, Ben?
Yeah, who was it?
Your wife wants you to pick up some aspirin and a bottle of nose drops for your kid on your way home.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot.
That the only call we had, Mike?
That's right.
Thanks.
Okay.
You got that Dr. Springer's number, Ben?
Yeah. Here it is. Crestview 55284.
Thanks.
Nurse said he'd call us around 4, didn't she?
Yeah.
Dr. Springer's office?
This is Sergeant Friday down at the police department. Dr. Springer there?
Well, no, he isn't, Sergeant. He called in about 20 minutes ago, and I gave him your message. He said he'd call you.
All right, Miss Turner. When he comes in, tell him to call us. Impress on him. It's urgent.
All right, Sergeant, I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No luck?
I don't know. Just a hunch. He may be ducking us.
Who are you calling now?
State Medical Board. Maybe they can check us out on Dr. Springer. I put the call through to the State Medical Board and asked for a check on Dr. Fred Springer. They said they'd call back within the hour. In the meantime, we had James Steiner brought to one of the interrogation rooms for questioning. It was all talk.
Oh, look, it's like I told the sergeant when they booked me. I don't know anything about this hospital job.
Sit down, Steiner.
Oh, all right, thanks.
How long you been in the city, Steiner?
L.A.? Oh, about a month. I came from Phoenix, looking for work. Things are pretty slow in Phoenix.
Where'd you get the morphine?
Huh?
I said, where'd you get the morphine?
The stuff? I bought it. Just for a pop now and then. I just play around with it. Just for kicks.
Who'd you buy the vials from?
Who? I don't know. A guy in a bar gave me a price.
Which bar was that?
Which bar? The Black Parrot. I'm not hooked. I just play around with it just for kicks.
What did the guy look like, Steiner?
What did he look like? I don't know. Tall, I guess.
Would you remember him if you saw him again?
Remember? Sure. I talked to him a couple of nights at the bar.
Was he on the stuff? Was he a hype?
Hype? Yeah, maybe. Tall fella, dark.
You shooting the stuff?
Shooting the stuff? No, I'm no mainliner. I never took in the veins in my life. I told you I'd do it just for kicks, just a pop now and then.
Take off your shirt. Let's see your arms.
Huh? My arms?
Come on, take it off.
Well,
who are you kidding, Steiner? Your arm looks like a pincushion.
I told you just once in a while, just for the kicks. I'm not hooked on it.
They found 2 vials of stolen morphine on you, Steiner. You can go 2 ways, hard or easy.
Hard or easy? I told you I ain't done nothing. I bought this stuff. I use a cap or a bindle once in a while for kicks, but I'm not hooked. I bought the stuff, I tell you.
Who was he, Steiner? Who sold it to you?
Who? I told you I met him in a bar, the Black Parrot.
Who was he?
He was tall. Dark. He gave me a good price.
Come on, let's have it, Steiner. His name.
I'm feeling sick. You got something for me? I'm sick.
All right. Mike.
Yeah, Joe?
Get some milk. A couple of quarts right away.
Okay, Joe.
You ready to tell us, Steiner? Who was he?
I'm sick. I'm sick.
We're getting some milk for you now. Come on, you better talk.
Max. That's all he said. Name was Max. He gave me a good price. I only take a pop now and then just for kicks.
You think you could point him out for us?
Yeah, maybe. I'm sick. I'm sick.
Narcotics, Romero.
Hello. This is Dr. Springer calling. You wanted to talk to me.
Yes, we did, Doctor, and we've got a few questions we'd like to ask you. Oh, hold on just a minute, will you? It's Dr. Springer, Joe.
All right, tell him we got to see him tonight. We'll call him back later.
Dr. Springer?
Yes?
Sorry, Doctor, we'll have to see you later on tonight. You be at home?
Well, I have an appointment this evening. Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Doctor. It's about a man named Benny Trounsel.
Oh. I see.
And if you don't mind, we'd like to check over your prescription list with you.
Yes. I'll cancel my appointment. You can contact me here at home. 1538 South Road. I'll be here all night.
All right, Doctor. Thank you. We'll see you later, then.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd he say? All right?
Yeah, it's all right. I'll buy that hunch of yours now, Joe. Dr. Springer, he knows who killed Benny Trounsel. I bet he knows why.
When Mike Hannon came back with the milk, we fed it to Steiner, and then we put him back in his cell. We put in another call to John Patterson out on East Beverly Drive, but there was no answer. We left word with Hannon where we were going, and then Ben and I headed out for Dr. Springer's home. It was 7:35 when we pulled up into the driveway at 1538 South Road, a low, rambling ranch-type home. We got out of the car and made our way down the path to the front door. A gray Persian cat followed us. The door was half open. We knocked, but there was no answer. Through the window, we could see the living room was dimly lighted. We went in. We found Dr. Springer sitting in a large carved mahogany chair in the dining room. The room was hung with draperies. He was slumped forward, face down on the dining table. There was a bullet hole in his right temple. On the floor near his right hand was a .32 automatic pistol. In the center of the dining table was a piece of white paper.
Looks like you beat us.
Yeah. Any names on that confession?
One says he killed Trounsel. No, wait a minute. It says, John Patterson. He forced me to this.
What?
I don't know. What's it look like to you? Here's another one. Norberg. That's all it says. And then he signed his name, Dr. Fred Springer.
Ben, come over here. Look at these.
Hypodermic needle. It works. Is this morphine?
White powder. Could be.
Then he was on it himself.
Looks like it. We'll find out when they post him. I'll get it. Yeah.
Sergeant Friday there, please.
This is Joe, Mike. What do you got?
Can you talk all right there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just got a kickback on your call to the state medical board on this Dr. Fred Springer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a registered physician in the state of California. Besides that, his license was revoked in Pennsylvania 2 years ago. Illegal operations.
That explains it. Notify homicide. Get the crime lab in the corner out here, will you? Looks like Springer shot himself.
Okay, Joe, right away.
We'll wait for him, but hurry him up, Mike. We got a couple more places to check out tonight.
Okay, Joe, see you later.
Right.
What's next? Patterson place?
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try Steiner first.
Sounds good to me. Feels like we're getting close.
Yeah, Ben. Real close. 12 minutes later, homicide and the crime lab men checked in at the Springer house, and Ben and I checked out. We went back to the office and found Ed Backstrand waiting for us. We told him our story, and he sent 2 men out to keep an eye on the Patterson place. 2 other men went to work to try and track down the other name in Springer's confession note, Norberg. Ben and I went up to the county jail and picked up Steiner. The 3 of us started out to look for the man who sold Steiner the 2 vials of morphine stolen from the hospital pharmacy a month before. The man's name was Max. He was tall and dark. That was all we knew. The rest of it was up to Steiner. 2 other men from the detail, Davis and Emerson, came along with us to take care of Steiner if anything went wrong. Our first stop was the Black Parrot Tavern. Davis parked the car in an alley down the street. Steiner, Ben, and I got out and walked the rest of the way.
You understand what you're supposed to do, Steiner?
Me? Yeah. I go in first and sit at the bar. You 2 will follow me. I sit at the bar, and if I see Max, I give you the sign. That's okay, huh?
That's right. And you don't try to break for it.
Break for it? Me? I told you, I'm squaring with you guys.
All right, Steiner. Go ahead.
Let's hope it works, Joe.
Yeah. There he goes inside. Come on. Now, look, try to grab one of the booths along the wall if you can, huh?
Right. Here we are.
first booth, Ben. It's empty.
Yeah.
Fellas left to order at the bar. Waitress got a night off.
Make it a couple of beers, will you?
Couple of beers? Okay.
Joe. So look at Steiner.
Yeah, he's signaling. Must mean the guy putting on his coat over there. No, hold it, Ben. Wait till he gets past us. All right, get Steiner back to the car. I'll tail the guy. You come after me. I didn't know how right Steiner was or how much we could trust him. All I knew was that the man I was following was tall and he was in a hurry. I followed him 3/4 of a block before he turned in at a motel. He went to a cottage at the rear of the lot, let himself in, and closed the door quickly behind him. A minute later, Ben and the others pulled up in the car.
Got him staked out, Joe. Steiner says that was Max.
Let's make sure. Come on.
Which one's he in?
The one down at the end here. Now be careful.
You too.
All right, here we are. Wait a minute right there. Hey, look, there's no rear door. He's got to come out the front. Keep the door clear. You ready?
All set.
Cover me. Open up in there.
Who is it?
Police officers, open up.
Just a minute.
All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot! We'll come out!
All right, throw your guns out first, then come out with your hands behind your head and make it fast. Watch it, Ben. He's making a break.
All right, mister. That's far enough. Get out of my way. Get out of
Get him, Ben. That's good, Ben. You all right?
Yeah. He didn't mean it, Copper. He didn't mean it. He didn't know what he was doing.
Well, that must be a good excuse, lady. A lot of people use it. Come on, Ben. Let's take him in. It was 10 minutes past midnight when we got back to headquarters. Both the man and the woman were booked for violation of the State Narcotics Act, a felony. He gave his name as Max Jansen. In his luggage, we found 13 vials of morphine, large quantities of heroin, and a small amount of Panopin. He gave us the names and addresses of 6 active members of the narcotics gang. He identified Dr. Springer as second in command.
Just a few more questions, Jansen.
Yeah, all right.
Why did Springer kill Trounsel?
He had it coming. Trounsel knew the score, and he was blackmailing him, bleeding him white.
Why didn't the gang take care of him?
The boss said no rough stuff. Things were going too good. He warned Springer, but he wouldn't listen.
All right, Jensen, just one more question. Who's the boss?
Do I get off light? State's witness?
It might help. We can't promise you anything.
Who's the boss, Patterson?
Yeah.
138 East Beverly Drive?
That's right.
What about Norberg? How does he figure?
It's the same guy. Patterson and Norberg, both the same.
And what's his real name?
Norberg. Tony Norberg.
What's his front?
He's legit, or he used to be. Importing business.
Where?
Here. Got an office downtown. Do I get protection?
Where's Norberg now?
Home, out in Laurel Canyon. Do I get protection?
I thought you said he lived out on East Beverly.
His apartment, his home's out in the canyon.
Where? What's the address?
Do I get protection?
You'll get protection.
Wind Way. 860 Wind Way.
All right, Friday. Romero, take some men with you.
All right, Davis, cover the back of the house. Levine, you cover the front. Come on, Ben.
Yes?
Mr. Norberg in?
Who's calling?
Police officers.
Oh, come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Now get your hands up. Face the wall.
You'll never make it, lady. The house is surrounded.
Tony, get the stuff. It's our only chance.
They'll cut you down, Norberg.
All right, Jeannie, give him the gun.
Don't be a fool. They're going to march out the door in front of us, right to the car.
I'm not going, Jeannie. Try it if you want. I'm not going.
All right, Tony, stay. Come on, coppers.
You'll never make it, lady.
I said move. Fast.
All right, Ben, hit the dirt.
She's going for the car.
See if you can get those tires. Come on.
Dan?
Yeah.
Norberg was smart. Must be the girlfriend.
Guess so.
Wonder why they start. Why did they get on the stuff, Joe?
For kicks, Ben. None of them ever get hooked. Just for kicks.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Tony Norberg, alias John Patterson, was tried and convicted for possession of narcotics, robbery, and conspiracy, and was sentenced to the maximum term prescribed by law, each count to run consecutively. He died 3 years and 11 days after his arrival at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 9th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Chief Erskine Fish of the North Sacramento Police Department, who on the night of August 11th, 1935, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide. A mad killer is loose in the city. In every instance, he leaves the murder weapon behind. There are no fingerprints, no clues to the killer's identity. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 3:57 a.m. when I got to the basement of the city hall. The carpool.
Let's go, Friday. Sorry to call you back in. Couldn't be helped. All right, Ben.
Okay, Skipper.
What's up, Ed?
Double murder.
When?
I don't know. Found out about it 40 minutes ago.
Got any ideas?
Roughly same M.O.
Was that 6413 Norwich, Skipper?
No, 6430.
What do you mean, the same M.O.?
The same guy. Brickbat killer.
How many does this make?
Counting tonight, 4.
We got anything at all?
Smudged fingerprint we can't even classify.
Sounds like a smart operator.
We gotta get him. If we have to shake down the city from one end to the other.
Big job, Skipper.
Big killer.
At 4:26 a.m., we pulled up in front of 6430 Norwich Drive, a small group of bungalow apartments facing on an oval-shaped garden court. 2 uniformed officers were stationed at the door to the apartment.
Hi, Chief.
Hiya, fellas.
We went inside. Welberg from Homicide was waiting for us.
This way. In here.
Well, there they are.
Yeah. Mother, daughter. Joe, on the floor beside the bed.
Yeah, a red brick.
Miss Hafters, we know how you must feel about all this, but would you please try to answer a few more questions for us?
Yes. All right. Poor Margaret.
Miss Hafters, how long had you known Mrs. Diaz and her daughter?
9 years. This November they moved next door. I remember it so well. We got along right from the start.
And as far as you know, the only close friends the mother and daughter had live right here in the apartment court?
Yes. Margaret was a pretty girl, but she was no chaser, no boyfriends. Very close to her mother. The two of them very close.
Did they keep any amount of valuables in the apartment? Money, jewelry, things like that?
Oh, no. Mrs. Diaz and Margaret didn't have much, you know. Very modest income. They both worked.
And you can think of no good reason.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Margaret. Poor Mrs. Diaz. Lying in there. Shock. It's a terrible shock.
Wellberg,
Yes, Sergeant.
would you show Mrs. Hafters back to her apartment?
Sure, Sergeant.
Thank you, Miss Hafters. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Poor Margaret. Poor Mrs. Diaz.
Well, Joe?
Let's check with Ed. He's back in the bedroom.
You get anything from the neighbors?
The usual, Ed. No jealous boyfriends, ex-husbands, nothing like that.
Boys find any evidence yet, Skipper?
Well, still working on it.
You got any theories?
Well, we know the killings were all done by the same guy. Cuts the same pattern out of the window screen. Cuts the same pattern with a glass cutter out of the window. Reaches in and flips the locks.
All right, where's that leave us?
And before he gets inside, he makes sure there are only women in the house. That means he probably watches the house for a few days.
Yeah.
Once he gets inside, he wants only one thing, to kill. He's never taken any valuables. As far as we can tell, he's never searched for any. What kind of a man works like that?
I think the guy's kill crazy.
Hey, fellas.
Yes, Donner?
Here's a break. 2 fair prints. 1 thumb, 1 forefinger.
What'd you get, Pete?
Only got 9 points. Not enough to go into court, but enough to make him. We'll know him when we get him.
Yeah.
Found the prints on the lens of the old lady's eyeglasses. Probably knocked him off the night table when he went after her.
And when he was done, he put him back on the table.
Yeah. Had blood on his hands, see?
Yeah.
That's funny, isn't it? Why would he go to the trouble of picking up the woman's glasses after he killed her?
We'll ask him when we find him.
Hi, Ben. Joe. Might have something for you.
We can use it, Lee.
Hold it just a minute.
Yeah.
Crime Lab, Jones. Yeah. Yeah, all right. I'll tell him. Right, Ed. Backstrand. If you're through checking the victim's clothes by 8 o'clock, you can knock off for sleep until noon.
What if we're not through?
Take it up with the chaplain. Here's what I wanted to show you. Over here. A couple of casts.
Bare footprint.
That's right.
Those from the Diaz place?
Found them outside the dining room window in the flower bed. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. Good cast. Size 9.
10.
Missing toe there, huh?
Left foot, first toe.
That's lucky.
Well, then the guy took his shoes off before he went in that house.
That's the way it looks.
You leave any other prints, Lee?
3 with his shoes on. Here they are. Here.
Yeah. How would you say the guy is built, Lee?
Oh, from the impression, pretty heavy man. There's no full length of stride, or I might give you an idea of his height.
How about the bricks, Lee?
Here they are, all 3 of them. Used this one in the first murder, this one in the second, this one last night.
Leaves them around like calling cards, and there's no way to check them.
You'll never get a fingerprint off a common red brick like this, Ben. Surface is too rough.
Well, we got an idea of his weight. We know that the first toe's missing from his left foot. That's something.
The one we had yesterday. We can check that missing toe in the amputation file, Joe.
Yeah. Well, we better get back. Pete ought to have those prints ready, too. Thanks a lot, Lee.
Okay, fellas. Say, they post the bodies yet?
Yeah, they're doing it now. Same as the first 2.
The brain?
Concussion, hemorrhage. They didn't have a chance.
Hold it a minute. Crime Lab Jones. Sure, just a minute. Either one of you fellas.
I'll get it, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, Romero. Yeah. Good, we'll be right over. They got a make on those 2 fingerprints.
Okay, Joe. Single print file. Made him on the index finger.
Let me see, Pete. Take a look, Ben.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a killer, does he, Joe? Kind of nice looking.
That's right, Pete. They said the same thing about John Dillinger. The name at the top of the make sheet read Carlos Richard Monterey, male, Caucasian, age 19, height 5 feet 11 inches, weight 165 pounds, dark brown hair, dark brown eyes. Last known address, 1663 Naples Street, Los Angeles. Previous arrests, 1, auto theft. February 8th, 1936. That was all. Ben and I had been expecting more. The information on the mama sheet for Monterey was 13 years old. So was the picture. So was the description. So was the address. In 13 years, a man can change in 1,000 ways. So can his habits, his appearance, his address. In 13 years, everything can change except two things. A man's fingerprints and a physical deformity. Missing toe on left foot. Carlos Richard Monterey.
Here it is, Joe. 1663 Naples.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? What is it?
We're police officers. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes. Would you like to come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes?
Would you mind telling us your name?
Monterey. Isabel Monterey. What is it you want?
You're married?
Yes. My husband is Francisco Monterey. Would you explain why you are here?
We thought you might be able to help us. We're looking for a man named Carlos Monterey.
I don't understand you.
We're looking for a man. We'd like to talk to him. Do you know where he is?
Yes. Carlos is dead 7 years ago. He's dead, my husband told me.
And does your husband know Carlos, or did he know him?
He was his brother.
What about your husband's parents, Miss Monterey? Where are they?
They're both dead. Some time now.
Have you ever met Carlos?
No, never. I have only heard of him.
What have you heard of him, Miss Monterey?
Do not ask me.
This is important, very important.
Francisco would not like it if I told you.
It's important, Miss Monterey, believe us.
Carlos, he's sick. His mind. For 8 years, Francisco has not seen him, not heard from him. He thinks he's dead.
But he only thinks so, Miss Monterey. No one has told him his brother's dead. He just thinks so.
What else is there to think?
Where's your husband now?
At his work, the store, Rivera Street near Main, grocery, Monterey Cartwright grocery.
Here's your change. Thank you, Mrs. Myers. Now, look, officers, you know how it is. You don't like to let these things get out. That's why I trust you.
You can trust us, Mr. Monterey. We just want to check on a few things.
Oh, fine. Always glad to help out if I can.
Well, can you tell us if your brother was ever in a mental institution in his life?
Oh, I know there was nothing wrong. 1923. Got a little bad, so Mom and Dad had to put him away for a while, just till he calmed down. I remember the day. Sometimes, dumb, stupid kid, what did he know? Standing there by himself in the train, crying. The public nurse, stupid way he cried. What do you do? I cried, too. I was only 10, Sergeant. I saw him go. He was alone.
Later on, Mr. Monterey, your brother was released from the state institution.
Yeah, he was 16. And then he started running around, playing tough, carried a gun, lived by himself. He never came around. He dropped from sight about 1938.
You haven't heard from him since then?
Nothing. Never seen him.
Do you know of anybody who might have seen him?
Oh, there was a girl he had. Anita something. On Soteo Street. Anita Martin, yeah, that's it. Soteo Street. Maybe she's seen him. Ask her. Maybe she's seen him.
Carlos Monterey? Not in a year. Last March he was in. When I was working at the Peacock, down on South Main. He came in, we talked for a while. That was all.
And you haven't seen Carlos for the past 2 months or so?
I tell you, no.
Has he written to you? Has he phoned you?
Once, 3 weeks ago, he phoned. Here. He left a message with my girlfriend. But he didn't call back again. Now, that's it. That's all I know.
Thank you, Miss Martin. Here's our card. If he does call, well, you'll let us know.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
You liked Carlos, is that it, Anita?
Like him? No, I didn't like him. He was funny, but he was nice. You know, I pitied him.
Why did you pity him, Miss Martin?
Well, he was a good fellow who was strange. He could smile, you know. He had a nice smile, but you could tell he was never laughing. There was something in his mind, Something... Oh, I don't know.
At least a year, closer to 2, I haven't seen Carlos. No letters, not a card, nothing. He was in the East the last time I heard.
When was that?
A year ago, January, I was in here. He sent me a calendar. Sometimes he could get along fine, very well. Other times, terrible. You couldn't keep him down.
How'd he manage to stay out of jail that way, Vicente?
I don't know. Sometimes he should have been in jail 5 times over.
And you say you don't know of anybody who might have a recent picture of Carlos, a snapshot?
No. No one I can think of.
Okay, Vincenti, here's our card. If you do think of somebody, let us know, will you? It'll help.
Sure, glad to. If I hear of anybody. What kind of a day is it outside? Hot?
Hot. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I were certain of one thing. Carlos Monterey was in the city of Los Angeles, somewhere. We drove back to the office and told Ed Backstrand about our interviews with Monterey's relatives and his friends. Inquiries and requests for further identification and information on him were immediately relayed to the state mental institutions. The 13-year-old picture of Monterey taken from the files was copied and distributed with a note of caution as to the age of the photograph. An APB was sent out. Stakeouts were placed at the home of Monterey's brother, at the brother's store, and at the apartment of Anita Martin. A special detail of 300 men was ordered to join the Dragnet already in operation. The details at the airport and the bus terminals were alerted, as well as the details at the Union Depot and the main post office. By 6 o'clock that night, almost 1,000 men were actively working at the job of tracking down Carlos Monterey. At 6:30 p.m., Ben and I drew a 4-hour relief period. We drove out to Ben's place, and his wife fixed us some dinner. At 10:30 that night, we reported into the office, picked up Ed Backstrand, and we drove out to join the manhunt.
Unit 32R on the corner of South Flower and Loomis, a 390W, KMA 367. Unit 12A, code 1. 66A at 864 Wall Street. See the man about a 507, KMA 367. Unit 42, 5430 East Grand, Apartment 10, 311, KMA 367.
We cruised with the Dragnet operation until 5 o'clock that morning. Ben and I took turns driving. Actually, the tremendous job of scouring 500 square miles of city for one man was only beginning. Unless there was an unexpected break, the search for Carlos Monterey could wear on for weeks. It did. Night after night, the manhunt went on, and day after day. There was no break. 16 days later, on a Sunday night, I went to bed early. I read a while, and then I turned off the lamp and went to sleep. Hello? Friday talking.
Sorry, Joe. Get in here as fast as you can.
What's the matter?
That girl Monterey knew, the one you talked to?
Yeah?
She left her apartment, went to her girlfriend's.
Yeah?
She's dead.
There it is. Ordinary red brick. Found it by the body.
How long's she been dead, Skipper?
Well, she was seen alive about an hour and a half ago.
Got 3 bare footprints, good length of stride. Found them down in the lot beside the house.
What do they look like?
Same guy. First toe missing from the left foot. The same weight impression. Should be about 5'11". That checks out with what you got, doesn't it?
All right, so it's the same guy.
What about those shoes we found, Lee?
Yeah, they correspond. They were impregnated with foreign matter.
What'd you find?
Particles of lettuce leaf, dry onion skin, traces of red cabbage.
Maybe a vegetable counter.
Maybe.
What about the city wholesale market down on Front Street?
What about any market in Los Angeles?
No, Lee, that wholesale market is big enough to hide anybody. Hundreds of transients work in there. Some of them even sleep there. For a guy like Monterey, it'd be perfect.
That's a fair guess. Check it when it opens.
They open at 2 a.m.
2:30 now.
All right, get back to the office and pick up as many extra men as you need. Get down there right away.
Okay, Ed.
Now, you know he's a rough one, so watch it.
On Monday, June 23rd, at 2 minutes past 3 a.m., we pulled up at the city wholesale produce market. With the exception of 54 police officers in plain clothes who mingled with the buyers and sellers, business went along as usual. The market itself covered almost 3 square blocks in the lower part of the downtown area. It was divided off into hundreds of individual stalls by flimsy wooden partitions. To make the search even tougher, the place was crowded. For the first 45 minutes, we had the men circulate at random through the crowd on the chance that one of them might spot Carlos Monterey from the 13-year-old picture. It didn't happen. After that, we started a systematic canvass. We talked to the customers, we talked to the managers of the different booths, we gave them Monterey's description, we showed them his picture. Nobody recognized him. We checked the employment records one by one, not a sign.
Sorry, Sergeant. I'd like to help. I've never seen the guy.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, thank you.
We sure picked the sweet jobs, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we could spend a year at this.
Oh, Sergeant Friday.
Yeah, Kamansky. Did you find something?
Guy at the booth over there against the far wall. Thinks he might have hired Monterey a couple of days ago.
Come on, Ben. Where?
Over there, Sergeant.
You showing Monterey's picture?
Yeah, he thinks it might be him. Mr. Presidente, this is Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday.
Yes, I told your boy, Sergeant. This fellow Carlos, I hired him to help last Thursday. Big rush for me now, so I hired him.
You sure he's the man?
In the picture? I think so. A little older, maybe. Oh, but I know faces. He's the man. You're looking for him?
You say you hired this man last Thursday?
That's right. It's a big rush for me now in the morning. I hired him Thursday. He worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But he don't show up this morning, so I got no use. Too many men to pick from. He don't show up, I let him go.
What kind of work did he do for you?
Same as he did for Schiller down there. Heavy work. Moving the stores, cleaning up.
What kind of produce does Schiller handle, Mr. Franzenetti?
Fancy, very fancy vegetables. Choice. New potatoes, expensive red onions. Schiller sells to the big hotels.
Does Schiller handle brown onions, Mr. Franzenetti?
Oh, only the best. Big dealer that Schiller. Sells it to the big hotels.
How long has this Carlos been working around the market?
Oh, I don't know. Is it just like the rest? First he worked for me, then Largo Massini, then a Schiller. Hey, why are you looking so hard for him? He stole something?
He murdered somebody.
Him? Mamma mia, murder.
Do you have any idea where Carlos lives?
Oh, me? No. And if he comes back here, I tell him to get out. I got nothing to do with this trouble.
No, you'll tell him nothing, Mr. Presidente. Here's our card. If you see Monterey again, call us. Say nothing to him.
Oh, sure. I remember.
Joe, call the chief at the office, will you? Message just came in.
Thanks, Al. Come on, Ben.
Yeah, there's a phone booth. See?
No, I don't. Where?
Straight ahead, little to the left.
Oh, yeah. You got a nickel?
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you are.
Thanks. I'll see what Ed wants.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Chief of Detectives Office, Hannon.
Hi, Mike. Ed there?
Ed, take it on extension 2, will you?
Backstrand talking.
Friday, Ed.
Move fast on this one, Joe.
What's up?
Main post office. Carlos Monterey picked up a letter there less than 5 minutes ago.
Come on, Ben. There's Ed over there with Wellberg.
Yeah. Traffic short jammed up around here.
Hi, Ed.
Friday, Romero. You all set, Wellberg?
All set, Chief. Spring Street to San Pedro. Sunset the first. Got it covered.
Good.
What's the story?
Post office detail tipped us off. 5 minutes after 8, a man answering Carlos Monterey's description picked up a letter at the general delivery window. That was 16 minutes ago.
Who spotted him?
Sam Lane. He got a look at him just as he was leaving the window. Called to him to stop, but Monterey ran. Lane called me, and we threw a net over the area for 6 blocks around.
And Monterey's still somewhere inside this area?
I don't know how he could have gotten out.
What's next?
Well, I'll give him an hour to break for it. After that, we start a house-to-house search of the whole area. Stop all pedestrian and vehicular traffic for identification.
You're going to jam up the depot traffic.
That's cheaper than murder, Romero. Get going.
The first hour we counted off in 5-minute segments. Like Backstrand, we felt close enough to Monterey to touch him. But he still wasn't there. The north and south ends of the blockade started to move in, slowly, searching every store, every house, every conceivable place where a man might hide out. In the meantime, Ben and I worked the Spring Street side of the blockade, watching the faces of the pedestrians as they came through, one by one, examining all vehicles and their drivers. The morning wore on, the sun came out, and it started to get warm. By 11 o'clock that morning, Monterey still had not been found. The temperature was 93 in Los Angeles. It was still climbing. The search went on. At 10 minutes past 2 p.m., Backstrand made the rounds.
How's it look, Skipper?
Not good. Going slow.
How much longer you figure?
I don't know. It'll go to after dark, that's sure. District down here is like a rat's nest.
Yeah. Nothing?
Nothing. But he's someplace inside this blockade. He's got to be.
Any chance of getting relief for the men in our squad? Some of them been working straight through since yesterday.
I'll see. Check with me around 5 this afternoon.
Thank you, Skipper.
Keep a sharp lookout. One slip. That's all it takes.
The search went on. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the temperature was 95. We sweltered and we waited. At 3:45, Backstrand sent a squad of men into the Union Depot to search it from top to bottom. There was one false alarm when one of the men thought he saw Monterey slipping out a side door into a taxi. He turned out to be a train conductor. At 25 minutes past 4, Backstrand passed along the order to our detail to start moving in, house by house. It was a tedious job, and it went slow. The men were tired. At 5:30, the relief squad showed up. Ben and I stayed on. After another 2 hours of house-to-house searching, the trap was narrowed down to a 3-square-block area, a single block wide and 3 blocks long. It started to get dark. Backstrand ordered out batteries of floodlights. By 8 p.m., the cordon closed in around the last 2 square blocks.
Lines are all set, Skipper. Ready to move.
Good.
What do you think?
I will know pretty soon, one way or the other.
Frank, keep that traffic moving.
All right, you two, get going.
See you later, Skipper. Joe, let's take a look in here.
Okay.
Sure is an old building.
Yeah. Where'd Kamansky go?
I don't know. He's here a minute ago. Oh, wait. There's his flashlight. It's on the end of the corridor there. He's signaling.
Yeah, come on. Kamansky?
Yeah. Down below, Sergeant, in the basement. Come on.
Monterey?
He's been there, I think. Yeah, this way.
Where?
Over here. Now watch your step. The light's bad. Here he is. Says he's the janitor.
Oh, my head.
He's been slugged.
All right, come on. How'd it happen? Can you tell us?
Yeah, a big man hit me. I came down to empty the baskets. He hit me and ran. Ran over to the new building.
The new building? Is that the one next door?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
Nobody's come out of this building for the past half hour. Every door in the place is guarded.
No, not the doors. He went through the tunnel. I saw him. Over there's the tunnel.
I'll take a look, Joe.
Yeah, the tunnel connects the 2 basements. Same company, old building, new building. The tunnel connects the basements.
Joe, come on.
Yeah. Kamansky, get out to Backstrand. Tell him what's happened.
Right, Sergeant.
And call an ambulance.
Right.
All right, Ben. Through the tunnel.
Watch where you're going. The light's bad.
Yeah, it is. That a door up ahead there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let's go.
Good. There's a stairway. Come on. Watch the doors.
Joe, the elevators. They're both on the 3rd floor.
Let's head for the stairs. Ben, come on.
One more floor.
Yeah, right. Come on, hurry.
Yeah.
Look, top of the stairs.
There he goes.
All right, hold it, you.
Stuck in the elevator. Joe, he's going down.
Well, we'll never make it on the stairs.
Joe, look. This other elevator. The control lever's bent.
Let's try it anyway.
Yeah.
All right, kick the control lever. Kick it, Ben.
That's good.
All right, Ben, knock the lever back. Come on, quick.
Yep.
What's the matter?
Joe, it's jammed. We're going past.
All right, let's kick it. Here. There, that does it. Can you reach the door control?
Wait just a minute. I'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's still in the building.
Both elevators are here now.
Yeah. Down the hall, Ben. The office on the left, I think.
Yeah. Here we are.
All right, keep clear of the door. All right, Monterey, put on that gun and come on out.
I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you!
Okay, Joe, let's take it.
Watch it, Ben. He's throwing everything he can get his hands on.
Come on! I'll kill you! Get away! I'll kill all of you!
All right, Monterey.
Come on, you.
Everywhere you kill you!
Okay, Ben, take him.
Nice looking guy. Clean cut.
Yeah.
Doesn't figure, does it?
What's that?
My wife would say he doesn't look like a killer, does he?
What's a killer supposed to look like?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Carlos Monterey was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and was found to be sane. He was tried and convicted of murder in the 1st degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 17th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to motorcycle patrolman John Kramer of the El Paso, Texas Sheriff's Department, who on the afternoon of April 26, 1940, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Are you ready to elevate your cannabis experience? Welcome to thedailydank.com, your ultimate destination for everything weed, laughs, and good vibes. We're more than just a website. We're a community. A place where cannabis lovers come together to share, learn, and have a blast. Whether you're tuning in for the wild and hilarious 420 Somewhere podcast, getting your game face on during one of our epic game night live sessions, or waking up to the Wakey Bakey morning show for your daily dose of fun, we've got something for everyone. Dive into our exclusive podcasts, from the spooky to the weird to the downright hilarious. We've got a show for every kind of stoner. We're not just about listening. We want you to join in. Our online meetups and community events give you a chance to connect with fellow dank heads and dive deep into everything cannabis culture. And hey, if you're looking for your people, you've finally found them. The Daily Dank is your home for all things stoner culture, crazy theories, and a whole lot of fun. Join the family today at thedailydank.com. This is more than just a website, it's a lifestyle. That's thedailydank.com.
Soft rain against glass. Final hiss. Early February always does this to people. Makes them reflective. Makes them wonder what would have happened if they'd taken a different exit. Answered a different call. Stayed up one night longer than they were supposed to. On Earth 33, we like to think every version of you is awake somewhere, tuning into something familiar, even if they don't know why. Maybe that's why you landed here. This is Dank Nation Radio, the quiet companion for the long stretch. Part of the strange broadcast family over at thedailydank.com. No rush. No commercials screaming at you. Just sound. And whatever thoughts show up when the world slows down. More music drifting in now.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You cops are going to be on the scene of a crime instead of coming in after it's all over. Tonight, I'm going to do a little exterminating. Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the Double Cross. It is Christmas Eve in the big, lonely city of New York. Outside, the snow falls in huge floating flakes. Inside an apartment, young Joe Blake sits on the floor before a small Christmas tree with his 4-year-old nephew, Timmy. Joe's sister died 2 years ago, and for a while the child's father tried to look after Timmy. But being a detective lieutenant, the father, Steve, found it almost impossible. A year ago, young Joe had become involved with some hoodlums and would have gone to reform school but for Steve's intercession. Joe has kept out of trouble since then and has been living with Steve and taking care of the apartment and little Timmy.
When will
Santa Claus come, Uncle Joe?
Well, I don't think he'll come until you go to sleep, Timmy.
How's he gonna get in?
He comes down the chimney.
What chimney?
I never thought of that. Well, maybe he comes through the window.
They're all locked, Uncle Joe.
Well, I'll open one after you go to bed, kid. He'll get in. Don't worry about that.
Open the biggest one.
The biggest one? Why?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and he's fat. And a pony is big, too.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know about the pony, Timmy. Kind of scarce these days.
Huh?
Well, ponies are kind of extinct.
Well, I could keep my window open. No one would smell them.
Wouldn't you like to have a train just as well? If you don't get a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Timmy. Well, you better go to bed now. It's after 11, and old Nick won't come unless he's sure you're asleep. How about it?
When is Daddy coming?
Oh, he'll be along soon. Come on, Timmy. You're going to turn in. There we are. Tucked in fine. Night, Timmy.
Don't forget to open the window.
I won't. I'll open them all.
Police call's on the other end of the dial, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Steve. I didn't hear you come in.
Let me help you.
I wasn't looking for the police call.
No?
I just put Timmy to bed.
Why so late?
Oh, he wanted to see Santa Claus. He's going to be kind of disappointed in the morning.
How so?
Well, it's a pony.
Well, maybe you can buy him one, Joe.
Are you kidding?
No.
I don't get it. What's the matter with you, Steve? Something go wrong tonight?
Have you been here all evening?
Why, sure.
Haven't been out.
Don't I always stay with Timmy when you work late?
You didn't slip out for an hour or so while Timmy was asleep, huh?
No, why should I?
But you could have.
Sure I could, but I didn't.
Joe, when I got you out of that last scrape, I did it because I had a lot of faith in you, in your promises.
I still don't get it.
I was the one who got you that relief job in that department store. I vouched for you.
I know that. What about it?
Somebody opened the store's safe tonight. Somebody with slick fingers. Sensitive fingers like yours, Joe.
What? Why, I've been near the store since noon.
You sure?
Certainly, I'm not crazy. I've had my lesson.
I wish I could believe that.
I swear I haven't been out of this house. Why should you try to pin anything like this on me just because I'm working there during the holiday season?
I'm not trying to pin anything on you. Just has all the earmarks of your abilities to open a safe.
That's not fair, Steve. I'm through with that kind of stuff. I got plans. I'm going to make something useful of myself.
You're sure you weren't out of this place?
I swear I wasn't, Steve. I swear it.
Okay. I'll take a chance on it. I'm not on the case, but I heard about it. Now, look, they'll start checking on all the records of guys like you, and they'll probably drop around to see you tomorrow.
I didn't leave the house, Steve. I didn't.
Okay, but you got to have an alibi.
Well, Timmy was here.
No, Timmy's a baby. He won't count.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Why, evening, Captain. Come on in.
Yeah.
You know my brother-in-law, Joe.
Yeah, I remember him.
What can I do for you? Sit down. I was just ready to turn in, but sitting around reading for a couple of hours. Kind of drowsy.
Yeah? How long you been here, Steve?
Oh, I got off duty at 8. Been home since 8:30. Why?
How long has Joe been here?
Oh, he was here when I came in. He's been here all evening.
Hasn't been out?
Certainly not. What are you getting at, Captain?
Joe's been working mornings at Shelby's department store, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, their safe was open tonight around 9:30. They closed at 7:30. I thought we'd check up on the boys with sensitive fingers.
Joe? Why, he hasn't been out of the house. I'll swear to that.
You will?
Certainly I will. Joe's through with that kind of stuff.
Yeah? Well, then how would you explain this, Steve?
Why, where'd you get that cigarette case?
Wait a minute. Let's see that.
Sure. We found it beside the safe.
Joe, this is the case your sister gave you a year before last. I had your name engraved on it.
Yeah, but how'd it get there? I've never been near this store safe.
No? Well, I suppose you just lost it somewhere.
When did you see that case last, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I had it this morning. As a matter of fact, I hadn't missed it.
You expect me to believe that, Steve?
No.
And you expect me to believe that you were here all evening?
No. You dirty little rat. You did pull that job.
No, I swear I didn't, Steve. I swear it.
You know what this means, Steve? You haven't been here all evening. You're lying. You're trying to furnish an alibi for Joe. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what it means. Sneaking little crook. I believed in him. Get him out of here. Get him out before I break his neck.
Steve, please, listen.
There'll be a hearing about you, Steve, in the morning.
Joe can't explain how hhis cigarette case happened to be near the safe. He remembers having lunch with a few of the old gang. Maybe it disappeared then, but nothing can be proved. So Joe is convicted and sent to prison for 2 years. Steve is discharged from the police force and goes into seclusion, his heart filled with bitter hatred for Joe. 2 years pass, and Joe is released, determined to make a success of his life regardless of his past. Steve has disappeared, but Joe meets Della Kenton, daughter of wealthy John Kenton. Della persuades her father to engage Joe as his secretary.
Guess who, darling?
Huh? Why, I can't imagine. But if I could, I'd guess it was Della.
Well, you'd guess right. Are you going to type all day, Joseph?
No, not all day, darling. I'll be through in a few minutes.
I've got a message for you. I knew you were busy, so I answered the phone. It was a man, thank heaven, and he said to tell you that he'd located your friend Steve.
What? Did you get the address?
Yes, darling, but don't get so excited. Here it is, 454 East 17th Street. That's certainly a dilapidated part of town. Whom do you know who lives there?
A fellow I used to know. I've been trying to locate him for 2 years. Well, it is a sort of a cheap locality, isn't it?
May I go with you?
Oh, darling, I'd rather you didn't. I won't be gone long.
I hope not. And don't forget, Father is arriving on the midnight train, and he expects us to meet him.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be back soon.
All right, darling. I'll be ready.
So long, Della.
Just a moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Have I? What?
Are you a married man?
Certainly not. That is, not yet.
Well, then don't act so much like one. Come back here and kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della, darling. I was so excited I forgot. Bye, dear.
That's better. Now you can go. Go on.
I won't be gone long.
I hope not, because I want to talk to you about Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes, we're going to give a Christmas party, and I want you to help me.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. I won't be long. Timmy. Well. How are you, baby?
Huh? What do you want?
Why, Timmy, don't you remember me? It's your Uncle Joe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Uncle Joe? Gee, Uncle Joe.
By golly, I've been looking for you and your dad ever since, well, for over a year. Where's your dad?
I don't know. Someplace, I guess.
Yeah? How long you been in this place?
Oh, a long time.
What's Steve doing?
I don't know.
It's almost Christmas again, Timmy. Remember that last Christmas when you wanted a pony? What would you like to have most this Christmas? Huh? How'd you like a bicycle or a pair of skates? Or... Hey, what's wrong, Timmy? Why, you're crying.
I'd like to have a bicycle.
Say, what are you doing in bed at this time of the afternoon?
I couldn't ride a bicycle.
Timmy, what is it? Tell me, baby.
I don't know, Uncle Joe. I just can't walk.
When did this happen?
Last summer. First my foot wouldn't work, then my leg wouldn't work, and...
Oh, Timmy.
But I'll be all right pretty soon. As soon as Pop gets the money for the operation.
Of course you will, Timmy. You'll be all right in no time at all. Well, that must be Steve now. I'll close your door for a minute, Timmy. I want to talk to Steve.
You'll come back, Uncle Joe?
Yeah, I'll be back a lot now. Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here? Who let you in?
I walked in. Door was open.
Well, it's still open. Get out.
I've been looking for you ever since I got out.
What for?
I wanted to explain things. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Steve.
I don't want any explanations.
Hey, what's wrong with Timmy?
Are you going?
You look like you'd been drinking a lot, Steve.
So what?
You wouldn't be living in a place like this if you were working.
I'm getting by all right.
What about Timmy's operation? Can you take care of that?
I will.
Well, maybe I could help, Steve.
Why, you thieving little rat. I wouldn't take anything from you if Timmy and I both starved to death.
Don't be a fool, Steve. I haven't got anything, but I may be able to raise some money.
How? Open another safe? Now get out of here before I throw you out.
You're drunk, Steve.
I'm not drunk and I don't need you. Get out!
Okay, Steve. Okay, I'll go. But if you don't care about Timmy, I do.
Now, look, Timmy's got to be operated on within 30 days. It'll take $2,000, maybe more, and I'll get it. I won't steal it the way you would. And I'll get it. Now get out of here before I brain you.
So long, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Dusk has descended as Joe leaves the cheap apartment and drives to the palatial estate of his fiancée, Della. He has decided to ask Della's father to lend him the $2,000. As he turns into the drive, a man steps out from beside the gate and stands before his car.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Joe.
Who are you?
Freddie Alside. You remember me, Joe?
What do you want, Freddie?
Mike Slavich wants to have a little gab fest with you.
Mike Slavich? Where is he?
Turn out your lights and turn off your motor.
What are you doing here?
Mike will tell you.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
What are you doing around here, Mike?
Want to talk to you. Mind if I get in? You've been doing all right since you got out, haven't you, Joe?
Well enough.
I'll say. Living in this big joint, engaged to old man Kenton's daughter. That's what I call climbing. You're the old man's secretary, ain't you?
Yeah, get to the point.
Old man Kenton's got a safe in that house. It's got a lot of rocks in it.
What about it?
We thought you might help us get them. You know the combination of the safe.
You're crazy. I wouldn't think of it.
We could change your mind. Couldn't we, Freddie?
Yeah, more ways than one.
Get out of this car.
You don't scare, eh, Joe?
No.
Well, we mean business. If that don't scare you, maybe something else will.
You think so?
We know a quiet little spot where no one would find you for weeks, if ever.
Well, a real gun. Shoulder holster and everything. We've come a long way since we were kids, Mike. Started out with cap pistols, and now the real thing.
Yep. All you do is squeeze it. It squirts lead instead of water.
How far do you think you'd get if you did squeeze it?
We've never been pinched yet. No record, no fingerprints, no nothing.
First time for everything, huh? Cigarette, Mike?
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh. Get a load of the cigarette case, Freddie. Joseph from Della. Fancy stuff. Well, how about it, Joe?
Well, looks like I'm stuck. I think you guys mean business. What's your plan?
Old man Kenton's out of town. We walk in with you, you open the safe, take the rocks, and we all leave.
All leave?
We'll take you with us. We'll hide out for a day or so until they start looking for you. You'll be accused, you know.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get going, Joe. Out of that car and up the drive. Open it up, Joe. Quit stalling.
Okay. It's open.
Hand me the stuff.
There you are.
Thanks. Now, let's go.
Joseph, are you in the library?
Get out there and talk to her. Tell her you're leaving town for a few days. No monkey business. We'll be watching.
Yes, Della. I'll be right out.
Oh, where have you been, darling? We've got to meet that train.
Well, Della, I was... I'm sorry, but you'll have to meet your father alone. I got to run out of town tonight on business. I'll be back in a few days.
What? Well, when did this come up?
Just a few minutes ago. I'm going to drive.
Well, all right, darling, if you must. Will you be back in time for the Christmas party?
I hope so, Della.
Well, I'd better get to the station. The train will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and take care of yourself, Joseph.
I'll try, darling.
As soon as she gets out the drive, we'll leave. You take my car, Freddie. I'll drive with Joe. Come on.
Now, 2 days later, the story of the jewel theft breaks in the newspapers. Joe Blake is suspected, and old man Kenton has offered a reward for the recovery of the stones and apprehension of Joe.
Gee, Mike, he's offering $10,000 for the recovery of the rocks and $2,500 for the capture of Joe.
I see. Well, we'll lay low for a few more days, then skip to Chicago and unload this stuff.
Why do that? You got a better deal right here in town.
How do you mean, Joe?
You'd make a lot more by collecting this reward than you would from a fence out of town.
You mean we go back to Kenton and hand over the stuff?
Why not?
Not a bad idea. We'd have to take you with us and turn you in.
Well, certainly. You'd have to do that to prove how you found the jewels.
What's your plan?
Oh, look. You guys are a couple of private detectives, and you read about the reward, see? You just happened to spot me and grab me. Brought me back to Kenton. You turn over the stuff, and he pays off. I'll make a break for the door. You got to take a few shots at me to make it look real, but you shoot wild. I get away. Then later on, when the coast is clear, I'll drop around. That leaves you in the clear, and I don't get locked up.
I think it's a nutty idea. What if it don't work?
Shut up. That ain't a bad idea, Joe. I'll take you up on that. So, Mr. Kenton,
Me and my partner read about the theft and saw this guy's picture and happened to spot him in this lunchroom, so we nabbed him. Well, here he is, and there's all your jewelry.
Yes? This is all here, every bit of it. Take it over, Della. See if your jewels are all there.
Yes, Father. Nothing of mine is missing.
Very well. I suppose you want the reward?
Well, after all...
I'll give you this check for $10,000 now for the return of the stones, and I'll withhold the $2,500 until he is booked by the police and locked up.
Well, okay, but we captured him. What more do you want?
I prefer it that way. I want to be sure that he's locked up, and if he gets out in 20 years, it'll be too soon for me. You certainly pulled the wool over my eyes. And when I think that Della might have married you, an ex-convict...
You can't always judge a book by its cover.
It doesn't seem possible I could have been such an utter fool.
You got a lot of things to learn, Della.
The sooner you get him out of here, the better.
Well, here's your check, and
So
when...
long, Della.
He's getting away!
Come back here.
Why?
He's locked it from the other side.
He won't get far. I must have hit him.
Call the police.
Never mind. We'll get him. That $2,500 belongs to us. Come on, Freddie, out this window. He won't get far.
Do you think you hit him, really?
No, I missed him deliberately. Shot high. Now that I think about it, I'm just a sap. That was our chance to get rid of him. So illegally. He knows too much. I don't trust him.
Yeah, but we ain't really cops.
So what? Any citizen's got a right to catch a fugitive. Come on, we're going to get that baby.
Joe makes a getaway and heads for a little hotel where he hides out for another day. Then the papers break with another story, and Kenton has increased the reward for Joe's capture. Joe studies this over for a while and realizes the possibility of Mike's double-crossing him for the additional reward. He slips out for a while, then returns to his room around 8 in the evening.
Who is it?
Open up or I'll kick it down.
Steve.
Well, so here you are, the rat himself.
What do you want, Steve?
What do you think?
Are you back on the force, Steve?
I will be when I get through with you. Because of you, I got kicked out. And now you're the one who's going to set me back in harness again. Funny how things work out.
Oh, you know about the reward, do you?
Yeah, I do. Once a crook, always a crook. I knew you'd pull something sooner or later.
How's Timmy?
He's just going to be fine in a few days.
What do you mean?
He can have that operation now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're not half as glad as I am. And the thing that pleases me most is the way I'm getting the dough. Boy, this rap is going to send you away for 20 years.
So what?
Get your hat and start walking. And don't try that fade-out stuff on me, because I like you so much, I'd as soon plug you as look at you. Thanks, Mr. Kenton. Thanks very much. I wouldn't have come out so soon, but, well, this money is a lifesaver.
How's that, Bradley?
My kid, Timmy's got to have an operation, and I didn't have a cent. Has to be done in a few days, or he won't live. Check's a real Christmas present.
Mr. Bradley, what do you think they will do with Joseph?
No, he'll get 20 years. Two-time loser.
What a shame.
I had a lot of faith in that boy. So did Della. I just can't understand it.
There's been some others who felt that way.
Well, what did he have to gain? He was engaged to Della, and he could have had everything. And he was very stupid to do what he did.
What do you mean?
Well, he took a chance on his life when he escaped from this room. He knew those two men had guns. Good thing for him that the big fella couldn't shoot straight.
They fired at him?
The big man did, as he went right through that door.
Look up above the door. All 3 shots near the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know, I'd say there was either very good shooting or he had a gun that kicked like a mule.
It wasn't a big gun. Snub-nosed revolver.
Snub-nose? Not a service pistol?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I may drop in on you in a few days, Mr. Kenton.
Certainly, Bradley. Anytime.
I want to ask you a few questions, Joe.
Did you collect the reward?
I did last night.
How's Timmy?
He went to the hospital this morning.
Oh, that's swell. Gee, I'm glad. Well, what do you want to know?
He didn't pull his job alone, Joe.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Who were those guys who captured you?
Said they were private detectives.
One of them was a swell shot. He placed every slug in the same spot, above the door, deliberately. They were in this with you, gagged to cop the reward that was sure to be offered. Otherwise, they'd have popped you in the doorway, you were to get away, and then all meet later and share the proceeds.
Yeah?
But in the meantime, they changed their minds, Joe, and decided to cut you out. They double-crossed you.
What do you mean?
How do you suppose I knew where you were hiding? A guy phoned me and tipped me off. They figured they had no police record. Nothing you could say would implicate him. They're safe. Why attempt to shield a double-cross you?
That's just what I figured those rats would do.
You might as well spill it, Joe. I'm determined to crack this case.
Yeah? What would happen if you cracked this one and another one besides? Set you up as a lieutenant again, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was forced to open that safe at the point of a gun.
Tell me another one, Joe.
If you want to grab the other two guys, I'll make a deal with you.
A deal?
Let me talk to your fingerprint expert and get me out of this cell.
Are you kidding?
I want you to take me to old man Kenton's. There's a Christmas Eve party going on there tonight.
I wouldn't trust you across the hall.
It means just as much to you as it does to me and probably more. I'll guarantee results.
Okay. What's your plan?
I'll tell you on the way out to the Kenton place.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, let us out of here.
Come with me, gentlemen. Father's waiting for you in the library.
Looks like you're going to have quite a party here tonight, Miss Kenton.
Yeah, sure does.
Here are the two detectives, Father.
Oh, yes. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Close the door, Della. I sent for you men because you did a good job of capturing Joe Blake and returning the jewels.
Yeah?
I'm having quite a number of guests here tonight, and I've just received some disturbing news. Joe Blake has escaped.
Escaped?
Holy mackerel.
He may make another try to steal the jewels while we are occupied with our guests.
Oh, I see. You want us to see that nothing happened.
I want you fellas to stay here near the safe, and if he does come, grab him.
Sure. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Good. Come along, Della. Our guests are beginning to arrive.
All right, everybody, don't make a move.
Father!
Joe. Lay your guns on the desk, boys. Thanks. Get over the other side of the room, Della. You too, Kenton. Things might happen.
What's on your mind, Joe?
Spread your hands flat on that desktop, Mike. You too, Freddie, and keep them there. Make one move, and I'll drill you both, you dirty double-crossing rats. Forced me to open the safe at the point of a gun, and tipped off the cops so to find me, because you were afraid I might horn in on the reward.
This guy must be nuts, Mr. Kenton.
Which one of you phoned Steve Bradley? Come on.
Well, I didn't, Joe. I thought you was going to contact
Shut
us.
up, you little dope.
Yeah, but he's mad, Mike. I don't want him to think I tipped the cops.
Shut up. You did it, Freddie. You're the one.
No, honest, Joe, I didn't. I didn't. Please, Joe.
Open that safe, Kenton. I'm really taking those jewels this time. But I won't be bothered by Mike and Freddie.
Joe, I didn't do it, honest.
I'm going to place one right between your eyes, Freddie. Right between your eyes.
Joe!
He's bluffing.
Don't anybody move. I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello, Bradley.
We traced Joe Blake to the edge of your estate. I thought we'd better look in for...
Just in time, Steve. Put up your hands and step into the room.
What goes on here?
The cops are going to be in on the scene of the crime instead of coming in after the crime's over. I'm going to take some jewels and do a little exterminating. But first, I'm going to make these guys do a little talking. I want to know which one of you guys tipped off Steve about me. Say something, Mike.
This guy's crazy. Says we made him steal the stuff.
That the voice you heard on the phone, Steve?
No.
What have you got to say, Freddie?
It wasn't me. I tell you, it wasn't.
It must be him.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like him.
I thought so. Right between the eyes, Freddie.
Please, Joe, don't.
He won't shoot.
Hand over that gun, Joe. Give it to me.
Oh! Hey, you did it. I told you he meant it.
You're crazy, Joe. You're crazy.
I killed a cop, so why should I worry about killing a couple of rats like you? Start talking, Mike. Tell him you guys forced me to open that safe.
You can't bluff me. There's no proof of such a thing.
No? All right, Sergeant. Check Mike's fingerprints on the glass-top desk. Step on it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Kenton, look in the second drawer of the safe. You'll find my cigarette case wrapped in a handkerchief.
What? By George, he's right.
I put it there the night I opened the safe. Let the sergeant compare the prints with the ones on the desktop. I've been near that safe since the night the stones disappeared.
What are you trying to pull, Joe?
You have no police record, Mike. I didn't want you to go through life like that, so I fixed one up for you. Remember the night you forced me into this? I offered you a cigarette? Well, you got a record now, Mike.
Well, Mike's prints on the desk check with the ones in the cigarette case.
And how about that photo of prints you found on that safe I was supposed to have opened several years ago? You brought them along?
Sure. Why, they're all the same. They all check.
Now you guys start talking. Go on, tell it all.
I'll tell nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right between the eyes, Freddie. Right between the eyes.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him he means it.
I'll tell him nothing.
Joe!
Well, that finishes Freddie. Are you ready to talk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk, Joe. I'll talk.
You robbed that department store. You planted my cigarette case there. You copped it at the lunchroom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I had nothing to do with that job. And you did force me to open this safe, didn't you? My cigarette case proves that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll admit it. You're innocent, Joe.
All right. There you are, Steve. You can get up now.
Yeah, very nicely handled, Joe.
Hey, I thought you was... I've been framed.
Pour some water on Freddie. Joe was using blanks.
Hey, Joe. Joe, I'll tell everything.
Nothing more to tell, Freddie. It's all been told.
Well, that certainly leaves you in the clear, Joe. And, Joe, I want to apologize for everything.
Okay, Lieutenant. Apologies accepted.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Same to you, Steve. And tell Timmy that Della and I will be down to see him in the morning.
Well, there you are. Everything worked out very nicely, just as everything should, but seldom does. But there's something I should explain about the person who tipped Steve off as to where to find Joe. It wasn't Mike, and it wasn't Freddie. No, it was Joe himself. It was Joe who phoned Steve, knowing it would give Steve an impetus, a new start in his career of sleuthing. And it really worked. And it saved Timmy's life, and Joe's too, for that matter.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week at 9:30...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I get a terrible feeling of depression, and then this awful urge comes upon me. The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain. The urge to kill.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the unusual tale, the urge to kill. Henry Drake sits in his big office staring out over the smoking stacks of his busy factory. Production is at its peak. The demands of the past year have brought untold problems to his desk and placed heavy loads on his shoulders. Henry Drake and his partner, Philip Putnam, had started this factory 5 years ago and built it into a smooth-running, highly profitable organization. But now the added demands of war have more than trebled the production and the worries as well. Phil had put up most of the money and Henry the brains. It was Henry who always had to make the decisions. But now something is happening to Henry. He is beginning to slip. His memory is playing tricks on him.
Good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh. Morning, Ethel.
Mr. Putnam wants to know if you studied those contracts last night.
Contracts? What contracts?
Why, the ones he gave you last night. You said you'd take them home. They must be signed by noon.
Contracts? Why, I don't know what you're talking about. When did Phil give me any contract?
Just before you left last evening.
Well, that's funny.
Don't you remember?
What? Remember? Well, yes. Yes, I do remember now. Yes, of course.
Well, may I have them?
Well, let me see. What on earth did I do with them? Oh, tell Mr. Putnam to step in here.
Yes, Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake would like to see you, Mr. Putnam.
I'll be right in.
I'll ring if I need you, Ethel.
All right.
Good morning, Henry. What's up?
Why, about those contracts you gave me yesterday evening. Just what were they about?
What? What do you mean? Haven't you read them?
No. No, I haven't.
Good heavens, man. They were supposed to be signed by noon today, and it's 10 o'clock now. Now, where are they?
I don't know where they are, Phil. I can't find them. I'm sure I didn't take them home.
Oh, you must have.
Strange. I can't remember a thing about them.
Well, what did you do after you left here? Where'd you go?
Why, I went home. That is, I think I did.
Think you did? What's the matter with you, Henry?
I don't know, Phil. I can't seem to recall a thing I did last evening.
Are you kidding?
Certainly not. Why should I kid about such a thing?
Well, don't get sore about it. It's certainly ridiculous. This is a serious situation.
I know, Phil. I know that better than you do.
Well, call your home. They've got to be there. Have Rita send them over by special messenger.
Yes, sir?
Get Mrs. Drake on the phone. You don't look very well, Henry. You're as pale as a ghost. Look at the perspiration. What's wrong with you, man?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel terrible, and my eyes are bothering me. Bright flashes keep passing in front of me, and my ears throb.
Oh, hello? Oh, Rita, this is Phil. Henry brought a contract home to study last evening. Look around and see if you can find it, Yeah, it's very important. In a blue binder, about 20 pages. What? I see. Thanks. She's in the library now.
Oh.
Yes? You can't? Yes. I see. Really? Well, all right. Now, call me back.
Well, what about it?
You have no idea what happened to you after you left here last evening at 6?
Did I leave at 6?
Certainly. So did I. She said you didn't come home for dinner. She decided to go to the opera. And when she came back at 12, you didn't come in until 1. Said your shoes and trousers were all covered with mud. You went straight to bed.
Was it raining last night?
Of course it was.
I don't remember that.
Rita's going to look in the coat and suit you were wearing last night. She'll call me back.
What on earth is happening to me? Where could I have gone?
Yes? Yes, Rita. Well, you couldn't. I see. Very well, thanks. Goodbye. Not a trace of the contract. Now what?
Phil, I've got to tell you this. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's been going on for weeks. About twice every week, a terrible depression comes over me, and then when I wake up, I can't for the life of me remember what happened the night before.
Well, maybe the strain has been too much. You better see a doctor at once, Henry.
Oh, I know I should, but I'm afraid to.
Why?
I'm afraid of what he might tell me.
Oh, nonsense. Go and see a doctor right now. I'll go down to your place and search it from top to bottom.
Very well, Phil. I'll go now. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Henry stumbles in a daze from his office and walks about the city for an hour trying to make up his mind to see a doctor. He doesn't have the courage to tell his own doctor, so he finally decides to visit a psychiatrist. Then he remembers the name of one of the most famous in the country, Dr. Schultz, the state psychiatrist.
I know you're not a general practitioner, Dr. Schultz. As a state psychiatrist, I know you're a busy man, but I've read a few of your books, and I thought you'd be willing to help me.
Well, ordinarily I wouldn't, Mr. Drake, but I know who you are and what you've been doing. I'll do what I can.
Thank you, Doctor.
You say you have lapses of memory?
Yes. I wake up in the morning and can't remember what happened the night before. In the morning, I have headaches and see strange flashes before my eyes and hear throbbing noises.
How often does this occur?
About twice a week, but I remember everything I do during the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a serious ailment?
No.
Ever had an accident? Anything that might have caused a concussion?
Well, not that I remember. I may have had as a child.
Have you been working under an exceptional mental strain?
Yes, I have. The pressure's been more than doubled. For the last year, the problems have been so heavy that I've been unable to sleep. I've studied them until dawn, until finally I was unable to remember them.
You don't go to sleep easily.
No, not till very late. From all appearances, I wander about until 1 o'clock in the morning. Where, I don't know.
You're married?
Yes.
What does your wife think of your strange behavior?
Well, naturally, she doesn't like it. She says I walk in and go to bed without saying a word. So now she doesn't even ask where I've been.
Are you and your wife incompatible?
Well, somewhat.
Have you ever been interested in another woman?
I have not.
Any children?
No.
Have you ever been caught in a predicament where you were forced to do something dishonest in order to escape a severe penalty?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'll put it another way. Do you fear anything or anybody?
No.
Do you hate anything or anybody?
Yes. Lately, I dislike my work, my business, intensely.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe I've had too much of it.
Who is closest to you in your work?
Well, I have a partner, and we have a secretary.
And who are they?
My partner is Philip Putnam. My secretary is Ethel Watson.
Oh, you both have the same secretary?
Yes. That way we keep things more orderly.
Could you get along without her?
Oh, I never thought of it. She's very capable, but I suppose I could get along without her.
Does your partner have as much responsibility in the business as you?
I do most of the mental work.
You resent that?
You mean, do I think he should take more responsibility? Yes, I do. But he isn't capable. He plays golf and takes days off at a time. Yes, I do resent that. I know nothing can be done about it.
Is your partner married?
No. For a while, I thought he and our secretary were growing fond of each other, but in the last few months, it seems to have cooled.
Are your financial affairs in order?
Exceptionally so, never better.
Are you worried about the outcome of the war?
No more than anyone else. I realize it'll keep every nose to the grindstone.
And you drink?
Oh, I'm temperate. Probably a little more of late.
Never took narcotics?
No. I've tried sleeping tablets, but they did me no good.
I see. Have you anything further to add to this discussion?
No.
Well, then I must ask you to leave and not come back.
What? Why, what do you mean, Doctor?
Just that. Leave and don't come back until you decide to tell me the truth.
But I've been telling you everything I know.
No, you haven't. There's something you've been withholding. Good day.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I've told you that you're holding something back, some fear that you don't want known. But if you want me to help you, you'll have to divulge everything.
All right. I thought maybe you could help me without my telling, but... All right. I'll tell you what it is.
That's better.
It happens on these mornings when I fail to remember what has occurred the night before. It happens during these spells of flashes and noises.
What happens?
I get this terrible feeling of depression. And then slowly, gradually, the urge comes to me.
The urge to what?
The urge to hurt someone. The urge to inflict pain, inflict injury on someone.
On whom?
Anyone. Any person who comes into my mind. Anyone I see or think about. The waitress in the cafe, my secretary, my chauffeur, my wife, my partner, a laborer. Anyone.
Have you ever killed anyone, Drake?
No, I swear never, and I don't want to. And that's why I'm here. I'm afraid. Afraid of myself. I don't want to harm anyone. I'd rather die.
Would you?
Yes. All right. Now you know. That's my great fear. Something's got to be done about it. You've got to help me.
Very well, Drake. I'm glad you finally told me. Now I know what to do, know where to start.
You don't think I'm going completely to pieces? Mentally, I mean.
No, I don't think so.
You think it's just temporary?
Let's not talk about it anymore.
But what can I do?
I want you to stay away from the business for a week. Don't go near it. Don't think about it. I want you to stay in bed as much as possible. Read something in a light vein. Putter about, if you like, in the garden, say. Anything but business. At the end of the week, I want to see you again. But above all, rest. Rest your mind and your body.
Yes, I understand. And you think You think that will bring me out of these spells?
I think everything will turn out for the best.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate all this, and I'll see you in a week.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake. Miss Burton.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Did you take down that interview, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor. I made a recording of it.
Thank you.
So Henry goes home and stays in bed for 3 days, according to the doctor's instructions. Then, toward midnight of the third evening, his wife Rita comes home and is startled to find him gone.
Jackson? Jackson?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Drake.
Jackson, where's Mr. Drake?
Why, Mr. Drake is in his room.
But he isn't. He's gone.
Gone? But I didn't see him go out, ma'am.
When did you see him last?
Why, it was about 9:30. I looked in to see if there was anything he wanted before I retired.
What did he say? Was he dressed?
No, ma'am. He was in bed. He said he didn't want anything and that I might as well turn in.
Where on earth could he have gone on a rainy night like this?
Well, shall I go out and try to find him, ma'am?
No. No, never mind, Jackson. You can go back to bed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Can't imagine why on earth he'd go out when he wasn't feeling well. Hello? Phil? This is Rita. I just came in and Henry isn't here. I don't know. The butler said he saw him at 9:30 and he was in bed. Why would he go out in a storm? What reason could he possibly have? No, I don't think so. I hope he doesn't. Yes. Good night, Phil. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow evening if possible. Good night.
As Rita hangs up the receiver, she suddenly realizes the library door is closed, but a streak of light shows beneath it. She steps quickly to the door and opens it softly.
Henry.
Huh?
What are you doing here?
Oh. Hello, Rita.
Why aren't you in bed?
In bed? Why, I don't know.
Who are you phoning?
Phoning? Oh, I was just thinking about phoning the doctor. I wanted to talk to him.
At this hour of the night? It's 12 o'clock.
12? Yeah, so it is.
Wait till morning.
Yes. Anyway, I can't remember what I wanted to say to him.
Where have you been?
Where have I been? I haven't been anyplace.
But you must have. Look at your top coat. It's soaking wet. And look at your shoes. They're muddy.
That's strange. I don't remember having gone out. I thought I'd been sitting right here all evening.
But it's obvious that you haven't been here all evening. You have been out.
Perhaps so.
This is the second or third time you've come in with your shoes all muddy. Where do you go at this time of night?
I tell you, I don't remember.
I don't believe you.
Whether you do or not, I don't remember where I've been.
It's the silliest thing I ever heard of. A man like you, an intelligent man, walking around in his sleep.
But I couldn't have been asleep. I know that much.
Nonsense.
Oh, don't be so impatient, Rita. I don't like this any more than you do, but I'm sure I'll be all right in a short time. Dr. Schultz will pull me out of it.
Well, I hope so.
Have you been out, Rita?
Why, of course. I told you early in the evening I was going to play bridge with the Parkers.
Oh, perhaps you did, but I don't remember that either.
I told you just the same.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rita. I know this must be very trying for you. It isn't very pleasant to have a man mope about the house all the time.
Better go to bed, Henry, and get off those wet clothes.
Oh, yes. Rita, why don't you go away for a few days? Take a little rest. I know you're terribly upset about all this, but it would do you good.
It wouldn't be exactly right for me to go away at a time like this. What would people think of me?
Oh, who cares what people think? You could go up to the mountains or down to Miami or, well, any place. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll be all right.
Do you want me to go?
I don't want you to go, but I think it would be good for you. You're becoming upset because of me, and I think you'd worry less if you got away for a few days.
Very well. Perhaps you're right. We'll talk about it in the morning.
All right. Good night, Rita.
Good night.
Henry sits for a while staring at the telephone, then gets up slowly and shuffles up the steps to his room. He pauses for a few moments before Rita's door, then goes on to his own room and goes to bed. The storm continues in its fury, and from his kennel in the backyard, Duke, Rita's Airedale, begins to howl. Finally, the storm subsides. Morning comes, and Henry joins Rita at breakfast.
What's the matter, Henry? You haven't eaten a bite.
No, I'm not hungry. I don't feel at all well this morning.
You do look pale. I've never seen you so haggard.
No?
What's the matter with your hands?
My hands?
Well, yes, you keep staring at them and flexing your fingers.
Oh, I don't know.
They seem to... Well, it feels like rheumatism.
Have some coffee.
Yes, I believe I will.
Here you are. Oh, good heavens. All over the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just seem to have no grip. Getting bad. I can't even hold on to a cup. Rita, what have you decided about that trip? I wish you'd take a few days' vacation.
Oh, you sound as though you want to get rid of me.
I'm only thinking of you.
Very well, if you insist. I'll go up to the mountain place. Maybe it'll do us both some good.
Oh, Mrs. Drake! Mrs. Drake!
Jackson, what on earth are you so excited about?
Something terrible has happened.
Terrible? What do you mean?
I don't know how to tell you. It's awful.
What are you trying to say?
It's Duke, your Airedale.
What's happened to him?
He's dead. I just went out to the kennel to unhook his chain, and there he was, ma'am.
Oh, good heavens. Well, what happened to him?
He's been strangled. There he was beside his house, and his tongue sticking way out. Oh, it's awful, ma'am.
Strangled? But why?
Well, maybe he got tangled up in his chain, but it didn't appear so, ma'am. Somebody did it deliberately.
Oh, the poor fellow. I can't imagine such a thing.
Wait a minute, Rita. I wouldn't go out there.
Oh, but I must.
Please don't. It'll just upset you. Please don't go.
Very well. But, I'm just sick all over.
Oh, now, Rita, I know how you feel, and it's a shame. Jackson, tell the maid to pack Mrs. Drake's things. She's going to the mountains for a few days.
Henry Drake sits staring at his hands for a few moments, opening and closing them, opening and closing them. Then suddenly he leaves the house and rushes to Dr. Schultz's office.
What is wrong with you, Drake? You were to come here today after tomorrow.
I had to see you, Doctor. Something terrible has happened.
Now. Just calm down. Take it easy. Sit down, Drake.
It happened in the night.
What happened?
Duke, my wife's dog. He was killed last night.
Killed? Well, how did that happen?
He was strangled, choked to death.
Well, who did it?
I must have done it.
You? Oh, come now. What makes you think that?
I can't remember a thing about it. I can remember nothing of last night, but I must have done it because of my hands.
What's wrong with your hands?
They hurt. The muscles are terribly sore, as though I'd been doing something strenuous.
I see.
And look at this mark on my thumb. It's a long cut, as though something sharp had dragged across it.
You mean like a tooth?
Yes. Why not? The dog's tooth.
Certainly does. You really think you killed the dog?
What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I suppose it's possible, but there's no proof. Could be coincidental.
I don't think so. I must have done it. He never disturbed the neighbors that I know of.
Did you like the dog?
Why, of course. I was very fond of him. Don't you see what this means? I've been afraid of something like this. Heaven knows what else I've done when I've been in these lapses. You've got to do something for me.
Drake, I'm going to have to put you through all the tests. It'll take some time, but I think we can get at the root of your trouble.
I'll do anything you say.
We'll start right now. Miss Burton, get Dr. Fenton. I want him to assist me in a complete examination.
Yes, Dr. Schultz.
Now, Drake, just relax and continue staring into this little beam of light. We want you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're crossing a street. An automobile suddenly bears down upon you. You see?
Yes.
In an effort to save yourself, you jump out of the way.
Yes.
Do you jump forward or backward?
Why, backward?
Why?
I can jump backward quicker than I can forward.
Repeat after me as rapidly as possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9.
You have no children?
No.
But you are married?
Yes.
Suppose you had a child. You come home at night and discover your house is on fire. Your wife and child are alone, asleep on the second floor. Will you try to rescue them first or call the fire department?
Call the fire department?
I see. Get all that with the timing, Miss Burton?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Drake, keep your eyes on the black dot. Follow it closely as it moves. I'm going to call out a series of words. As I call them, you will answer the word or phrase suggested by what I say.
Yes.
Green.
Grass.
Roses.
Funeral.
Orange.
Sunset.
Honeysuckle.
Home.
Violets.
Wife.
Red.
Blood.
Dog.
Hands.
Auto.
Wreck.
Rain.
Mud.
Love.
Hate.
Very well, Drake. Rest for 10 minutes, and we'll proceed to the next test. How do your hands feel?
Huh? Why, about the same.
All right. Come with me, Miss Burton.
So on through the day, at various intervals, the psychiatrist continues his examination. And finally, Drake goes home completely exhausted. For an hour or two, he dozes in the library. Then about 9:30, Jackson, the butler, steps into the room.
Beg pardon, sir.
Huh? Where have you been, Jackson?
Why, no one was here, sir. I went over to visit my brother for a few hours.
Where's Mrs. Drake?
Why, she's going to Miami for a few days, sir. Said to tell you she thought she'd better go today. Took the 6 o'clock train this evening.
Oh, I see.
Anything you want, sir?
No, you can turn in if you like.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good night.
All right.
Henry sits staring into the dark for almost an hour. Then slowly he rises, as if in a daze, puts on his hat and coat, slips out of the house, and starts to walk about in the night. Finally, he comes to an apartment house, climbs to the top floor, and knocks on the door.
Henry, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you, Phil.
Oh, come in. What's the matter with you? Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
Well, just as you like. What do you want to talk about?
You have your bags packed. Are you going someplace?
Why, yes. I'm driving down to Boston for a week on business.
On business?
Yes, on business. I tried to reach you today, but was unable to. What on earth's wrong with you? What are you staring at?
You sure you're going to Boston?
Certainly I'm sure. What are you laughing about?
You aren't going to Boston. I know where you're going.
I tell you, I'm going to Boston.
I don't believe you.
What are you talking about?
Rita's gone to Miami. Why don't you go to Miami, too? Wouldn't you like that better? I think that'd be very jolly.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop this nonsense.
Is Rita here?
Certainly not. Why should she be here?
I wonder. Couldn't you think of any reason?
I think you're out of your mind.
Do you? Really?
You certainly act like it.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm perfectly sane.
Oh, crazy people think they're sane.
Maybe I am crazy, but I don't feel crazy. I'm perfectly normal.
You'd better go home. You're in no condition to be wandering around.
Where's Rita?
I don't know where Rita is.
She hasn't been here?
No.
You're lying, Phil. She has been here.
That's ridiculous.
Look, here in the ashtray, one of Rita's special-made cigarettes.
Why, I put that there. I thought I'd try them.
Really? When did you take to using lipstick, Phil?
All right. She was here, but she left to catch a train at 6 o'clock.
And you'll catch the next one. Is that it?
She came here to talk about you. She's terribly upset about your condition. She thinks... Well?
What does she think?
She's become afraid of you.
Oh, has she? And what caused that?
Well, Why wouldn't she be upset? You've been acting like a lunatic. She thinks you killed her dog. Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe I did.
I've got to hurry. My train leaves in half an hour.
There's no train for Boston for 3 hours, but the train to Miami leaves in half an hour.
You'd better go home, Henry.
Why don't you admit it? Why lie about it? You're meeting her in Miami.
Get out of here.
You and Rita are in love. I know it. I've known it for weeks and weeks. Last night I found out for sure.
You're crazy.
Maybe I am. But I heard you both talking on the phone. She didn't know I was listening in on the extension in the library. I heard you agree to meet at a certain time. That's what I've been waiting for. Now I know.
All right. What of it? The way you've been acting is enough to make any woman dislike you.
Oh, so you admit it?
Yes. Now get out of here. Henry, put away that gun.
All right. I'm going to leave it right here when I'm through with it. I'm going to kill you.
You insane fool. You can't get away with a thing like this. You can't prove anything about Rita and me. They'll hang you.
I don't think so. Don't you remember? I'm crazy.
I'll fix you. Police department.
Go ahead. Call them. That's fine.
Hello? This is Phil Putnam, Rexley Apartments. There's a madman in my rooms. He's trying to kill me. He's crazy.
What a shame, Phil. You've missed the train.
Well, it's all over, Henry. You can sit down now and wait for the police. You won't have any more mental lapses now, will you, Henry? You won't need to. A slick job, Henry, and very beautifully planned. Everyone knows about your mental lapses, your illness, your desire to harm people. Rita knows about the dog. Your secretary knows about the contracts. And most important of all, Dr. Schultz knows that you've been suffering from a mental disorder for weeks. Oh, there'll be a trial. Your plea will be insanity. You'll go away for a while, and then all of a sudden you'll be cured and walk out a free man. Now we're in the courtroom. Dr. Schultz, the psychiatrist, is speaking.
Mr. Drake came to me with his troubles some weeks ago. Later, Dr. Fenton and I psychoanalyzed him thoroughly. Here is a signed statement of our findings at that time, attached to our findings as of yesterday. Henry Drake was then, and is now, absolutely sane. The whole thing was a plan to escape the death penalty for premeditated murder.
Well, there you go, Henry. The whole thing blew up in your face. A beautiful plan gone haywire. You should have spent less time thinking about your revenge, Henry, and more time studying psychology. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story of death in the morning. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Soft radar blips, distant thunder, hum of machinery. Click station check while the satellites stay aligned. You're riding with Dank Nation Radio, streaming across the web and leaking into places it technically shouldn't. If you stumbled in from another universe, welcome. If you meant to be here, even better. This broadcast is part of the ongoing Earth 33 experiment over at thedailydank.com, where every night sounds a little different, and the playlists don't always repeat. We've got more music ahead, long form, uninterrupted, perfect for driving empty highways, coding through the night, or letting your brain float just far enough away from tomorrow morning. I'm Midnight Margo.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Holliday, why did you ever leave a soft job as a reporter to become a freelance writer? Or why did you ever advertise for adventure? Oh, I know it makes you feel like a kid with a box of Cracker Jack. Now you can't stop. You might run across a juicy peanut, or that grand prize is supposed to come in each and every package. But you know by now that storylines, like money, don't grow on trees. Susie, where have you been?
You know where I've been, Mr. Holliday. Down at the Star-Times after the mail.
Oh, yes, the mail. What's in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. I wish I'd never rented the thing. Wish I'd never even thought of it.
Mr. Holliday, you're early this morning.
Well, I had to see if my new secretary's on the ball.
You know, since you rescued me from that nut factory down at the Star-Times, I'd work my fingers off the elbows for you.
Uh-oh, now take it easy, Susie. You'll need those elbows to lean on when things get dull around here.
Dull? Oh, things don't get dull around you, Mr. Holliday.
Hey, what's that you're writing, a love letter?
Yeah, it's a love letter to your publisher.
Uh-oh.
He wants to know where are the chapters you promised for the new book.
And what are you telling him, Susie?
A lie. A big fat one.
Thanks.
By the way, where are those chapters, Mr. Holliday?
If I had them, my secretary'd have lots of extra work. You don't like extra work, do you, Susie?
I don't like your worried look. When you don't have chapters, you have that look.
Oh, does it show so much?
Like a chinchilla coat in a dime store.
It's the hallmark of my profession, Susie. Say, what was in box 13 today?
Some goof wants you should fly to Mars with him in his homemade rocket.
Oh, brother.
Oh, yes. There was a ticket to a radio broadcast.
Radio broadcast?
Silky Soap presents Time for Drama, starring Jean Blake, 8 p.m. Federal Broadcasting Studios.
Now, who would want me to go to a radio show?
The advertising agency, maybe?
Huh. Those guys don't read Adventure Wanted ads. Too busy dreaming up singing commercials.
Someone wants you should go to that broadcast awful bad.
Yeah.
She wrote please in the back of the little envelope.
She?
Yeah, she. And I don't like her taste in lipstick. The one she wrote this with is the color of blood.
And now you have returned, my darling. I am alive again. The wind is down, but still the seas run high.
Time for Drama has presented The Wind is Down, starring Jean Blake. In the cast were Robert Baylor as John, Agnes Sloan as grandmother, and Marvin Masterson as the butler. This is FBC, the Federal Broadcasting Company.
Sorry, sir, we're closing the studio.
Huh? Oh, sure. I was meeting someone. They must have stood me up.
Someone in the cast, sir?
Yes, it could be.
I think they've all gone, but you might try the stage entrance.
Oh, thanks. How do I get there?
Around to the back of the building, sir, just opposite the parking lot.
Oh, you blithering idiot. Watch where you're going.
Sorry, I didn't see you coming around the corner.
You autograph hounds always clutter up the entrance. For that, I'll not give you mine. Step aside there.
Oh, don't mind him, son. He's just an old ham. A has-been.
Oh, that's a heavy hunk of ham. Who is he, Pop?
Name's Marvin Masterson.
Not the Marvin Masterson.
Yep. He's washed up in pictures. Through on the stage, too. Does bits on the air now.
Say, didn't I see him play a butler on Time for Drama tonight?
Yep. How the mighty have fallen.
Say, Pop, you read that like an actor.
Was one once. Oh, nothing like Masterson, of course. And I can appreciate how he must feel.
Well, someone else did, too, when he said, "Fame, it is the flower of a day that dies when the next sun rises."
Well, you an actor, too, son?
No, writer.
Name wouldn't be Dan Holliday, would it?
Yes, why?
Got a message for you.
From whom?
Don't know. Found this note on my desk. If Mr. Dan Holliday comes around, ask him to go to the Mayfair restaurant.
Hey, what is this? I'm getting passed around like a collection plate.
And when you catch up to her, give her a pencil. That lipstick smeared up my call sheet.
Monsieur Halliday, it is an honor to have you once more at Mayfair. You have deserted us too long.
Working hard, Henri?
Always.
But tonight, you relax. You have fun, eh, Monsieur Holliday?
What do you mean?
A charming young lady waiting for you at your table.
Oh, I'd hoped you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
Why, you're Jean Blake.
Yes. I must talk with you.
We'll order later, Henri. Now, what is this all about?
Oh, I suppose I am being rather mysterious.
I'm used to mystery. Besides not owning a pencil, what's your problem?
Pencil?
Yes, that lipstick you write notes with comes off on things.
Oh. I'm in danger, Mr. Holliday. Grave danger.
But why come to me?
I know about you in Box 13. You advertise adventure wanted. Will go any place, do anything. I need help, so...
So?
Mr. Holliday, I'm going to be killed. I'll do anything you ask, but you must help me. You must.
Oh, now, look, Miss Blake, I'm a writer, not a detective.
Pardon, Monsieur Holliday.
Yes, Henri?
There's a call for you. May I plug in the phone?
A call? Oh, sure. Excuse me, please. Hello?
You're engaged in an interesting adventure tonight. Aren't you, Mr. Holliday?
You must be psychic. Who's this?
If seeing into your future is being psychic, I suppose I am. You see, when I ring off, I know you will tell that beautiful young woman sitting next to you that you can't help her.
Oh?
Surprised?
Yeah, a little. What makes you so sure?
If you don't send her away, you won't be able to help her. Or anyone else.
That I don't see.
Something else you don't see is a gun. It's aimed precisely between your eyes. No, don't look around. You can't see it from there. But an expert marksman can see you, however. Every move.
You're in this restaurant?
Interesting situation, isn't it? Hundreds of people around you, and you don't know which one you're speaking with. Or which will shoot you if you don't do what you're told. Get rid of that girl, Holliday. Now.
Now, Miss Blake.
You will help me.
But, Miss Blake,
But you must. You simply must. Look, I'll pay you anything.
I don't want your money, Miss Blake. I want you to see the police.
You won't help me?
No,
That's final?
that's final.
Very well. Goodbye, Mr. Holliday.
Well, nice going, Holiday. A young woman in distress pleads for help, and what do? Send her out into the night alone. But you had to do it, so that that madman on the phone wouldn't hurt somebody. Now you've got to find her, and fast. Henri! Henri!
Oui, Monsieur Holliday?
That girl who just left, Jean Blake. Did you see where she went?
Oui, monsieur. She walked towards the park.
Well, this is the park, but no Jean Blake. Oh, there she is. Miss Blake! Miss Blake, wait!
detest dining alone. Since no one was with you, I took the liberty.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you. Henri, serve my dinner here.
Oui, monsieur.
Your voice is very distinctive, Mr. Masterson. Seems I've heard it just recently.
Of course. It was on the radio. I have been doing a bit of that, you know. Simply for amusement, of course.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I saw you on Gene Blake's show last evening. You played the butler.
Yes. I asked them not to credit me. Yes, just dabbling with radio. A new medium, you see.
Well, I'm sure the name Masterson means a great deal, even to the radio audience.
The public soon forgets.
I call Monsieur Holliday. The phone is connected.
Oh, thank you, Henry. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Holliday. It's going to happen. What I told you about. I know it is. If only you could come now. No. No, don't shoot.
Hello? Hello? Good Lord.
Holliday, what's wrong?
Jean Blake. She's just been murdered.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, what a sleuth you turned out to be, Holliday. You sit in on a mutual admiration session with a tired old ham actor. And the gal you're trying to protect gets knocked off.
Hold it, Mac. Where do you think you're going?
Miss Blake's.
Miss Blake ain't seeing nobody.
Yeah, that's for sure. She's dead.
Dead? Are you crazy, mister? I've been here all the time.
Which part of the duplex is hers?
Upstairs. But you can't...
Come on. This it?
Yes, but I...
Come on, bust it in. See what I mean?
Suicide, huh? What did she take?
Suicide. You better look again. She was shot.
That's impossible. I'd have heard something. I've been here 6 hours and I ain't heard no shot.
But there were 3 shots. I heard them just 15 minutes ago.
You heard them. You wasn't here 15 minutes ago. Or was you?
Were you?
I told you I've been here 6 hours.
Didn't you leave for cigarettes or something?
I told you I've been here.
Yeah, I know you've been here 6 hours. But who was around before I got here?
No one. That is, nobody but them.
Nobody but who?
The tenants of the other apartment. An old guy and his daughter, name of Masterson.
Masterson?
Look, Mac, you know too much about this. I'm holding you till I get the inspector down here.
Sure, and when you phone in, tell headquarters to send along a magician's manual.
Huh?
You didn't hear any shots. This thing must have been done with mirrors.
Did you talk to Miss Blake after you left her last night?
No, not till she phoned me this noon, Inspector, at the restaurant.
She phoned you at the restaurant this noon?
Yeah, that's right. I was having lunch with a guy from downstairs, Marvin Masterson.
Well, I got news for you, Holliday. If you talked to anybody, it wasn't Miss Blake.
What do you mean?
She couldn't have telephoned you. She's been dead over 12 hours.
How about that? Holliday. Holliday, where's that good ear you're supposed to have? Sure, you'd swear it was Miss Blake's voice. But she was dead 12 hours before. Look, Holliday, you're trying to find the last chapter. But even you couldn't write this one. But it was her voice. Come on now, think, Holliday. What did she say over the phone?
It's going to happen. What I told you about. I know it is. If only you could come now.
There was something else that came over that wire. Something a good ear would have picked up.
If only you could come now. If only you could come now.
Think, Holiday, think. What else did you hear over that phone? A clock. A clock sounding the Westminster Abbey chimes.
Yes, coming. Yes?
Miss Masterson? I'm Dan Holliday.
Oh, yes. Good evening. Won't you come in?
I'm sorry to intrude.
Oh, not at all. Father told me he lunched with you this noon.
Oh, yes. Is your father at home?
No.
Oh.
Is there something I can do?
Oh, yes. Answer a few questions, if you will.
Well, if it's about that poor girl upstairs, the police have already questioned Father and me extensively. Poor Father. He was so upset he went out to our beach cottage for a few days.
I'd like very much to know...
Can't you get your information from headquarters?
No.
Why?
You see, I know more than the police do.
Isn't withholding evidence a crime, Mr. Holliday?
Yes. So it was aiding and abetting a murder.
I'm afraid that's not very clear.
Some details are not clear to me. That's why I'm here.
Are you insinuating that...
No. I'm accusing
Accusing whom of what?
a father and his daughter of murder and abetting a murder, respectively.
That's ridiculous.
I don't think so.
I get it. This is just a gag cooked up between you and my father. Well, it really isn't very funny.
It's no gag. Your father murdered Jean Blake. And I believe you helped him, Miss Masterson. And now I'm sure of it.
Is my silence that expressive?
No, but your clock strikes the Westminster chimes.
Chimes? I don't see what they've got to do with it.
I see several things. Your fancy record player, for one. It does have an attachment for making recordings, doesn't it?
Mr. Holliday, you have no right to ask questions. The police got all the information they wanted.
But not the evidence to convict Marvin Masterson. I know he's a murderer.
You'll have to prove that.
This noon over the phone, I heard Jean Blake calling for help. Then I heard that shots had killed her.
Well, if my father was dining with you at the time, how could he be the killer?
I heard the murder, but not at the time it was committed. It was you, Miss Masterson, who telephoned me at the restaurant.
Are you trying to say I'm clever enough to go through that shooting routine and then fake Jean Blake's voice over the phone?
It was Miss Blake's voice, all right. However, I heard it 12 hours after your father killed her in this apartment. Later, he carried her body upstairs.
That's fantastic.
Is it? Mind if I go through this collection of records? I should find the one Jean Blake was forced to cut on this machine before she was shot to death.
No, don't, please.
Oh, you did play that record I heard on the phone.
Yes. But I thought it was a joke Father was playing on someone. He phoned me a few minutes before and told me what to do.
What did you think when you discovered Miss Blake was dead?
I was frantic. You see, Father warned me to forget all about the record. He refused to answer any of my questions. Mr. Halliday, my father can't be responsible for this tragedy. He's just a broken old man. He was the idol of millions for so long, and now they don't want him anymore. It's breaking his heart. And please, I'm begging you to forget all about this, Mr. Halliday.
I thought you might be innocently involved. But I'm afraid you can't protect your father from a murder charge.
What will they do with him?
I'm sorry, Miss Masterson, but I'll have to take that record.
Don't touch that cabinet, Holiday.
Oh, you didn't like the beach, Masterson.
I didn't go. You're too clever. be out of my sight.
Being at this end of your gun might indicate otherwise. But I don't like guns pointing at me.
Hey, get out of the way.
He was going to shoot you.
Oh, you're so right. Fortunately, you got in the way. Are you convinced now that he killed Miss Blake?
Yes. I'm afraid I am. How did you know it was done here, not up in Jean's apartment?
Jean didn't have a clock, which strikes the Westminster Abbey chimes.
This is Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
What is Station High? 'Tis a proud mendicant. It boasts and begs. It begs alms of homage from the throng, and oft the throng denies its charity.
Holiday.
What's that, Inspector?
I said that Masterson was a fool. Imagine his insane jealousy of a young performer leading him into a murder plot.
Oh, I know, but after all, look at it from Masterson's viewpoint. He'd been a great star, now he was reduced to playing a bit. Support of a girl he considered an upstart.
Yeah. Well, too bad.
Yes, his thinking went awry on him. He figured if he got rid of her, they might rebuild the show around him.
The old boy was nutty as a peck of peanut brittle.
Well, Mr. Holliday, should I go over to Star Times and see what's in Box 13?
Oh, not this morning, Susie. Today we work.
Chapters for our publishers?
Chapters for our dear publisher.
Good. Oh, say, before we start, there's a letter here for you.
A letter? What's it say?
It's from the man who owns the apartment building where you live.
Yes?
It says, your rent is past due. Get it up or get out.
Oh, fine.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Ted Hediger with an original story by Frank Hartosig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Copy, boy. Copy, boy.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society page lead?
Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerk the first paragraph in that Simmons story. Hiya, Dan.
How are you? Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in Box 13?
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, here I am again, standing at the want ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a snip of printer's ink. Holiday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holiday. You haven't got all night. I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. And find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Holliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
Oh, no, thanks just the same.
I like you, Mr. Holliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
Well, that seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Here, wake up, Holiday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter? Why, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
Well, don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Holliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know it doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Holliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Holliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your course.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitch to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh,
Now, will you help me?
suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hole. Case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure. I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holiday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. Hurry. Now, I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good. There we are.
I must be crazy.
Oh, good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carried out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs and... Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holiday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holiday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if... some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now, listen, somebody, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all, not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it now.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holliday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Huh?
See. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holliday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holliday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh.
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I like it here. I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari. He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holliday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Two o'clock in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. Oh, that little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had a talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But of course, he wouldn't admit a thing.
What'd you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday, I'd...
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holiday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing, not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants her back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? He changed his mind. He wants her back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
Why'd he call me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over our phone? You nuts?
This don't sound right.
Yeah, forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
Yeah, I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Here. Oh! Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Oh, not so fast. Ooh, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in.
Would you push?
Driver, get out of here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed it. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. You must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the cakes, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Kling, you can't let her walk the streets alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me. Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Kling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holliday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holliday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holliday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holliday, get out of here.
Well, Holliday, now you're fixed. Even Kling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in lady suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holliday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. Oh, you're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yeah, she'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Kling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Sapped, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was is right, Lieutenant.
Here, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holliday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Kling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Kling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room. I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Kling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any. In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Oh, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Kling returns.
But I just want to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning. But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Bascari, and he said...
Kling, look out! Here, Miss Marsh, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holliday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Bascari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
It was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace.
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holliday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holliday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holliday.
Well, what's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But, what happened to Bascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holliday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
You ever twist the dial late at night and land on something that sounds older than the building you're standing in? Voices echoing out of nowhere, organ music drifting through storms, host calmly narrating mysteries they never solved. Earth's Prime had those once, long before podcast, long before playlists, when radio dramas ruled the dark. Tonight on Earth 33, we borrow that energy. Shadowy stories, unfinished investigations, broadcasts that have mid-sentence. Somewhere, someone is still performing them. Somewhere, someone is still listening. You're tuned to Dank Nation.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Wendy Berry. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, inviting you through the squeaking door for a grisly little party. Well, now for our weekly news summary of events from the other world. Slash. The Galloping Ghost defeated the marauding murderers in the opening game of the Ectoplasmic Baseball League last week. An invisible crowd of 20,000 saw the contest. Slash. The Slimy Spooks Union is considering a strike to charge people for overtime when they scare them during the day. And, oh yes, a fake medium was arrested for saying he could get in touch with humans.
Well, that's very funny, Mr. Raymond. Now, that's what I like, when you say amusing things instead of scary ones.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, they have a very amusing time in the other world. The other day, they held a masquerade ball, and everyone came disguised as people.
Well, that's very interesting. Did they serve refreshments?
Oh, yes, they served Lipton tea. Everybody loved it. Why, to count all the cups of tea they drank, you'd have to be a teetotaler.
Well, then the other world must be pretty much like this one, because folks here feel the same way about Lipton tea. Why, more people drink Lipton's than any other brand. And they don't just serve it at mealtimes either. Yes, sir, Lipton's is an around-the-clock drink. It helps lots of housewives through their workday, and it's a grand beverage to serve your friends when they drop in of an evening. And, of course, there's one big reason why Lipton tea is so popular. It's because of that famous brisk flavor. That word brisk means that Lipton's always tastes tangy and full-bodied. It's never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, folks, you just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
Now, friends, while you're trying things, try on this rope for size, huh? Oh, didn't I tell you? We're going to hang a very attractive lady tonight. Our story is called The Girl and the Gallows. It all adds up. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis, and our star is that glamorous motion picture actress, Wendy Berry, who'll play the role of Karen. All right, friends. On a nice spring evening like this, a few chills running up and down your spine are just what you need. So get yourself a sweet companion, turn the lights down low, put your arm around her. Oh, brother, sit back and get ready to have the wits scared out of you. Let's go.
The door was open, and I walked into the strangest apartment I'd ever seen. A sweet, sickening odor overwhelmed me as I looked around. It was a rare incense, burning in a hollow skull that stood on the mantelpiece. I looked closely. The skull was human. I felt someone's eyes on me, staring, watching every move I made.
Good evening.
You're Karen Marlowe, aren't you?
How did you know?
I'm Laura Mason.
Oh, Father's told me so much about you. I had to come and see you. May I call you Laura?
Of course.
I thought it'd be best if we met like this by ourselves. When you marry Father, you're going to be my mother. I never had a mother. She died when I was born.
Yes, Dennis told me.
I can see now why Father's so much in love with you. I can grow to love you, too.
What has your father told you about me?
That you were quite an extraordinary woman. Can you really foretell the future?
Why did you come here?
I told you. You're going to be my mother.
That's not the reason.
I don't understand.
Sit down, Karen. Before you leave here, you will understand. And you'll believe everything your father told you about me.
She sat next to me, held my hand. Hers felt like ice. Suddenly, her body shook and quivered as though she were being seized by some terrifying unseen demon. Her eyes had little dancing flames. Then they were gone. They became hollow, endless, like two round black holes of infinite space. She was in a trance. Her hand held mine like a vise.
There's not going to be any wedding.
What are you saying?
I see a coffin.
A coffin?
There's a man in it. Dennis, your father.
You don't know what you're saying.
On the floor of your home, a dagger in his throat, his head in a pool of blood.
Stop it!
Murdered!
Stop it!
You struck me.
I had to wake you out of that horrible trance. How can you say such awful things?
They're true.
They can't be.
But they are. I still remember the last vision I saw. It should interest you very much.
I don't want to hear about it.
You were in it.
I? How?
There was a figure hanging from a gallows. It was you.
You hate me, don't you? You want to see me dead. That's why you're telling me this.
No.
I'm not afraid of you. You're rotten and evil and loathsome. And I hate you. I hate you. I could kill you.
What's wrong, sister?
Father.
You Karen Marlowe?
Just as she said. The dagger in his throat. Murdered. Oh, Father.
Don't look at him again.
But he's been murdered.
Yeah, I know it. Here, drink this.
But
shut up and drink it.
Thanks. Who are you?
Rulark. Homicide.
The police?
Yeah. We got a tip.
But how?
Someone called in.
This is awful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough on a kid like you. Feel well enough to talk?
Yes.
Okay. When'd you see him last?
Tonight. At 7. Here.
Then where'd you go?
To see a woman named Laura Mason.
Laura Mason. Was she home?
No. She arrived a minute after I got there. She predicted this.
What?
She said this would happen when I saw her.
Oh, yeah? Did you know what was in your father's will?
No. No, he never told me.
He left all his dough to you and Laura Mason. If either one of you dies, the other gets it.
How'd you find out?
We get around. At 7:30, a neighbor heard him scream. 7:15, a dark-haired woman in a red coat was brought up here by the elevator boy. She was very attractive. Do you know anyone like that?
Yes. Laura Mason.
You sure?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who made that head of your father?
Oh, a sculptor in Paris many years ago. Why?
Because your father mentioned it in his will.
How?
Well, he said that under no circumstances must it go to you. It was to go to Laura Mason or be destroyed. Well, what made him do a thing like that?
I don't know. Father was a strange and brilliant man. She killed him. I know she did.
Who?
Laura Mason. You know she did it, too.
Now, take it easy. Feel well enough to go out?
Yes.
Okay. Take me to Laura Mason.
Yes?
I'm Lou Locke. Homicide.
Police?
Yeah. Where's Laura Mason?
Laura Mason?
Don't play dumb.
Oh, I never heard of her.
Ever seen this lady before, Miss Morrow?
No, and I've never seen this apartment before either.
Did you make a mistake?
No, this is the building. This is where the apartment is, but I don't understand it.
Neither do I.
I told you how strange it was.
Yeah. Hey, the skull on the mantelpiece, I don't see it.
But it was here, only a few hours ago.
What's your name?
Maxine Maynard.
How long you living here?
5 years.
You must have made a mistake, Miss Morrow.
I didn't. I know it sounds crazy, but you don't believe me, do you? You don't believe a word I told you.
Let's go back to your place. The boys must have finished up by now. You'll be okay here tonight, Miss Morrow.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I gotta get back to headquarters.
You still don't believe me.
Look, you're a young kid, a nice kid. You never saw a man who was murdered before. It can bowl you over.
You think I imagined it all?
Well, it's happened before. But you'll be all right now. Good night.
Don't go. Please don't go.
Well, I've got to.
I'm frightened. I don't want to be here alone.
There's a cop in the corridor. If you want him, call.
I don't want to be in this apartment by myself. I've hardly ever been without my father. Don't go. Please.
Easy, kid. I'll come back if I can.
Was I losing my mind? Did I imagine a strange interview with Laura Mason? I was alone in the apartment where my father was murdered. I was too frightened to think. Suddenly, the door buzzer sounded. I rushed to open it. No one was there. I sat down. Was this something I imagined, too? The phone rang. I picked up the receiver. Hello? 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 No one answered. Was it all imagination? Had something happened to me? I went to the window, opened it. I heard the traffic far down in the street. Jump? Why not? Father was dead. My life was a nightmare. I couldn't go on like this. Yes, jump. It'll be all over. The torture, the fear, the madness, all gone. I leaned over the ledge. One move would be all over. I would jump.
Come back here.
Let me go. Let me go.
No, you don't.
You don't understand.
Never mind what I don't understand. You're just lucky I came back.
It'd been better if you hadn't. Something's happened to me. I see things that never existed. I hear bells, the phone, the door buzzer. And all the time I feel that woman's eyes on me, watching me.
Cut it out.
Why didn't you let me jump? I'm no good to anyone this way. Why did you come back?
Because I... Come here.
Don't. Let go of me.
Shut up.
You kissed me.
Yeah. That's why I came back.
You...
Let's not talk about it now.
Oh, but why?
Because you're beautiful. I wanted to do that ever since I saw you. You still want to jump now?
No. No.
Okay. I'm going to take you to a good doctor.
You think there's something the matter with me?
We'll let him decide.
But I did see that woman, just like I told you.
We've been checking. We can't find any trace of a Laura Mason. Why'd you jump like that?
The door buzzer. You did hear it ring, didn't you? That was the door buzzer.
Sure, I heard it.
Oh, thank heaven someone else heard it.
I'll open the door. What's the matter, Karen?
Oh, it's her. Standing in the doorway. It's Laura Mason.
Good evening, Karen.
Nice, queer monkey business, huh? Say, I wonder what happened to that apartment with the burning skull on the fireplace. Oh, that'd make a cozy little place for a vampire. She could invite her friends up and have a few drinks.
Oh, now, Mr. Raymond, I just can't stand the thought of vampires.
Oh, well, tell the truth. I feel the same way, Mary. I always say that I could kill a vampire and it wouldn't bother my conscience at all. After all, I wouldn't be spilling her blood. It'd be somebody else's.
Now, please, please, there are no such things as vampires. So let's talk about something else. Something sensible.
Heaven forbid.
Well, then you just be quiet, because I'm going to give some sensible advice. I'm going to remind all the folks who drink Lipton tea that it's wise to buy the larger, more economical size packages. Oh, yes, it's thriftier, but that isn't the only reason. I mean, Lipton tea is the perfect drink for so many occasions that unless you keep a good supply on hand, you may be caught short just when you need it, such as when friends pay a surprise visit to your house. So, when you buy Lipton tea, the tea with the brisk flavor, be sure to get it in the larger size packages.
Oh, sure, and there's still a large package of murder ahead tonight, so let's get back to our star, Wendy Berry. Let's see, where were we? Oh, of course, Karen was trying to make up her mind if she was going bats when suddenly the door opened and in walked Laura Mason.
I'm Detective Lou Locke, homicide. Better sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you. Karen, will you please fix me a drink?
Yes, but you've got to tell him what happened this evening. He doesn't believe me.
Fix her the drink, Karen. I'll do the talking.
All right.
I suppose you've been wondering about me, Mr. Locke?
Yeah. Did you know about his will?
I did. I suppose you've gathered quite a bit of evidence against me.
We've got enough. Did you kill him?
Do you have my drink, Karen?
Yes, here.
Thank you. No, I didn't kill him, Mr. Locke.
We'll let the jury decide that.
Would you care to know who did murder him?
I have a certain curiosity.
She did.
Karen?
Yes.
You don't know what you're saying.
Why don't you tell him, Karen? Why don't you confess?
But I have nothing to confess. I didn't kill my father. Lou, you don't believe her, do you? You know she's lying.
I listen to everybody. That's my business.
Are you going to confess, Karen?
What are you trying to do to me? You know I didn't kill him. You know because you killed him yourself.
Miss Mason, I understand you saw the body of Dennis Marlowe in a vision.
Yes.
The vision came after the murder. After you were known to come to this apartment earlier this evening.
She killed him. That's why she could see these things in her vision.
What have you got to say to that, Miss Mason?
I see I'll have to convince you too, Mr. Locke. You don't believe in these powers of mine?
No.
You will. Let me hold your hand.
She held his hand, just as she held mine. That same strange shudder went through her body. Her eyes again became the round black wells of infinite space.
In a moment, you'll be looking at the body of a woman, Mr. Locke. She's lying on the floor of this apartment. She's dead.
Yeah? Who is she?
I can't see her face yet. Wait. I'm beginning to see it now. It's...
What's the matter?
This drink has been poisoned.
What are you talking about?
Karen poisoned my drink. The body lying on the floor is me. She's murdered. No, it's a lie. It's some trick. You won't win, Karen. My body will disappear. It's not like yours, not like any of you. You won't be able to arrest me. What happened to her? What's the matter?
Just a minute. She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered. She's been poisoned.
Poison?
That's right. Look at her eyes.
But I didn't do it. You saw me pour the drink.
I wasn't watching you.
But you can't believe
I didn't
that.
say you killed him.
But that's what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking now isn't worth a button. Give me that shawl on the piano.
Here.
I want to cover her.
You don't really believe
Listen,
that.
you stay here. I'm going into the next room to phone headquarters. I'll be back in a minute.
I looked at the shawl covering the twisted heap on the floor. What kind of a woman was she? Why had she lied? As though hypnotized, I walked over to her, picked up the shawl. She was beautiful, even more beautiful in death than in life. Then out of space, just as I'd felt it before, I felt her eyes on me. They were closed, yet I knew she was watching me, staring at me, looking at every move I made. Suddenly, I heard myself screaming at her, "You can't see me! You're dead! You're dead! You can't see me!" I couldn't bear it another moment. I ran out of the room, terrified and hysterical. "She's watching me, Lou! Lou, I can feel her!
Karen!
She's watching me!"
Karen, get a grip on yourself.
I tell you, I I feel her.
Karen.
You must believe me. Please, believe me.
Now, look, you'll be okay. I finished my call. I want you to come back inside.
No, I can't.
You've got to. Look, if you'll only realize that there's nothing to be afraid of, you'll be all right. Come on.
Oh, I'll go. I'll go if you tell me you don't believe what she said.
I don't believe it for a minute. She put that poison in a drink herself. She knew the game was up, but she just wanted to make trouble for you. The whole thing was an act. Here's the...
Lou, look. The shawl's on the floor, but Laura Mason... Laura Mason has disappeared. I was alone. Lou had gone back to headquarters. When he left, I could see she had him under a spell. He, too, was puzzled and confused. Just as before, the door buzzer rang. No one was there. The telephone rang. I picked it up. Hello? No one. I was being beaten. I knew it. You can fight evil when it's human. But what can you do when it's not human? She wanted me to die on the gallows. Somehow I knew I would. She was too powerful for me. How could I stop her? How?
Good evening, Karen.
I looked up, saw her. Another hallucination.
I said good evening, Karen.
What do you want?
I want you to confess to the murder of your father.
That's what you wanted all along, isn't it? That's how you want me to go to the gallows, isn't it?
Yes. Call the police, Karen. Tell them how you murdered him.
No.
Why suffer any longer? You know you'll do it in the end.
No.
I have patience. I'll wait. Just let me take something out of my purse.
A knife?
Yes, Karen. Dennis died by being stabbed in the throat. Perhaps you'd like to know how that feels.
You wouldn't dare.
I'd dare anything, Karen.
Don't you come near me.
You know you've got to die, Karen.
Go away! Go away!
No, Karen.
I have a weapon, too. In this drawer.
Oh, a gun. Do you think that'll have any effect on me? You tried to poison me once. It didn't work.
I'm warning you. Go away. Get out of here.
Don't be a fool, Karen.
No, I'll shoot.
Put that gun down.
No, I'm going to kill you.
You see, Karen? It had no effect. No effect.
Blood. You're bleeding. You are human. You won't disappear again. Not this time. And I won't see you again. Ever. Ever.
Karen.
I killed her. She wanted to murder me. Look, she still has a knife in her hand. I killed her. She confessed that she murdered my father. She wanted to murder me, too, so she could have all the money.
Is that right?
Yes.
Had a chance to do some checking up, Karen. We trailed that woman we found in the apartment you took me to.
Oh, then I wasn't wrong about the apartment.
No. We questioned the old lady, and she confessed. The apartment was a trick when she used to hold seances in. Could be changed, like a stage set. They rigged up wires in this apartment so they could make the buzzer in the phone ring and make you think you were going out of your mind.
They wanted me to confess to murdering my father.
That's right.
It's all over now, Lou.
No, it isn't. She wanted you to confess because she knew we'd stacked up a lot of evidence against her. But I asked why she should pick on you. The answer was obvious. Because you killed him.
What?
You heard me. You killed him. You waited till she saw your father and left. Then you murdered him, slipped out of the house by the servants' entrance. She came back and saw what you had done.
You don't believe that. You can't.
It's true.
But why should I do it?
Well, the money you'd inherit is a good enough motive. Then there may have been a
Oh, it's nonsense. I've always had all the money I needed.
But would you get it after your father married Laura Mason? You know, that piece of sculpture interests me. Why should he say you wanted to get this?
Don't you touch it.
Why not?
You'll break it.
No, I won't.
You broke broke it. You deliberately broke it. Oh, he's dead now, and that's all I have to remind me of what he looked like. I could kill you for this. I could kill you.
Like you killed him because he wanted to marry Laura Wilson?
Yes.
That's enough, Karen. That's all I wanted to hear.
Oh, Lou, listen to me. I must have been out of my mind when I did it. Father was all I had. I couldn't lose him. But now that he's dead, I don't feel that way anymore.
Is that right, baby?
It happened when you kissed me.
Did it?
You can forget what I told you. Everyone will believe she killed him. I have money, lots of money. I can make you very happy.
Oh, it's gonna break my heart, baby, but you're gonna die. You've told me enough to send you to the gallows. Come on, Karen.
I pleaded temporary insanity. It failed. This is the last night. That noise. The gallows. They're testing it. Laura Mason was a strange woman. All I can think of now is what she told me. It seems so long ago.
There was a figure hanging from the gallows. It was you.
Yes, sir, that kills 2 of the prettiest girls we've ever had in the inner sanctum. Karen should have pleaded guilty to having killed her father and asked for clemency on the grounds that she was an orphan.
What a terrible crime that was.
Yes, man. She seemed like such a polite young girl, the kind of girl who goes to finishing school and learns how to pour tea.
Now, see here, Mr. Raymond, you don't have to go to school to learn how to pour tea.
No?
And as far as enjoying tea is concerned, you only have to know one word.
Yeah?
Lipton. Yes, Lipton tea has a special, full-bodied taste. It always tastes fresh and tangy and bracing, never flat or insipid. Tea experts sum it all up by saying that Lipton tea has a brisk flavor. So, folks, try Lipton's and see what a big difference that brisk flavor makes.
A word of advice, naturally. If you wake up in the morning and feel like stretching, and go hang yourself, bud. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Oh, yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum mystery story directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story will be about a pair of young lovers who don't think 2 can live as cheaply as 1. So they murder a rich old man. Oh, isn't that ducky? I wouldn't be surprised if she sits on his lap in the electric chair. Oh, well, now it's really time to close that there squeaking door until next Tuesday. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. Unfortunate.
Folks, these busy days, we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, that's just the time to serve Lipton's noodle soup. Lipton's is quick and easy to prepare because it comes in an envelope. You just empty the contents into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And Lipton's has a real homemade chickeny flavor. It tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own kitchen. It's economical, too. Lipton's costs less and makes more than canned soups. So don't forget Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If you're still here, good. That means the signal's holding. You're listening to Dank Nation Radio, Breath 33's overnight broadcast, powered powered by thedailydank.com. I'm Midnight Margo, keeping watch while the rest of the grid dreams. We'll keep the music rolling, the lights low, and the frequency open. Stay as long as you like. The night's not done with us yet.
Before we begin, if you're enjoying this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference for us. And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy this kind of content, please consider subscribing. It means everything. I also want to give a huge thank you to Jeff Anon for suggesting this topic. This one's for you. Now, let's begin. Look up at the night sky. What do you see? Stars. Maybe the moon. Perhaps a satellite drifting slowly across the darkness. A moving point of light that doesn't twinkle like the distant suns around it. If you're in a city, the glow of light pollution might wash out most of the cosmos, leaving only the brightest objects visible. If you're in the countryside, away from human illumination, you might see thousands of stars, the Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a river of light. But regardless of where you are, regardless of how clear the night, there's something you cannot see, something invisible yet absolutely crucial to the world you live in, the infrastructure. Modern civilization doesn't run on roads anymore, not primarily. It doesn't run on railways or shipping lanes or fibre optic cables alone. It runs through the sky, through a layer of space beginning just 60 miles above your head and extending out to 22,000 miles, a region where thousands upon thousands of machines circle the Earth, transmitting the invisible signals that hold our technological world together. Think about your day. You woke up to an alarm on your phone. Your phone knew the exact time because it's synchronized with satellites. You checked the weather. That forecast came from satellites monitoring atmospheric conditions across the globe. You drove to work. Your car's navigation system triangulated your position using signals from satellites orbiting overhead. You made a phone call. Even if you used a cell tower, that tower coordinated with others using satellite timing signals. You checked your bank account. That transaction was verified through networks that depend on satellite communication links. None of this is visible. None of it requires your awareness or understanding. It simply works, invisibly, constantly, reliably. We trust this system completely. We've built our entire civilization around assumptions of orbital infrastructure. We don't think about it because we don't have to. We assume it works because it always has, at least in our lifetimes. But what if the space above us is already more dangerous than we're being told? What if the very technology we depend on is creating a threat that could shut down orbital access for generations? What if debris from old satellites and destroyed spacecraft is accumulating faster than anyone publicly admits? And what if the people who know about this threat, the scientists and military officials and space agency administrators who monitor orbital space, have decided that public awareness would cause more damage than the crisis itself? Tonight, we're going to explore a conspiracy theory that doesn't require aliens or secret bases or exotic technology. It requires only physics, politics, and the uncomfortable truth that sometimes the most dangerous lies are the ones told through silence. Sometimes the greatest threats are the ones we're actively discouraged from discussing. This is the story of the orbit we're not allowed to talk about. This is the story of a problem that might already be past the point of solving, unfolding in the darkness above our heads while we sleep, unaware and unwarned. This is the story of the Cascade. Chapter 1. The Scientist Who Warned Us. In 1978, a NASA scientist named Donald J. Kessler published a paper that most people have never heard of. The paper had a technical title, the kind that only specialists would read. Collision Frequency of Artificial Satellites, the Creation of a Debris Belt. It appeared in the Journal of Geophysical Research, a respected but hardly mainstream publication. It wasn't classified. It wasn't secret. It was simply ignored by anyone outside a small community of orbital mechanics experts and space debris researchers. Ignored because the problem it described seemed too distant, too theoretical, too inconvenient to address. Kessler wasn't a wild-eyed prophet or a fringe scientist. He was exactly the opposite. He worked at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, one of NASA's premier facilities, the nerve center of American human spaceflight operations. His job involved tracking orbital debris, cataloguing the fragments of destroyed satellites, and spent rocket stages that accumulate in space around Earth. It was unglamorous work, the kind of careful, methodical analysis that forms the foundation of space operations but rarely makes headlines. At the time, there weren't many satellites up there. A few hundred, maybe, depending on how you counted. The space age was still young. Sputnik had launched only 21 years earlier. The moon landings were less than a decade in the past. Space felt infinite, a vast emptiness surrounding our small planet. The idea that we could actually clutter it, that we could fill orbital space with enough junk to create lasting problems, seemed absurd to most people. But Kessler saw something others didn't. He had a mathematician's mind, an understanding of exponential growth and cascade effects. He recognized patterns in the debris data that suggested trouble ahead. He understood that orbital space, despite its vast size, wasn't actually infinite in practical terms. Useful orbits, the altitudes and inclinations that made satellites valuable for communication or observation, were limited. And once you placed enough objects in those limited regions, probability started working against you. His paper proposed a scenario that would later bear his name, Kessler syndrome. The concept was elegant in its logic and terrifying in its implications. Once the density of objects in any given orbital region reaches a critical threshold, collisions become not just possible but inevitable. The mathematics were straightforward. More objects meant more chances for impacts. Each collision creates fragments, hundreds or thousands of them depending on the energy involved. Those fragments don't fall to Earth, at least not quickly. They remain in orbit, spreading across their orbital plane, creating new hazards for other spacecraft. Eventually you reach a point where collisions create more debris than atmospheric drag removes. The process becomes self-sustaining, a runaway chain reaction. One collision leads to fragments that cause more collisions, creating more fragments, in an exponential cascade that fills orbital regions with billions of high-velocity projectiles moving at speeds where even a paint fleck can punch through metal. In this scenario, launching new satellites becomes suicidal. Existing satellites are gradually destroyed, one by impacts they can't avoid or predict. The infrastructure of modern civilization, all those invisible signals we depend on, crumbles, and orbital space becomes unusable for decades, perhaps centuries, until natural decay gradually clears the debris field. When Kessler first proposed this idea, it was purely theoretical, a mathematical possibility, something that might happen if we weren't careful, if we didn't manage orbital operations responsibly, if we allowed debris to accumulate unchecked. Space agencies acknowledged it the way governments acknowledge long-term risks like climate change or pandemic preparedness. They formed committees, they published reports, they promised to address it eventually when it became more pressing, when the danger moved from theoretical to practical. But the thing about exponential processes is that they don't look dangerous until they're already out of control. The early stages appear manageable, trivial even. One collision here, one satellite failure there. Nothing systematic, nothing that suggests a crisis. And by the time the pattern becomes undeniable, by the time everyone agrees that action is necessary, the threshold has usually already been crossed. Theory has a way of becoming reality when nobody's paying attention. And in the decades since Kessler published his warning, something changed in orbital space. Something that transformed his theoretical possibility into a practical nightmare. Chapter 2. When Theory Met Reality, January 11th, 2007. A Thursday morning in most of the world, though time zones make precision difficult when discussing events in space. Above China, at an altitude of over 500 miles, something happened that changed orbital space forever. Something that transformed Kessler's theoretical cascade into a documented, measurable reality. The Chinese military launched a ballistic missile from the Xichang Satellite Launch Center in Sichuan province. The facility wasn't secret. It had been used for satellite launches since the 1980s, but this launch was different. Its target wasn't a commercial payload destined for orbit. It wasn't a scientific instrument or a communications satellite. Its target was already in space, had been for years. The missile was a kinetic kill vehicle, designed to destroy its target through sheer impact rather than explosives. It carried no warhead in the conventional sense. It didn't need one. At orbital velocities, mass alone is enough. The kinetic energy of a high-speed collision exceeds any chemical explosive. The target was a Chinese weather satellite called Fengyun 1C. It had been launched in May of 1999, had served its purpose, and had been inactive for years, dead hardware circling uselessly at an altitude where it would remain for decades before natural decay brought it down. The missile struck perfectly. The impact occurred at over 500 miles altitude, in an orbital region crowded with active satellites. The Fengyun satellite, weighing nearly 1,700 pounds, disintegrated. In less than a second, one object became thousands. Metal fragments, electronic components, solar panel pieces, all of it transformed into high-velocity projectiles orbiting at roughly 17,000 miles per hour. The immediate aftermath was tracked by ground-based radar systems across the world. American military installations, part of the Space Surveillance Network, watched the debris cloud expand. Official estimates, published months later after extensive analysis, suggested the impact created more than 3,000 trackable pieces of debris. Trackable meant fragments large enough for ground-based radar to detect and catalogue generally objects larger than about 4 inches in diameter. But that number represented only what could be seen. The actual debris count was far, far higher. Smaller fragments, pieces ranging from paint flecks to fist-sized chunks of metal, numbered in the tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands. These objects were too small to track individually, but still large enough to cause catastrophic damage to any spacecraft unlucky enough to encounter them. At orbital velocities, a pebble hits with the force of a hand grenade. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't a malfunction or an unexpected event. It was a deliberate test, a demonstration of capability. China wanted the world to know it had the technology to destroy satellites, to hold orbital infrastructure at risk, to level the playing field in space-based military operations. The strategic implications were immediately clear to anyone paying attention. Space had been militarized since the beginning of the space age. Spy satellites had photographed adversaries since the 1960s. Communication satellites carried military traffic. Navigation systems guided weapons. But actual warfare in space, the physical destruction of spacecraft, had been avoided. It was understood as escalatory, dangerous, potentially catastrophic. The Chinese test broke that taboo. It demonstrated that anti-satellite weapons were operational and effective. It showed that any nation with intermediate-range ballistic missile technology could threaten satellites, and it created a precedent that other nations would inevitably follow. The international response was muted and, in retrospect, completely inadequate. The United States issued diplomatic protests. The State Department called the test irresponsible and dangerous. Other nations expressed concern. There were calls for new treaties governing space weapons, for international cooperation on debris mitigation, for responsible behaviour in orbit. But there were no real consequences, no punishment, no enforceable rules. China had violated no treaty because no treaty existed prohibiting anti-satellite tests. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 banned weapons of mass destruction in orbit, but said nothing about conventional weapons or debris creation. International space law, such as it existed, had no teeth and no enforcement mechanism. And the debris, it's still up there, all of it, moving at over 17,000 miles per hour, spread across multiple orbital planes, creating a permanent hazard zone that will persist for decades. At the altitude of the Fengyun impact, orbital decay is extremely slow. Some fragments will remain in orbit for more than a century. They can't be collected. They can't be removed. They can only be avoided, tracked, and worried about. The debris clouds spread according to orbital mechanics. Fragments in slightly different orbits gradually separated, creating a shell of hazards across the entire orbital plane. Satellites operating at similar altitudes faced new dangers. collision warnings increased, avoidance maneuvers became more frequent. The International Space Station, orbiting at a lower altitude but still potentially affected by some of the debris, implemented new procedures for monitoring and responding to threats. This was the moment Kessler's theory stopped being theoretical. The cascade had been triggered, not through negligence or accident, but through deliberate military action. One satellite had been transformed into thousands of fragments. The debris creation rate had jumped dramatically in a single event, and it set a precedent, a template that other nations would follow in the years to come, each adding their own contribution to the growing cloud of orbital hazards. But here's what makes this event particularly significant for our story. The public reaction was surprisingly minimal. Outside of space industry circles and military strategic planning, most people never heard about it. It made news briefly, then disappeared from headlines. Life continued normally. Satellites kept working, GPS kept functioning. The crisis, such as it was, seemed technical and distant, a problem for specialists to manage, and that response, that public indifference, taught governments and space agencies an important lesson. Orbital debris could accumulate dramatically without triggering widespread concern. The danger could grow in plain sight, documented and tracked, without requiring uncomfortable public conversations or expensive mitigation efforts. Silence was acceptable. Business as usual was possible, and the cascade could continue quietly in the darkness above our heads. Chapter 3. The Quiet Accumulation. After the Chinese test, something interesting happened. Something that conspiracy theorists point to as evidence of either profound naivety or calculated strategy. The world didn't pull back from orbital operations. It didn't slow down satellite launches or implement strict debris mitigation rules. Instead, it accelerated. The commercial space industry exploded in the years following 2007. Private companies, funded by billionaire entrepreneurs and venture capital, began launching satellite constellations on a scale previously unimaginable. The barriers to entry dropped dramatically. Launch costs decreased. Satellite manufacturing became more efficient. What had once required government resources and multi-billion-dollar budgets became accessible to private corporations. SpaceX, founded by Elon Musk, announced plans for Starlink in late 2015. The concept was ambitious to the point of seeming absurd. A constellation of thousands of small satellites in low Earth orbit working together to provide global internet coverage. Not hundreds of satellites, thousands. Eventually, if the full plan was realized, tens of thousands. The first Starlink satellites launched in May 2019. 2 prototypes initially, then batches of 60 satellites at a time. The launches came rapidly, sometimes multiple times per month. By the early 2020s, Starlink had become the largest satellite constellation in history, with thousands of active spacecraft and plans to expand far beyond that. Other companies followed the same playbook. OneWeb, a British satellite operator, announced plans for a constellation of hundreds of satellites providing global internet. Amazon unveiled Project Kuiper, planning for over 3,000 satellites. Chinese state enterprises revealed their own mega constellation plans, matching or exceeding Western proposals. The numbers became difficult to comprehend. In the entire history of spaceflight from 1957 through 2000, humanity had launched roughly 5,000 satellites total. Now, single companies were planning to launch that many within a few years. The orbital environment was transforming from a carefully managed domain into something closer to an industrial zone, crowded and chaotic. By the early 2020s, there were more satellites in orbit than at any point in human history. Not hundreds, not a few thousand. The tracking system struggled to maintain accurate counts because the numbers changed daily. Conservative estimates suggested over 10,000 active satellites by 2023, with plans to increase that number by a factor of 10 within the decade. This expansion was celebrated as progress, as technological achievement, as the democratization of space, access to satellite internet in remote areas, global connectivity bridging the digital divide, economic opportunity in orbital operations. The narrative was relentlessly positive, focused on benefits and possibilities rather than risks and consequences. But here's where the conspiracy theory takes hold. Here's where the official story starts to look suspicious to people who pay attention to patterns rather than press releases. What if this normalization of orbital congestion wasn't accidental? What if the rapid commercialization of space, the rush to fill orbital regions with thousands of new satellites, served a strategic purpose beyond profit and global connectivity? What if creating a crowded orbital environment provided cover for other activities, made tracking more difficult, and allowed classified operations to hide among civilian infrastructure? Consider the basic problem of space surveillance. Tracking systems can only monitor so many objects with precision. Every new satellite added to the environment increases the computational burden, divides limited attention across more targets, creates more potential conjunctions to evaluate. As the number of objects grows, the quality of tracking necessarily decreases. There's only so much radar time, so much processing capacity, so many analysts to review data. Now imagine you're a military planner. You operate classified satellites, spacecraft whose purposes and capabilities you'd prefer adversaries didn't understand. In a sparse orbital environment, those satellites stand out. Their movements can be tracked, their maneuvers analysed, their purposes inferred through careful observation. But in a crowded environment, one where thousands of commercial satellites are manoeuvring constantly, where new launches happen weekly, where the baseline noise is overwhelming, in that environment, classified operations become much harder to distinguish. A military satellite can maneuver and claim it was avoiding debris. Hardware can be deployed and attributed to commercial purposes. Activities that would raise flags in a quiet environment become invisible in the chaos. This provides plausible deniability. It creates strategic ambiguity, and it transforms orbital space from a transparent domain into an opaque one, where adversaries can't be certain what's happening, what's deliberate, what's accidental. So when thousands of new satellites flood into orbit, when commercial constellations expand at unprecedented rates, when the entire orbital environment becomes congested and difficult to monitor, who benefits? Perhaps the companies launching the satellites, certainly. But also the military and intelligence agencies of every spacefaring nation, all of whom operate in an environment where secrecy is easier to maintain and activities are harder to verify. Conspiracy theorists go further. They suggest that some commercial satellite operators may be directly or indirectly working with government agencies, that constellations might serve dual purposes, that the line between civilian and military space operations has blurred to the point of meaninglessness. They point to government contracts, to security clearances held by company executives, to coincidences in launch timing and orbital configurations. Whether these specific claims are true or not, the larger pattern is undeniable. Orbital space has become crowded at exactly the moment when clarity and transparency would be most valuable for managing the debris problem. The congestion that makes Kessler syndrome more likely also makes tracking and accountability more difficult. And perhaps most tellingly, this explosion in satellite numbers happened with relatively little public debate. No environmental review of orbital space, no impact assessment for adding tens of thousands of new objects to a region already struggling with debris. No international treaty limiting constellation sizes or requiring coordination. Just companies announcing plans and governments issuing licenses, and the launches proceeding as fast as rockets could fly. The orbital commons became privatized and crowded in less than a decade, and by the time anyone thought to ask whether this was wise, whether the environmental impact had been considered, whether the long-term consequences outweighed short-term benefits, thousands of satellites were already overhead and thousands more were approved and funded and ready to launch. Congestion became the new normal, and in that environment, accountability became impossible. Chapter 4. The Incidents We Hear About. November 15th, 2021. Early morning in Moscow, late evening in Houston, where Mission Control coordinates operations for the International Space Station. Astronauts aboard the station, representatives from the United States, Russia and other partner nations, received an urgent alert through their communication systems. The message was brief and alarming. Prepare for possible emergency evacuation. close hatches between modules, moved to the docked spacecraft capable of returning to Earth. A debris event was unfolding, and the space station was potentially in danger. The reason? Russia had just conducted an anti-satellite test, destroying one of its own defunct satellites called Cosmos 1498. The satellite had been launched in 1982, had completed its mission decades earlier, and had been dead hardware drifting in orbit ever since. Now it was fragments, thousands of them, spreading across the orbital plane used by the space station. The weapon used was a DAASAT, a direct-ascent anti-satellite missile launched from the Plesetsk Cosmodrome. Like the Chinese test 14 years earlier, it was a kinetic kill vehicle. Pure impact, no explosives necessary. The collision occurred at an altitude of roughly 300 miles, low enough that the debris would eventually re-enter Earth's atmosphere and burn up, but high enough that the decay would take years or decades. The destruction created over 1,500 pieces of trackable debris according to official estimates. As with the Chinese test, the actual number including smaller fragments was far higher. The debris spread according to orbital mechanics, forming a cloud that intersected with the space station's orbital path multiple times per day. Astronauts remained in their spacecraft for hours, ready to evacuate if debris prediction suggested imminent collision. They wore their launch and entry suits. They reviewed emergency procedures. They waited while ground controllers calculated trajectories and assessed risks. The immediate danger passed. No impacts occurred. The space station survived. But the threat remained. The debris cloud was permanent, or at least as permanent as anything in low Earth orbit. For months afterward, the station performed avoidance maneuvers, using thrusters to adjust its altitude whenever predictions suggested close approaches. The crew maintained heightened awareness, ready to shelter in their spacecraft at short notice. Russian officials described the test as controlled and safe. They insisted there was no danger to the space station or other spacecraft. They characterized it as a routine defensive operation, a demonstration of capability, a response to perceived threats from other nations developing their own anti-satellite systems. International condemnation followed swiftly. The United States called the test reckless and irresponsible. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson issued a statement expressing outrage that Russia would endanger astronauts, including their own cosmonauts aboard the station. Other space agencies worldwide expressed concern. The European Space Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, the Japanese Space Program, all issued statements criticizing the action. But as with the Chinese test, condemnation didn't translate to consequences. Russia faced no sanctions specifically for the debris creation. No international body had authority to punish the action. The Outer Space Treaty remained silent on anti-satellite tests. Space law, such as it existed, had no enforcement mechanism and no penalties. The debris remained, spreading, multiplying the hazard zones, adding to the growing shell of high-velocity fragments encircling the planet. Every piece another potential collision, every fragment another contribution to the cascade that Kessler had warned about decades earlier. Here's what makes this event particularly significant for conspiracy theorists. The response was entirely predictable. Condemnation without consequence, concern without action. Strong words followed by business as usual. The international community expressed outrage at Russia's actions, and then continued their own satellite operations without meaningful change. This pattern raises uncomfortable questions. If the debris problem is as serious as scientists claim, why is the international response so tepid? Why are nations conducting anti-satellite tests despite knowing the consequences? Why does condemnation never translate to enforceable agreements or actual consequences? One explanation is simply geopolitical reality. Space is a strategic domain. Nations compete for advantage. Anti-satellite weapons provide leverage, and no country wants to constrain its own capabilities through treaties that adversaries might violate. But conspiracy theorists propose a darker interpretation. They suggest that the public outrage is performative, that behind closed doors, space agencies and military officials understand that debris creation serves strategic purposes. that the cascade is not something to be prevented, but something to be managed and perhaps even weaponized. Think about it from a strategic perspective. Every debris event makes orbital space more dangerous for everyone. It levels the playing field. If you can't match an adversary's satellite capabilities through technology and numbers, you can make those capabilities less reliable through environmental degradation. You create an environment where everyone's hardware is at risk, where no one can maintain clear dominance, where the uncertainty itself becomes a strategic factor, and the public incidents, the tests that make headlines, might represent only a fraction of what's actually happening. Because here's another uncomfortable question. How many similar incidents never reach headlines? How many satellite losses are quietly attributed to technical failures when they're actually collisions? How many military spacecraft are destroyed by debris or anti-satellite weapons in incidents that remain classified? The space station incident became public because you can't hide astronauts sheltering in their spacecraft. You can't classify events that affect crew safety without triggering questions from partner nations. The International Space Station operates as an international collaboration, which means transparency requirements that military satellites don't face. But military satellites, those operate under layers of secrecy. Their orbits are known only approximately. Their purposes are classified. Their capabilities are never fully disclosed. And when they fail, when they're destroyed, when they disappear from tracking systems, the explanations are minimal and the investigations are secret, so the Russian test that endangered the space station was public because it had to be. But how many other debris-creating events happen in higher orbits, in regions used primarily by military and intelligence satellites, in spaces where transparency doesn't exist and questions aren't asked? We don't know. We can't know. And that uncertainty, that gap in public knowledge, is exactly where conspiracy theories take root and grow. Chapter 5. Classified collisions. Military satellites operate under layers of secrecy. Their orbits are known only approximately. Their purposes are classified. Their capabilities are never fully disclosed. When these satellites fail, the explanations are vague. Anomaly. Technical malfunction. End of operational life. But satellites designed to last 15 years sometimes fail after 3. Spacecraft with redundant systems suddenly stop communicating. Objects that were functioning perfectly go dark without warning. Official channels rarely provide details. The satellite is lost. The investigation is classified. The case is closed. Conspiracy theorists point to specific examples. In 2009, an American commercial satellite called Iridium 33 collided with a defunct Russian military satellite, Cosmos 2251. This collision was confirmed publicly because the Iridium satellite was commercial, its loss immediately noticeable to paying customers. The impact created thousands of debris fragments. It was the first confirmed accidental collision between 2 intact satellites. But here's the question. Was it really the first? Or was it simply the first that couldn't be hidden? Military satellite failures happen regularly. Some are acknowledged in brief official statements. Most are not. The hardware simply disappears from tracking systems, noted internally but never explained publicly. The conspiracy theory suggests that many of these losses are actually collisions, that the cascade, effect predicted by Kessler, is already underway, happening slowly, fragment by fragment, in the classified portions of orbital space where public oversight doesn't exist. And if that's true, then we're being told everything is fine while the infrastructure we depend on gradually disintegrates above our heads. Chapter 6. The near misses. Satellites don't stay in fixed positions. They drift. Orbits decay. Unexpected solar activity changes atmospheric drag. Debris from old collisions spreads into new trajectories. To avoid impacts, satellites perform avoidance maneuvers. Thrusters fire. Orbits adjust. The spacecraft moves to a safer altitude or inclination. These maneuvers happen constantly, thousands of times per year. Space operations centers monitor potential conjunctions, moments when 2 objects will pass close enough to pose a collision risk. Operators calculate probabilities, assess dangers, and decide whether to move. Most of these events are never mentioned publicly. They're routine, expected, part of normal operations, but the frequency is increasing. As orbital congestion grows, so do close calls. Satellites that once manoeuvred a few times per year now manoeuvre monthly, sometimes weekly. The operational burden grows with every new launch, every new constellation, every additional fragment. Engineers working in satellite operations quietly admit what public statements don't. The margin for error is shrinking. The buffer zone that once felt comfortable now feels precarious. There are more objects moving faster in an environment that offers no room for mistakes. And here's where it gets unsettling. Maneuvers require fuel. Fuel is finite. Satellites launched with enough propellant for their planned mission lifetime, plus a safety margin. But if avoidance maneuvers become too frequent, that margin disappears. The satellite runs out of fuel years before its planned end of life. What happens then? It becomes a derelict. Another piece of debris. Another hazard for other satellites to avoid. The conspiracy theory suggests this is already happening, that some satellite operators are facing an impossible choice. Maneuver constantly and run out of fuel early, or accept higher collision risks and hope for the best. Either way, the problem compounds, and nobody talks about it publicly because admitting the danger would undermine confidence in the entire orbital infrastructure. Chapter 7. The Weaponization Theory. There's a darker interpretation of all this. A theory that the debris problem isn't just a consequence of carelessness or commercial expansion. It's a weapon. Think about it strategically. Nations compete for dominance in space. Satellites provide military advantages, reconnaissance, communication, navigation, early warning systems. Destroying an adversary's satellites would cripple their capabilities, but direct attacks are acts of war. They're provocative. They invite retaliation. They cross lines that even hostile nations hesitate to cross openly. Debris offers something different. Plausible deniability. Imagine this scenario. A nation conducts an anti-satellite test, claiming it's for peaceful purposes, a demonstration of defensive capability. The test creates debris. That debris spreads across orbital planes used by adversaries. Satellites begin failing, not immediately, not all at once, slowly, one by one. Each loss explained as a technical failure or micrometeorite impact. No direct attack, no smoking gun, just a gradual degradation of capability that can't be definitively traced back to the original debris event. This is denial strategy. Make orbital space so dangerous that everyone loses access equally. Level the technological playing field by poisoning the commons. If you can't dominate space, make it unusable for everyone. Conspiracy theorists point to the timing of anti-satellite tests. China in 2007, Russia in 2021. These weren't accidents. They were messages, demonstrations that orbital space can be weaponized through debris creation, and that the damage can be spread across years and attributed to 100 different causes. And the response from other nations? Public condemnation, and then their own satellite launches continue. Their own classified programs expand. The cycle perpetuates. If this theory is correct, then the cascade isn't a disaster we're trying to prevent. It's a strategy we're pretending doesn't exist. Chapter 8. Why panic must be avoided. Here's a truth that space agencies and governments understand. Public perception matters more than public safety. Let me explain what I mean. Modern society depends entirely on satellite technology. GPS guides navigation systems. Weather satellites warn of approaching storms. Communication satellites carry internet traffic. Financial networks use satellite links for international transactions. Emergency services rely on satellite coordination. All of this works because people trust it. They don't think about it. They assume the technology functions reliably because it always has. Now imagine what happens if that trust breaks. If people become aware that orbital space is filling with debris, that collisions are increasing, that the entire satellite infrastructure might fail catastrophically within their lifetime, GPS navigation becomes suspect. People start doubting weather forecasts. International commerce faces uncertainty. Markets react to perceived risks. Investment in satellite-dependent technology declines. The entire economic and social framework built on orbital infrastructure begins to crack. And here's the critical part. The technology itself might still be functioning. The danger might still be years or decades away. But public fear creates immediate consequences, economic disruption, political pressure, demands for expensive solutions to problems that can't be solved quickly. From a government perspective, this is a worst-case scenario. You get all the damage of a crisis without the actual crisis occurring yet. You undermine the system while it's still working, creating the very collapse you are trying to prevent. So what's the alternative? Silence, careful management of information, acknowledgement of concerns in technical forums while maintaining public confidence through reassuring statements. Let the experts handle it quietly. Keep the population unaware until solutions are in place. Conspiracy theorists argue this is exactly what's happening, that space agencies and governments have decided that public awareness of the debris problem would cause more damage than the problem itself. That stability depends on keeping people ignorant of the danger accumulating above them, and if that's true, then every official statement about space safety needs to be read as public relations rather than public information. Chapter 9. The Threshold Question. There's a mathematical concept in systems theory called a tipping point. It's the moment when a gradual change becomes irreversible, when a process that was building slowly suddenly accelerates beyond control. Climate scientists talk about tipping points in ice sheet melting. Ecologists discuss them in relation to ecosystem collapse, and orbital debris experts debate whether such a point exists for Kessler syndrome. The question is deceptively simple. Is there a specific density of objects in orbit beyond which cascading collisions become inevitable? A threshold we can measure and avoid crossing? Some scientists argue yes. They propose models suggesting that certain orbital regions are approaching critical density. They advocate for active debris removal, stricter launch licensing, mandatory deorbiting systems. They warn that without intervention, the cascade will begin within decades. Other scientists are more cautious. They point out that orbital space is vast, that collision probabilities are still relatively low, that technology improvements might outpace debris accumulation. They suggest the risk is manageable with appropriate regulation. But here's where conspiracy theory enters the picture. What if we've already crossed the threshold? What if the tipping point is in the past, and we're now watching the slow-motion cascade unfold? Think about what that would mean. The collisions we know about, the ones publicly acknowledged, might just be the visible portion of a much larger process. The debris creation rate might already exceed our ability to track it. The cascade might be happening in orbital regions we can't monitor effectively, among satellite populations we're not told about. And the silence from official channels wouldn't be about preventing panic. It would be about managing an irreversible disaster that's already underway. This version of the theory suggests that space agencies understand the situation perfectly. They know the cascade has begun. They know it can't be stopped. And they've decided that gradual managed decline of orbital infrastructure is preferable to sudden public awareness and the chaos that would follow. In this scenario, every new satellite launch is understood as temporary. Every orbital operation is conducted with the knowledge that its lifespan is limited not by technology, but by the growing debris field. The space age is ending, and we're living through its final decades without being told. Is this plausible? The mathematics suggests it's possible. The secrecy around military satellites makes it unverifiable, and the continued expansion of commercial satellite operations could be interpreted either as confidence that the danger is manageable, or as a rush to extract value from orbital space before it becomes unusable. The truth is, we don't know. And that uncertainty is exactly what conspiracy theories thrive on. Chapter 10. The World After Orbit. Let's engage in a thought experiment. Imagine that the cascade is real, that the threshold has been crossed, and that orbital space is gradually becoming unusable. What would that world look like? It wouldn't be apocalyptic, not in the way disaster movies portray. Civilization wouldn't collapse overnight. The lights wouldn't go out. Society wouldn't descend into chaos. Instead, it would be a slow erosion, a gradual return to capabilities we had decades ago. GPS accuracy would degrade first. Navigation systems would become less reliable. Ships and aircraft would return to backup systems. Delivery routing would become less efficient. the precision we've come to expect would fade. Weather forecasting would suffer next. Satellite imagery provides the foundation for modern meteorology. Without constant orbital observation, prediction windows would shorten. Hurricane tracking would become less accurate. Climate monitoring would lose its global perspective. Communication networks would fragment. Remote areas currently served by satellite internet would lose connectivity. International broadcasting would face limitations. The global instantaneous communication we take for granted would become regional and delayed. Earth observation would decline. Climate science would lose crucial data sources. Environmental monitoring would become patchy and incomplete. Illegal fishing and deforestation would become harder to track. Our understanding of planetary changes would dim. Most importantly, we wouldn't be able to fix it. Launching new satellites would become extremely dangerous, possibly impossible. The debris field would persist for decades or centuries depending on altitude. Orbital space would be off limits to humanity until natural decay eventually cleared the fragments. This wouldn't end technological civilization. We'd adapt. We'd rebuild ground-based systems. We'd invest in alternatives. But we'd lose something profound. The ability to see Earth from above, to communicate globally in real time, to treat the planet as a single, interconnected system. And here's the conspiracy angle. What if preparations for this scenario are already underway? What if governments and major corporations are quietly developing contingency plans, backup systems, alternative technologies that don't depend on satellites? What if the push for ground-based fiber networks, for localized communication systems, for regional rather than global supply chains, is partially motivated by the unspoken understanding that orbital infrastructure is becoming unreliable? What if the future is already being built around the assumption that we're losing the sky? Epilogue. The sky still looks empty. Tonight, step outside and look up. The sky appears unchanged. The same stars that guided ancient navigators still shine. The moon follows its eternal course. Everything seems peaceful, timeless, infinite. But what you don't see matters more than what you do. Above the visible darkness, in the thin shell of space where atmosphere becomes void, thousands of objects circle at impossible speeds. Satellites transmitting the data that runs modern life. Debris fragments from decades of exploration and conflict. A growing cloud of hazards that no human eye can perceive. If the conspiracy theories are true, this invisible infrastructure is failing. Not catastrophically, not obviously, but incrementally, collision by collision, fragment by fragment, in a cascade that might already be irreversible. And we're not being told because the truth would cause more damage than the lie. Or perhaps the truth is simpler. Perhaps the danger is real but manageable. Perhaps space agencies are taking appropriate precautions. Perhaps the debris problem is being addressed through technological solutions and international cooperation. Perhaps everything is fine. But consider this. If the danger above us were obvious, if the cascade were visible, if the threat were unmistakable, it would already be too late. The nature of exponential growth is that it appears insignificant until it becomes overwhelming. The characteristic of cascade failures is that they seem impossible right up until they're inevitable. So we trust. We launch satellites. We build constellations. We depend more deeply every year on infrastructure floating in an environment we can't protect and barely understand. And somewhere, in classified briefing rooms and technical conferences, people who know more than we do make decisions about what we should and shouldn't hear, about which risks to acknowledge and which to quietly manage, about whether public awareness serves public interest. Maybe they're right. Maybe the silence is necessary. Maybe knowing would change nothing except our peace of mind. Or maybe we deserve to understand what's happening in the space our civilization depends on. Maybe the orbit we're not allowed to talk about is the one we most need to discuss. The sky still looks empty, but every night invisible to human eyes fragments continue their dance. Satellites maneuver, operators calculate probabilities, engineers monitor close approaches, and the shell of debris grows imperceptibly denser. One day, perhaps soon, perhaps in generations, someone will look up at that same peaceful sky and wonder when we lost it. when the infrastructure failed, when the cascade became undeniable, and they'll ask why no one warned them, why the danger was kept quiet, why the crisis was allowed to build in silence. We might not have a good answer. Only the same excuse authorities have always given when hiding uncomfortable truths. We thought it was for the best. We didn't want to cause panic. We believed we had time, but in the end, what we don't see can hurt us. What we're not told can shape our future. And the space above our heads, invisible and taken for granted, might be the most important place no one's watching. The orbit we're not allowed to talk about continues. The satellites keep launching, the debris keeps accumulating, and the question remains unanswered. Are we being protected by silence, or betrayed by it? Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, know that above you, moving faster than bullets, a cloud of human-made debris circles endlessly. It might be nothing. It might be everything. And the fact that you weren't supposed to think about it might be the most telling detail of all. Sweet dreams. And remember, the sky is always watching, even when we're not watching back. Hey everyone, before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content here on Sleep Theories, please consider using those hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel grow more than you could possibly know, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unexplained. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to, of course. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It really builds this incredible community of curious minds from every corner of the globe. Also, a massive thank you to Dogface680 for suggesting this topic. Now, let's get into it. The Hynek Files. The scientist who saw too much. Imagine being the person the government calls when they need someone to make the impossible sound ordinary. Imagine spending 3 decades explaining away what you know, deep down, cannot be explained. Imagine carrying secrets so heavy that even on your deathbed you can only hint at the truth. This is the story of J. Allen Hynek, the astronomer who became the Air Force's chief UFO debunker, only to become the phenomenon's most credible believer. A man who spent 22 years inside Project Blue Book, the military's official UFO investigation program. A man who, by the end of his life, was convinced the government had been hiding the real story all along, and 3 months after giving his final interview, he was dead. The tapes from that interview, gone, vanished from a university archive by someone who never signed in. This is where documented truth becomes stranger than fiction. The last interview, April 1986, Evanston, Illinois. The room is small, cluttered with star charts and aging textbooks. Afternoon light filters through half-closed blinds, casting long shadows across the desk where J. Allen Hynek sits, 75 years old, his face lined with decades of secrets. Across from him, a graduate student adjusts a tape recorder. Her name is Rebecca Marks, though she won't become important to this story until much later. This is supposed to be a simple oral history project for Northwestern University, nothing more than an elderly professor reflecting on his career in astronomy. Standard academic documentation. But Hynek keeps glancing at the door. The student notices but doesn't comment. She's young, maybe 23, and she's done her research. She knows Hynek spent more than 2 decades as the scientific consultant to the Air Force's UFO investigation programs. She knows about Project Blue Book. She knows about the swamp gas explanation that made him a punchline in 1966. What she doesn't know yet is that this interview will haunt her for the rest of her life. They talk for 90 minutes. Hynek is measured, careful, professional. He discusses stellar classification, his work at Ohio State, the development of satellite tracking systems, all safe territory. His answers are the kind you'd expect from any distinguished astronomer nearing the end of his career. Thoughtful, precise, unremarkable. Rebecca notices his coffee cup. He's barely touched it. His hands rest on the desk, but his fingers keep tapping in a regular rhythm against the wood. Nervous energy from a man who spent his entire career projecting calm authority. Then, as she's packing up the recorder, reaching for the power button, Hynek speaks again. His voice is different now, quieter, urgent, almost a whisper. History will remember Project Blue Book as an investigation, he says, but it was really a filter. The real cases never reached the public. Rebecca's hand freezes over the recorder. She looks at him. What do you mean, the real cases? Hynek's hands are shaking slightly. He's staring at something beyond her, beyond the room, as if seeing through the walls into some distant memory he's carried for too long. The ones they told me not to classify as unexplained. The ones where the evidence was too clear, too consistent, too troubling. He pauses, and in that silence Rebecca can hear the buildings settle around them. The hum of fluorescent lights, the distant sound of traffic on Sheridan Road. There were files I could never see, Hynek continues. Reports removed before I arrived. Witnesses told to recount their statements. Photographs that disappeared before analysis. Who told them to recant? Hynek just shakes his head slowly. People who decided what the public could handle. People who understood that some truths destabilize entire systems of belief. Rebecca asks if she can keep recording. Hynek says no, but he keeps talking anyway for another 20 minutes, off the record. She frantically pulls out a notebook and scribbles, trying to capture every word. He mentions cases by location and date, incidents she's never heard of. A radar tracking event over Montana in 1953 involving multiple installations. Visual confirmations by commercial pilots over the Great Lakes in 1961. Objects tracked across state lines, moving at speeds that made no aerodynamic sense. Physical evidence, burned soil, electromagnetic interference, radiation signatures that disappeared into classified channels before civilian scientists could examine it. Why didn't you say something publicly, she asks, her pen moving rapidly across the page. I tried, Hynek replies, and there's something broken in his voice now. In my way, carefully, I spoke at universities. I wrote papers with coded language. I built networks with other researchers. But there are people who don't want this conversation to happen. Not because they're evil, necessarily. Because they're terrified of what it means. He leans forward, and Rebecca sees something in his eyes she'll remember for the rest of her life. Not fear, exactly. More like the exhaustion of a man who's carried a weight too heavy for too long. Do you know what happens when you tell the public that everything they believe about reality might be incomplete? When you suggest that non-human intelligence has been interacting with us, studying us, for decades? The social structures we've built, religion, science, government authority, they all rest on certain assumptions. You pull one thread. He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't have to. Before she leaves, he tells her one more thing. The real story is in the cases they never let me touch. 3 months later, J. Allen Hynek is dead. Heart attack. Nothing suspicious on paper. The obituaries call him a distinguished astronomer and the scientific advisor to Project Blue Book. They mention his later work founding the Center for UFO Studies. They're respectful, brief, forgettable. When Rebecca Marks returns to the university archive 2 weeks later to review the interview tape for her thesis, she's told it's missing. The archive log shows someone checked it out 6 days after Hynek's death. No name, no signature, no ID number, just a checkout date and time, May 3rd, 1986, 2:15 p.m. Rebecca files a complaint. The university apologizes, calls it an administrative error. The tape is never found. She asks to see security footage from the archive reading room. She's told the system was malfunctioning that week. She contacts the campus police. They file a report and nothing happens. Years later, after she's completed her PhD and moved into a career in science journalism, Rebecca will occasionally Google J. Allen Hynek's name. She'll read the conspiracy forums, the UFO research sites, the academic papers analysing Project Blue Book's methodology. And she'll wonder if Hynek knew his time was running out, if that interview was his last attempt to leave breadcrumbs for someone willing to follow them, if he suspected someone was listening, watching, waiting for him to say too much. She still has her handwritten notes from those 20 minutes after the recording stopped. She keeps them in a safe deposit box. She's never published them. She's not sure she ever will. But sometimes, late at night, she takes them out and reads them again, and she thinks about what Hynek said. The real story is in the cases they never let me touch. The public history versus the secret history. To understand what Hynek knew and why it terrified him, you have to understand who he was before the Air Force recruited him. Joseph Allen Hynek was born May 1st, 1915 in Chicago, son of Czech immigrants who'd fled Europe seeking opportunity and stability. His father worked in a cigar factory. His mother took in sewing. They were working-class people who valued education above everything else. From childhood, Hynek was obsessed with the stars. He'd spend hours on the roof of their apartment building with a homemade telescope, charting constellations, tracking planets. His parents couldn't afford books, so he haunted the public library, devouring everything he could find about astronomy, physics, mathematics. He was brilliant. Everyone knew it. Teachers, neighbours, family friends. By age 12, he was doing university-level mathematics. By 15, he taught himself calculus. He earned a scholarship to the University of Chicago, then completed his doctorate in astrophysics by age 24. His dissertation on stellar spectroscopy, the analysis of starlight to determine a star's composition and characteristics, was considered groundbreaking work. By 1940, he'd secured a faculty position at Ohio State University. By all accounts, he was living the dream. A kid from a working-class immigrant family who'd become a respected scientist. In the academic world, Hynek was known as meticulous, sceptical, grounded in observable data. He had no patience for speculation or pseudoscience. He believed the universe could be understood through measurement, mathematics, and careful observation. He did not believe in flying saucers. When the UFO phenomenon exploded across America in the late 1940s, after Kenneth Arnold's famous sighting over Mount Rainier in June 1947, after the Roswell incident weeks later, after hundreds of reports began flooding military installations, Hynek thought it was mass hysteria. Post-war anxiety manifesting as delusion. People seeing aircraft and planets and making them into something alien. He said as much in faculty meetings. He wrote dismissive letters to colleagues who took the subject seriously. He considered the whole thing beneath serious scientific inquiry, which is exactly why the Air Force wanted him. 1948. The United States military is hemorrhaging credibility over UFO reports. Pilots, combat veterans with thousands of flight hours, are seeing objects that outperform any known aircraft. Radar operators are tracking things moving at speeds that should tear apart any physical object. The public is fascinated and increasingly convinced the government is hiding something. The Air Force needs someone with impeccable scientific credentials to calm things down. Someone who can look at the data and confidently say, weather balloons, temperature inversions, atmospheric phenomena, misidentified aircraft, optical illusions. Someone who doesn't believe in flying saucers. J. Allen Hynek seemed perfect for the job. He's recruited into Project Sign, the Air Force's first official UFO study, in late 1948. The initial contact comes through official channels, a letter on Air Force letterhead, signed by a general Hynek has never heard of. Would he be interested in consulting on a scientific matter related to aerial phenomena? Compensation provided. Minimal time commitment. Purely advisory role. Hynek is intrigued, and honestly, a little amused. He sees it as an opportunity to apply real science to a question that's become hopelessly muddied by speculation and sensationalism. His job is simple: review sighting reports and provide scientific explanations, and at first that's exactly what he does. A pilot reports seeing a disc-shaped object. Hynek explains it's likely a lenticular cloud formation, which can appear metallic in certain lighting conditions. Radar picks up an unidentified blip. Temperature inversion, he says. Under certain atmospheric conditions, radar waves can bounce off warm air layers, creating false returns. Multiple witnesses see strange lights. Venus, he explains patiently. At certain times of year, Venus appears exceptionally bright and can seem to move due to atmospheric distortion and the observer's own motion. He explains away lights in the sky as Venus, Jupiter, meteors, balloons, experimental aircraft, strange radar blips as temperature anomalies, equipment malfunctions, birds flocking in formation. Pilot reports as optical illusions caused by fatigue, reflected starlight, or misidentified conventional aircraft. Publicly, he tells the press, most UFO sightings can be explained by natural phenomena or misidentification. When you apply rigorous scientific analysis, the mystery disappears. The Air Force loves him. The press quotes him. Skeptics cite him. He becomes known as the scientific voice of reason in a field dominated by speculation. Internally, though, something begins to shift, because some cases don't fit the script. There are reports where Venus can't be the answer because Venus wasn't visible in that part of the sky at that time, where temperature inversions can't explain radar returns, because the atmospheric conditions were documented and stable, where pilot testimony is too detailed, too specific, too consistent with physical evidence on the ground. Hynek starts keeping 2 sets of notes. The official reports he submits to the Air Force, carefully worded to provide conventional explanations, and his personal observations filed away in notebooks he keeps locked in his office. In those personal notes, a pattern begins to emerge. A growing sense that he's not investigating a phenomenon, he's managing one. Project Grudge and the first red flags. By 1951, Project Sign has been quietly restructured into Project Grudge. The name change isn't subtle, and that's the point. Grudge was chosen deliberately. It reflected the Air Force's official stance that UFO reports were a nuisance, a distraction from real national security concerns like the Soviet threat and the Korean War. The mission was no longer investigation. It was dismissal. Hynek noticed the change immediately. The tone of the briefing shifted. The types of cases sent to him changed. Suddenly, the most intriguing reports, the ones with multiple witnesses, radar confirmation, physical evidence, weren't reaching his desk anymore. Instead, he received obvious misidentifications, hoaxes, reports that were easy to debunk, cases designed to make the entire phenomenon look foolish. When he asked about the more credible cases he'd heard about through military channels, he was told they were being handled by other departments, national security concerns, need-to-know basis. He started keeping more detailed personal notes, fragments that would later surface in his private papers, giving researchers a glimpse into his growing disillusionment. One entry, dated September 1951, received truncated report on Utah sighting. Multiple witnesses, including commercial pilot and ground observers. Witness claimed the object descended vertically at high speed, hovered approximately 200 feet above desert floor for estimated 45 seconds, then accelerated horizontally, disappearing from view in under 3 seconds. Radar confirmation mentioned in initial summary but absent from final report sent to me. When I requested full radar logs, told they were unavailable due to equipment malfunction. 3 different radar stations experienced simultaneous equipment malfunction. The statistical probability approaches 0. Hynek was starting to see a pattern. The most compelling evidence was being filtered out before it could reach him. He began making inquiries through unofficial channels, conversations with radar technicians at air traffic control centers, informal discussions with pilots he knew from his work at Ohio State. What he heard troubled him deeply. The cases were real. The radar data existed. The photographs were clear. But somewhere between the initial report and official investigation, crucial details were disappearing. And then something stranger happened. Something that convinced Hynek he was under surveillance. He wrote a letter to a colleague at another university, an astronomer named Thomas Gillespie, who he'd known since graduate school. The letter was carefully worded, but it asked a pointed question. Have you noticed institutional resistance to objective UFO study? I'm finding it increasingly difficult to access primary source data. Hynek mailed the letter from the campus post office on a Tuesday morning. He remembered because he had a faculty meeting immediately afterward. The letter never arrived. 2 weeks later, Hynek called Gillespie to follow up. Gillespie said he'd received no letter. Hynek contacted the postal service. They had no record of it being lost or returned. It had been properly stamped, properly addressed. It simply vanished somewhere between the Columbus post office and Berkeley, California. One lost letter might be coincidence. But Hynek had mailed other correspondence that same day. Personal letters to family, a note to a colleague about an upcoming conference. All of those arrived without issue. Just the letter about UFOs disappeared. Hynek wrote in his journal that night, "The phenomenon is not being studied, it is being buried, and I suspect anyone asking too many questions is being watched." That's when he began to suspect he wasn't working for an investigation. He was working for a containment operation, and his role wasn't to find the truth, it was to provide plausible deniability. He considered resigning, but he realized that leaving would mean losing any access he had, however limited. At least inside the program he could see some of the data. He could document the inconsistencies. He could perhaps slowly build a case for the phenomenon's legitimacy. So he stayed. But he stopped trusting his employers, and he started preparing for the possibility that someday someone would need to know what he'd witnessed. Project Blue Book and 22 years of controlled access. 1952. Project Grudge becomes Project Blue Book, a name chosen to sound official, scientific, comprehensive. The rebranding was deliberate. The Air Force needed to convince the public and Congress that they were taking the UFO question seriously. Project Blue Book was given more resources, better staffing, improved investigative protocols. On paper, it looked like a legitimate scientific endeavour. To the public, Blue Book represented the government's good faith effort to understand the UFO phenomenon. It had scientists, standardised reporting forms, investigative teams dispatched to interview witnesses. It published annual reports. It looked legitimate. J. Allen Hynek was appointed Chief Scientific Consultant. His name lent credibility. His presence suggested serious scientific inquiry. For the next 22 years, from 1952 to 1969, he would review thousands of cases. Officially, Blue Book investigated 12,618 UFO reports during its operational lifetime. Hynek later claimed that number was misleading on multiple levels. Many explainable cases, he said, were exaggerated to make the Air Force look thorough. Simple misidentifications, aircraft lights, bright planets, obvious hoaxes were written up as detailed investigations to pad the statistics. The message, look how many cases we solve. Meanwhile, many genuinely unexplainable cases were either downgraded, reclassified, or removed from the archive entirely before final publication. The process worked like this. A UFO report would come in through military or civilian channels. An initial investigation would be conducted. Witness interviews, site visits, photographic analysis, radar data collection. If the case was easily explainable, it went straight to Blue Book's official files. If the case was complex or unexplainable, it went somewhere else first. Somewhere Hynek didn't have access to. When, or if, he eventually saw it, crucial details had been removed or altered. Witness statements mentioning structured craft were summarized as unusual light in sky. Radar data confirming visual sightings was classified as equipment anomaly. Photographs showing clear objects were deemed inconclusive or possible lens flare. Multiple independent witnesses were reduced to single. Observer report. Hynek was given edited versions of reality. He began to realize he was seeing a curated version of the phenomenon. the parts someone had decided was safe for him to analyse and publicly explain. He started keeping more extensive personal records. After official investigations, he would quietly contact witnesses directly, conducting informal follow-up interviews. What they told him often contradicted the official reports he'd received. He also began networking with other researchers who were noticing the same patterns, scientists and military personnel who suspected the official investigation was a facade. The cases that broke him. 2 events changed Hynek from skeptic to believer. Both were real, both remain unexplained, and both revealed just how much the Air Force was willing to manipulate the truth. The Lubbock Lights, August 25th, 1951, Lubbock, Texas. 4 college professors are sitting in a backyard enjoying the warm evening air and discussing micrometeorites. These aren't random civilians. They're scientists from Texas Tech. A chemist, a physicist, a petroleum engineer, and a geologist. Professional observers trained to document phenomena accurately. At 9:20 p.m, one of them happens to glance up. What the hell is that? The formation of the lights is moving across the sky. Not random lights. A perfect V-shaped pattern, like birds flying in formation, but faster than any bird could fly. The lights are bright, bluish-white, distinct against the night sky. The formation covers the entire visible sky in about 3 seconds. That's an angular velocity that suggests incredible speed, potentially thousands of miles per hour depending on altitude. The professors barely have time to process what they've seen before it's gone. They sit in stunned silence for a moment, then immediately begin comparing observations. What colour were the lights? How many? What was the exact pattern? How fast were they moving? Their accounts match perfectly. 20 to 30 lights, bluish-white, V-shaped formation, silent, moving from north to south. Then, 18 minutes later, it happens again. Same formation, same speed, same trajectory. Over the next 2 weeks, the lights appear multiple times. Dozens of Lubbock residents see them. The local newspaper runs stories. The sightings make national news. On August 30th, a Texas Tech freshman named Carl Hart Jr. photographs them. He sets up his camera in his backyard, and when the lights appear, he captures 5 clear photographs. The images show the V formation exactly as witnesses described, multiple lights in perfect geometric arrangement. The photographs are remarkably clear. Hart brings them to the newspaper, which publishes them on the front page. The images go national. Life magazine runs them. They become some of the most famous UFO photographs of the era. The Air Force dispatches investigators. Hynek reviews the case file, and he cannot explain it. He interviews the professors personally. These are credible witnesses, trained observers with nothing to gain from fabricating a story. Their descriptions are consistent, detailed, and sober. He examines Hart's photographs. They're not hoaxes. Analysis shows no evidence of double exposure or manipulation. The lights are real. Physical objects photographed over multiple frames. He considers conventional explanations. Aircraft? No aircraft flies in that type of formation or at that speed. Meteors? Meteors don't move in perfect geometric patterns or repeat the same trajectory multiple times over 2 weeks. Reflections? Reflections don't appear to multiple witnesses in different locations and don't move consistently across the sky. Hynek writes in his official analysis, the lights exhibited intelligent control. They moved in coordinated formations at speeds inconsistent with known aircraft. The photographic evidence is compelling. Multiple credible witnesses with consistent testimony. I cannot provide a conventional explanation that adequately accounts for all observed phenomena. That report goes up the chain of command. When the official Blue Book conclusion is published, the Lubbock lights are attributed to birds reflecting streetlights. Birds? Hynek is furious. He knows this explanation is absurd. Birds don't fly in perfect V formations at supersonic speeds. Birds don't glow with bluish-white luminescence. Birds don't maintain geometric precision while covering the entire visible sky in 3 seconds. But the case is closed. The Air Force has its explanation, and the press runs with it. The Lubbock lights become a joke, Scientists fooled by birds. Hynek tries to push back. He submits a revised report, arguing that the bird explanation doesn't match the data. His report is rejected. He's told the case is resolved and further analysis is unnecessary. That's when Hynek begins to understand his real role. He's not there to investigate. He's there to provide scientific cover for predetermined conclusions. In his private notes he writes, "They don't want truth. They want closure. My job is to make the impossible sound ordinary, regardless of evidence." The Lubbock Lights case stays with him for the rest of his life. In later years, after he'd left Blue Book, he would publicly state that the case remained unexplained and that the official explanation was inadequate. But by then, the damage was done. The public believed the case was solved. The Lonnie Zamora incident. If the Lubbock Lights troubled Hynek, the Lonnie Zamora incident shattered his remaining skepticism. April 24th, 1964. Socorro, New Mexico. Late afternoon, just before sunset. Police Sergeant Lonnie Zamora is pursuing a speeding car south of town when he hears a loud roar and sees flames in the distance. His first thought is that the dynamite shack on the edge of town has exploded. He abandons the traffic stop and drives toward the site. The terrain is rough, rocky arroyos and scrub brush. Zamora follows a dirt road up a small hill, struggling to keep his patrol car under control on the loose gravel. He reaches the top of the hill and looks down into the arroyo below. What he sees makes no sense. There's an object resting on the ground. It's oval-shaped, white, smooth, about the size of a car, but the proportions are wrong, wider than it is tall. It's resting on metallic legs, 4 of them, arranged like landing struts. Beside the object stand 2 figures. They're small, as Zamora later estimates around 4 feet tall. They're wearing what look like white coveralls or jumpsuits, one-piece garments, no visible seams. Their proportions seem slightly off in ways Zamora can't quite articulate. The head-to-body ratio isn't quite right. Their movements are too quick, too smooth. Zamora is about 150 yards away. He can't see their faces clearly, but he can see them moving around the object, apparently working on something. Then one of them notices him. The figures react immediately. They move quickly, not running exactly, but moving with a strange fluidity, back toward the object. One disappears around the far side. The other seems to climb or step into an opening Zamora can't quite see. Seconds later, the roar returns, deafening. Zamora describes it as similar to jet engines, but deeper, more resonant. The object begins to glow at the bottom, a bluish-orange flame that doesn't look like combustion. Zamora panics. He thinks it's going to explode. He runs back toward his patrol car, stumbling in the rocks, certain he's about to be incinerated. The roar reaches a crescendo. When Zamora risks a look back, the object is airborne. It hovers briefly, maybe 20 feet off the ground, then begins moving. Not with the acceleration curve of normal aircraft. It goes from hovering to high-speed flight almost instantaneously, moving low across the desert terrain, following the contours of the land. Within seconds, it's gone. Complete silence returns. The entire encounter lasted less than 2 minutes. Zamora immediately radios the sheriff's office. "You're not going to believe what I just saw." Sergeant Sam Chavez arrives within minutes. Together, they go back to the site. The evidence is undeniable. 4 distinct depressions in the hard-packed earth where the landing legs rested. The soil is compressed and shows clear patterns consistent with something heavy bearing down. Burn marks on the desert scrub. Several bushes are charred, still smouldering slightly. The burn patterns are strange, focused in specific areas but not spreading the way a normal fire would. The ground where the object had been is disturbed, smooth in a way that doesn't match the surrounding terrain. Chavez radios for backup. More officers arrive. An FBI agent arrives. The Air Force is notified. Within 24 hours, Project Blue Book dispatches an investigator. Within 48 hours, J. Allen Hynek himself arrives in Socorro. Hynek interviews Zamora extensively. He examines the physical evidence. He talks to other officers who responded. He documents everything meticulously, and he believes Zamora completely. Zamora is a respected officer with 12 years of service. no history of exaggeration, mental instability, or attention-seeking behavior. He's known in the community as reliable, level-headed, professional. He has nothing to gain from fabricating this story. In fact, he's embarrassed by the attention. He doesn't like talking about it. He's worried it will affect his career. The physical evidence matches his account perfectly. The landing impressions are real. The burn marks are real. The timeline is documented. His radio communications provide a precise record of when he called in the sighting and when other officers arrived. Hynek spends 2 days in Socorro. He walks the site repeatedly. He measures the landing impressions, he interviews witnesses who saw the object from a distance. He checks astronomical data to rule out any conventional explanation. There is no conventional explanation. This wasn't a balloon. It was an experimental military craft. The Air Force checked with White Sands Missile Range and Holloman Air Force Base. Nothing was flying in that area at that time. Hynek writes a classified memo to Blue Book headquarters. This case bothers me deeply. The witness is credible. The evidence is physical and documented. The object described exhibits characteristics beyond any known technology. This may be the most significant case we've encountered. It may be the Roswell of my time. That memo is classified and filed separately from the main Blue Book archive. It never appears in the official reports. Publicly, the case is listed as unidentified, one of the few cases Blue Book couldn't explain away. But the official stance is carefully neutral. We don't know what it was, but there's no evidence it was extraterrestrial. Hynek knows the truth is more complicated. He knows what Zamora saw was real. He knows the object displayed intelligent control and technology far beyond human capability. But he also knows he can't say that publicly without destroying his credibility and his access to future cases. So he does what he's been doing for 16 years. He speaks carefully, hints at the truth, and waits for the day when he might be able to tell the full story. That day never quite comes. The Lonnie Zamora incident remains one of the most credible and well-documented UFO cases in history. Even hardcore skeptics struggle to dismiss it. The witness is too reliable, the evidence too physical, the investigation too thorough. But it also becomes a turning point for Hynek. After Socorro, he can no longer pretend he's dealing with misidentifications and psychological phenomena. Something real is happening, something that doesn't fit into our understanding of reality. And the people running Project Blue Book know it, which is why they're working so hard to keep cases like this from reaching the public eye. The Unseen Files. Years after Blue Book closed, Air Force Colonel Robert Friend, who served as director of Project Blue Book from 1958 to 1963, began speaking more openly about what the program really was. In a 1998 interview, he confirmed what Hynek had long suspected. Blue Book operated 2 filing systems. One was public. The reports shared with Congress, the media, civilian researchers, and consultants like Hynek. This archive was carefully curated to present UFO reports as primarily explainable, or at least manageable. The other was classified, a parallel archive containing cases the Air Force considered genuinely sensitive. These cases involved military pilots reporting structured craft during active combat or training missions, radar installations at sensitive facilities tracking objects that couldn't be explained as atmospheric phenomena, incidents near nuclear weapons installations, missile silos and strategic air bases, events where physical evidence was collected, material samples, radiation readings, photographic evidence that suggested advanced technology, cases involving multiple military witnesses whose testimony couldn't be easily dismissed. Friend stated in the interview, "There were reports Hynek never saw. Cases that involved national security implications were handled separately. They went to different departments, different channels. Blue Book was the public face. But the serious cases, the ones that really concerned us, those went elsewhere." When the interviewer asked where those cases went, Friend said he didn't know. That information was above his clearance level. Think about that for a moment. The director of Project Blue Book, the military's official UFO investigation program, didn't have access to the most important cases. This explained so much of what Hynek had experienced. It explained why he often felt like he was investigating half stories. Because he was. It explained why witnesses would sometimes tell him details that weren't in the official reports he'd received. Because the reports had been edited before reaching him. It explained why he could never quite build a comprehensive picture of the phenomenon. Because the most compelling pieces of the puzzle were systematically removed from his view. Hynek was a prop, a scientific facade to give Blue Book credibility, while the real investigations happened in compartmented programs he'd never even hear about. He suspected this during his years with Blue Book, but confirmation wouldn't come until after his death, when researchers began interviewing former military personnel willing to speak more openly. By then, it was too late for Hynek to say, "I told you so." The switch from debunker to believer. By the mid-1960s, Hynek could no longer reconcile what he was being told to say with what he knew to be true. Internally, he was keeping extensive notes documenting the disconnect between evidence and official conclusions. He was quietly networking with other scientists who took the phenomenon seriously. He was beginning to speak more carefully at academic conferences, hinting at the limitations of Blue Book's methodology. But he was still publicly defending the program, still explaining away cases, still playing his assigned role. The breaking point came in March 1966, during what became known as the Michigan UFO wave. Between March 14th and March 21st, dozens of people across southeastern Michigan reported seeing strange lights maneuvering over fields, forests, and residential areas. The witnesses included police officers, college students, local officials, housewives, farmers, a complete cross-section of the community. The descriptions were remarkably consistent. Witnesses reported seeing glowing objects that moved erratically, changed colour, hovered in place, then accelerated to high speeds. Some described the objects as disc-shaped. Others saw only the lights. On the night of March 20th, more than 50 people, including 12 police officers, witnessed objects maneuvering over a swampy area near Dexter, Michigan. The objects were seen for several hours. Multiple independent witnesses described the same phenomena. The sightings made national news. Michigan was in an uproar. Congressman Gerald Ford, who represented the area and would later become president, demanded a congressional hearing. The Air Force was under enormous pressure to provide answers. They dispatched Hynek to Michigan to investigate and, more importantly, to make the story go away. Hynek arrived in Ann Arbor on March 23rd. He spent 3 days interviewing witnesses, examining the sites, reviewing reports. The evidence troubled him. These weren't obvious misidentifications. The witnesses were credible. Their accounts were detailed and consistent. The duration of the sightings, hours in some cases, ruled out meteors or aircraft. But the Air Force needed an explanation. Now. The press was calling, Congress was watching, the public was demanding answers. On March 25th, Hynek held a press conference. Standing before a room packed with journalists and television cameras, under pressure from his Air Force handlers, he offered an explanation. Swamp gas. He explained that decaying vegetation in marshland can produce marsh gas, primarily methane, which can spontaneously ignite under certain conditions, creating glowing lights that appear to move. The reaction was immediate and brutal. The press erupted in laughter. Reporters shouted questions. "Are you serious? Swamp gas? That's your explanation?" The witnesses felt betrayed. The police officers who'd risked their credibility by reporting what they saw were humiliated. The scientific community was embarrassed for him. Swamp gas creating lights that multiple trained observers watched for hours, moving in coordinated patterns. It was absurd. Within hours, editorial cartoons were mocking him. Headlines declared Air Force blames UFOs on swamp gas. Late-night comedians made jokes. Hynek became a punchline. The government scientist willing to blame anything, no matter how ridiculous, rather than admit the obvious. But what the public didn't know, what wasn't revealed until years later when Hynek's personal papers were examined, was that he had written a very different report before the press conference. In his internal analysis, submitted to Project Blue Book headquarters 3 days before going public, he'd stated, "The objects described by witnesses exhibited controlled, intelligent movement inconsistent with natural phenomena They maneuvered with flight characteristics beyond human capability. Instant acceleration, stationary hovering, coordinated group behavior. Multiple independent witnesses, including trained observers, provide consistent testimony. Physical evidence includes electromagnetic interference with vehicle ignition systems and compass anomalies. Swamp gas does not adequately explain the observed phenomena. This case deserves serious scientific study, not dismissal. That report was rewritten before release. Hynek was told to stick to the swamp gas explanation or resign from Blue Book. He could have resigned. He could have held the press conference and said, "I don't know what these people saw, but it wasn't swamp gas." He could have maintained his scientific integrity, but he stayed. He gave the explanation they demanded. He became the man who blamed UFOs on swamp gas. Why? In private correspondence years later, Hynek tried to explain his reasoning. He still believed he could do more good inside the system than outside it. He thought that by maintaining his position, he could continue documenting cases, building evidence, preparing for a time when the truth might emerge. He also feared what would happen if he spoke out, not just to his career, but to the phenomenon itself. He worried that if he, the chief scientific consultant to Blue Book, publicly stated that UFOs were real and represented unknown technology, the backlash would set serious research back decades. So he swallowed his pride, accepted the humiliation, and continued playing his role. But something inside him broke that day in Michigan. From that point forward, Hynek began quietly reaching out to other scientists who took the phenomenon seriously. He started building a network outside official channels. He began planning for a time when he would no longer be constrained by Air Force protocols. He also began speaking more carefully but more pointedly at academic conferences and in scholarly papers. He never explicitly contradicted Blue Book's conclusions, but he raised methodological concerns. He questioned whether the investigation was designed to find truth or provide reassurance. Those who understood what he was doing, other researchers, sympathetic colleagues, recognized that Hynek was laying groundwork, building a case, preparing to speak more openly when the time was right. Hynek contacts other scientists. In the late 1960s, as Project Blue Book began its slow decline toward closure, Hynek intensified his outreach to researchers outside the military system. He established correspondence with Jacques Vallée, a French-American computer scientist who was taking a more rigorous data-driven approach to UFO research. Vallée wasn't interested in sensationalism or speculation. He wanted patterns, statistical analysis, cross-cultural comparison. Hynek and Vallée exchanged hundreds of letters over the years. In those letters, carefully worded to avoid revealing classified information, Hynek hinted at the frustrations of working within Blue Book. In a 1967 letter, Hynek wrote, "There are cases the Air Force will not let me classify as unexplained, though they clearly are. I receive reports that have been sanitized, edited, stripped of their most compelling details. It's like trying to study a phenomenon through a filter designed to make it invisible." Vallée later claimed that Hynek believed a hidden intelligence unit was operating within the Air Force, a group tasked with managing UFO incidents in ways that bypassed Blue Book entirely. This wasn't paranoia. Hynek had seen evidence of parallel investigations, cases referenced in internal memos that never appeared in official files, witnesses who mentioned talking to other Air Force investigators, who Hynek never met. Hynek also communicated with James McDonald, an atmospheric physicist from the University of Arizona, who became one of the most vocal scientific critics of Project Blue Book. MacDonald was everything Hynek couldn't be: bold, confrontational, willing to publicly challenge the Air Force's conclusions. He testified before Congress, accusing Blue Book of incompetence and deliberate obfuscation. He published papers arguing that UFOs represented a genuine scientific mystery deserving serious study. The Air Force hated MacDonald. They viewed him as a threat. They worked behind the scenes to undermine his credibility, questioning his professional judgment, suggesting his UFO research was affecting his scientific work. Hynek admired MacDonald's courage, but couldn't publicly align with him. Doing so would have ended his access to Blue Book and eliminated any influence he had on official investigations. Instead, Hynek supported MacDonald privately. He shared data. He confirmed inconsistencies in official reports. He validated MacDonald's criticisms while maintaining public neutrality. It was a delicate balance, staying inside the system while supporting those trying to expose its failures. Hynek also exchanged letters with Alan Sandage, one of the world's leading astronomers and Hynek's former colleague from Ohio State. Sandage was skeptical of UFOs but respected Hynek's integrity. In one letter, dated June 1968, Hynek wrote something remarkably candid. Alan, I no longer believe we are dealing with misidentifications or psychological phenomena. After 20 years of reviewing these cases, I'm convinced something real is interacting with us. The question is not whether the phenomenon exists. It does. The question is, what is it? And why is the government so determined to prevent serious scientific study? Sandage's response was cautious but supportive. He encouraged Hynek to document everything, to prepare for a time when he could speak more freely. He also warned Hynek to be careful, to avoid saying anything that might give his critics ammunition to destroy his reputation. Through these relationships, Hynek began building what would eventually become a post-Blue Book research network. He was preparing for the day when the official investigation ended and the real work could begin. Blue Book closes, but the questions remain. December 17, 1969. The Air Force officially shuts down Project Blue Book. The decision is based on the Condon Report, a study conducted by the University of Colorado and led by physicist Edward Condon. After 2 years of investigation, Condon concludes, no evidence that UFOs represent extraterrestrial craft. No evidence that UFOs pose a threat to national security. No scientific value in continued study. The report recommends terminating Blue Book and discontinuing official UFO investigations. The Air Force is thrilled. They've wanted to exit the UFO business for years. The program is a public relations nightmare, a budget drain, a constant source of congressional questions. With Condon's academic blessing, they can finally shut it down. At a press conference, Air Force officials announced Blue Book's closure with barely concealed relief. The official statement is brief. After 22 years of investigation, we have found no evidence that UFOs represent a threat, or that they are vehicles from other worlds. The matter is now considered closed. Hynek attends the press conference. He says nothing. Later, in interviews with mainstream media, he carefully endorses the closure. He tells reporters that most UFO cases can be explained, that the public's fears are unwarranted. The Air Force made a good faith effort to study the phenomenon. He plays his role one last time. But privately, to fellow researchers and in letters to trusted colleagues, Hynek says something very different. Blue Book was the storefront. The real research continued elsewhere. He explains his theory. The Air Force never stopped investigating UFOs. They simply stopped doing it publicly. The cases that really mattered, the ones involving military encounters, radar confirmations, physical evidence, were never part of Blue Book anyway. They were handled through compartmented programs with higher classification levels. Shutting down Blue Book wasn't about ending UFO research. It was about ending public scrutiny. Think about the logic. If UFOs were genuinely unimportant, why investigate them at all? But if they were genuinely important, if they represented unknown technology or potential threats, would you really conduct that investigation in a public program that published annual reports and answered congressional inquiries? Of course not. You'd create a public program that appeared to investigate while the real work happened in the shadows. Hynek believed Blue Book was always meant to fail. Its purpose was to absorb public attention and criticism while protecting the actual investigations from exposure. After Blue Book closed, Hynek was finally free to speak more openly. In 1973, he founded the Center for UFO Studies, creating an independent civilian database of sightings. He began giving lectures at universities, speaking more candidly about Blue Book's limitations and the cases that troubled him. He published a book, The UFO Experience, in which he developed a classification system for UFO encounters and argued that the phenomenon deserved serious scientific study. He was no longer the government's debunker. He was the phenomenon's most credible advocate, and he was convinced, absolutely convinced, that the truth was far stranger and more complex than anyone publicly acknowledged. The Missing Hynek Files. When J. Allen Hynek died on April 27, 1986, researchers and archivists at the Center for UFO Studies immediately began the process of cataloguing his personal papers. They expected a treasure trove of documentation. Hynek had been meticulous about record-keeping throughout his career. They knew he maintained extensive personal files separate from his official work. Notes, correspondence, case analyses, witness interviews, classified memos he'd managed to copy before returning them. The archive would be invaluable. Decades of first-hand observations from the man who'd been inside Project Blue Book for 22 years. Evidence of the cases they'd never published. Proof of the filtering and manipulation he'd witnessed. What they found was incomplete. Several critical categories of material were missing entirely. His personal notes on the Lonnie Zamora case, gone. These weren't official Blue Book files. These were Hynek's private observations, his interviews with Zamora conducted years after the incident, his analysis of why the case remained unexplainable. He'd referenced these notes in correspondence as recently as 1985. His private Blue Book diary, gone. Hynek had kept a personal journal throughout the 1960s, documenting his daily experiences inside Blue Book. Not the sanitized official reports, but his real thoughts, his frustrations, his observations about how cases were manipulated. He'd shown portions of this diary to close colleagues. It was several hundred pages long, an entire folder labelled 1965 Northeast Radar Incidents. Gone. This folder contained documentation of multiple radar trackings of unknown objects over the northeastern United States during a concentrated period in 1965. These cases never made it into Blue Book's official reports. Hynek had been collecting data independently, building a case that the phenomenon was real and being deliberately ignored. His correspondence with Air Force intelligence officers between 1958 and 1964, gone. Hynek had maintained relationships with several intelligence officers who'd worked adjacent to Blue Book. Some of them had provided him with information about cases handled outside official channels. Their letters were candid, sometimes shockingly so, about the reality of what was happening. A box of witness interviews on audio cassette, gone. In the 1970s and early 80s, Hynek had revisited some of the most significant Blue Book cases, conducting new interviews with witnesses now willing to speak more freely. These recordings contained details that had never been made public. Hynek's family was adamant. The files had been in his office shortly before his death. His wife remembered seeing them when she'd helped him organise his study 3 weeks before he died. His son remembered his father mentioning the Lonnie Zamora notes, specifically in a conversation just days before the heart attack. But within a week of Hynek's death, between the funeral and when the archivists arrived to begin cataloguing, the files disappeared. The family filed inquiries. They contacted the Center for UFO Studies. They reached out to former colleagues, asking if Hynek had loaned materials to anyone. No one had taken the files, or if they had, they weren't admitting it. Mark Roediger, who became the scientific director of the Center for UFO Studies, later said, "It felt like someone had surgically removed the most sensitive material. Not everything, just the pieces that would have been most damaging if made public. Whoever took them knew exactly what they were looking for." The official explanation was that Hynek had likely misplaced or destroyed the documents himself in his final years. Perhaps his health had been declining. Perhaps he'd been disorganized. But people who knew Hynek found that impossible to believe. Even in his 70s, he remained sharp, organized, obsessive about documentation. He'd spent 30 years building his archive. He'd talked about it as his legacy, the evidence he'd accumulated for future researchers. Why would he destroy it? And if he'd merely misplaced it, why specifically those files? Why not a random scattering of material? Why precisely the documents that contained the most sensitive information? The alternative explanation, that someone removed the files deliberately, raised darker questions. Who had access to Hynek's home in the days after his death? Who knew what was in his archive and which pieces were most damaging? Who had the motivation to ensure those specific documents never became public? Those questions remain unanswered, but the disappearance of the files became part of Hynek's story. One more suggestion that his suspicions about surveillance and suppression weren't paranoia. The hypothesis Hynek never published in the fragments that remained of Hynek's personal archive, researchers found hints of a theory he'd been developing in his final years, a hypothesis that went far beyond simple aliens from another planet. Based on his notes, private correspondence and conversations recalled by close colleagues, Hynek believed the UFO phenomenon was non-human in origin. Not human technology, not misidentification, not psychological phenomena. Something genuinely other. Technologically superior to anything humans had developed. The flight characteristics alone, instant acceleration, right-angle turns at high speeds, apparent disregard for inertia, suggested technology centuries or millennia ahead of us, intentionally masking itself. The phenomenon appeared in ways that made it difficult to study or prove. It avoided clear, unambiguous encounters. It left just enough evidence to suggest something real, while providing skeptics with plausible deniability, as if it wanted to be seen but not confirmed, possibly interdimensional rather than extraterrestrial. This was Hynek's most radical conclusion. He'd grown skeptical of the simple, visitors from another planet explanation. The objects didn't behave like scouts or explorers. They didn't follow patterns consistent with scientific observation or resource gathering. They appeared and disappeared in ways that seemed to violate physics, not because they broke physical laws, but because they were using those laws in ways we didn't yet comprehend. In a letter to Jacques Vallée dated November 1983, Hynek wrote, "I increasingly suspect we're dealing with something that exists in a relationship to our reality, that we don't have the conceptual framework to understand. These objects don't travel through space in the conventional sense. They don't seem to come from anywhere and go anywhere. They manifest, they appear, and then they're gone, as if our three-dimensional space is just one layer of a more complex structure." He elaborated on this in a 1985 paper presented to a small group of physicists and theorists. Physical laws are not violated. They are used in ways we do not yet grasp. What appears impossible, instantaneous acceleration, dematerialization, apparent defiance of gravity, may simply reflect our incomplete understanding of physics. Just as quantum mechanics revealed layers of reality invisible to classical physics, perhaps the UFO phenomenon operates in dimensions or states of being we haven't yet discovered. This was radical thinking. It suggested the phenomenon wasn't just advanced technology. It was something far more complex, possibly involving dimensions or realities beyond our current scientific framework. It also explained some of the pattern Hynek had observed over 3 decades. Why the phenomenon never provided clear, unambiguous proof of its existence. Why it seemed to adapt to human perception, appearing in ways that fit cultural expectations. Airships in the 1890s, rockets in the 1940s, sleek saucers in the 50s. Why witness accounts were often surreal, dreamlike, filled with absurd details that made them easy to dismiss, as if the phenomenon was operating in a space where the normal rules of physical reality were more fluid. Why scientific study seemed to make it recede, as if observation itself affected the phenomenon. Hynek never published this hypothesis. He discussed it only with close colleagues, and even then carefully. He knew how it would sound. He knew it would destroy whatever mainstream credibility he had left. The scientific community barely tolerated his advocacy for UFO research as potential extraterrestrial visitation. If he started talking about interdimensional phenomena and reality structures beyond our understanding, he'd be dismissed as a crank. So he kept it private, sharing only with those he trusted to understand the distinction between speculative theory and ungrounded fantasy. But in his final years, he became increasingly convinced this was the right direction. The phenomenon was real, but it was stranger than simple aliens from another planet. It was something that challenged our fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. Hynek's final warning. In the weeks before his death, Hynek gave a series of informal talks to small groups of researchers, private gatherings, not publicized, attended by people who had been following the phenomenon for decades. One attendee, a physicist who'd known Hynek since the 1970s, later recounted a conversation that took place at a Chicago restaurant in March 1986, just weeks before Hynek's death. Hynek was reflective that night, almost melancholy. He talked about his years with Blue Book, the cases that still troubled him, the pattern of suppression he'd witnessed. Then he said something the physicist would never forget. The Air Force knew the truth far earlier than they will admit. I'm certain of it now. They had cases in the late 40s and early 50s that were absolutely clear. Multiple witnesses, radar confirmation, physical evidence, cases that couldn't be explained away, and they made a decision. The truth was too destabilizing to reveal. The physicist asked what he meant by destabilizing. Hynek explained, "If you tell people that non-human intelligence is interacting with us, that our understanding of reality is fundamentally incomplete, that the government has been lying for decades, what happens? Religious institutions face challenges to their cosmology. Scientific paradigms crumble. Public trust in government evaporates. Social stability depends on shared assumptions about reality. Pull one thread, and the entire fabric might unravel. They chose containment over disclosure." "Do you think that was the right choice?" someone asked. Hynek was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I don't know. Maybe they genuinely believed they were protecting people from information they weren't ready to handle. Maybe they were right to be cautious, but I think they underestimated humanity. I think people are more resilient than the gatekeepers give them credit for. And I think the cost of secrecy, the cost of allowing this phenomenon to remain unexamined by the full scope of human science, that cost might be higher than the risk of disclosure." Another researcher asked if Hynek thought disclosure would ever happen. "I used to think it would come gradually," Hynek replied. "Slow revelation, careful management. But I'm not sure anymore. The secrecy has gone on so long, the compartmentalization runs so deep, I'm not sure the people currently in charge even know the full picture. The information is scattered across agencies that don't communicate. The institutional memory is fragmented. We might have reached a point where the truth can't be disclosed because no one person or organization has access to all of it." This was a chilling idea, that the cover-up had become so complex, so bureaucratically distributed, that it had transcended any individual or agency's control. The secrecy had become self-perpetuating, maintaining itself through sheer organizational inertia. Before they left the restaurant that night, Hynek said one more thing. "I've documented what I could. I've left a record. Maybe someday, when the time is right, someone will be able to piece together the full picture. All I can do is leave breadcrumbs and hope someone follows them." 5 weeks later, he was dead. Operation Sentinel. One of the most intriguing and unverified claims about Hynek's final years involves a program allegedly called Operation Sentinel. According to Jerome Davis, a researcher who claims to have spoken with Hynek at a conference in September 1985, Hynek mentioned a classified monitoring program that allegedly continued UFO surveillance after Blue Book ended. Davis's account, published years later in a UFO research journal, describes a conversation where Hynek seemed unusually candid. Perhaps because he was among colleagues, perhaps because he was growing weary of maintaining secrecy. Hynek allegedly said, "Blue Book ended, but the work didn't. There's a program, I don't know what it's officially called, but I've heard it referred to as Sentinel. It's joint CIA and Air Force, with cooperation from NASA and possibly other agencies. It uses advanced surveillance technology that didn't exist when Blue Book was operating." He described what Sentinel allegedly involved. Reconnaissance satellites specifically tasked with tracking objects entering and leaving Earth's atmosphere. Not the general surveillance satellites everyone knows about, but specialized systems designed to detect unconventional propulsion signatures and anomalous trajectories. Radar triangulation networks across the continental United States, positioned to provide overlapping coverage and immediate notification when objects moving at unconventional speeds or exhibiting unusual flight characteristics are detected. International reporting systems coordinated with allied nations, Britain, Canada, Australia, potentially others. A data-sharing network that allows for tracking of objects across national boundaries. Automated analysis systems using computer algorithms to filter reports and identify patterns, something that wasn't technologically feasible during Blue Book's operation, but became possible in the 70s and 80s. According to Davis, Hynek claimed he'd heard about Sentinel from a former intelligence officer who'd reached out to him in the late 1970s. The officer was dying of cancer and wanted to unburden himself before the end. They met at a hotel near O'Hare Airport. The meeting lasted less than an hour. The officer, Hynek never revealed his name, described an operation that had been running since the early 70s shortly after Blue Book's closure. Blue Book was a public relations operation, the officer allegedly told Hynek. Sentinel was the real program. We kept tracking, we kept analysing, we kept investigating. We just stopped telling anyone about it. When Hynek asked why the secrecy was maintained, the officer supposedly replied, "Because the phenomenon never stopped. The sightings continued, the radar trackings continued, and we still don't understand what we're dealing with. But admitting that publicly, after spending 20 years telling everyone there's nothing to worry about, that would be career suicide for everyone involved. There is no official record of Operation Sentinel. No documents have surfaced. No whistleblower has provided corroborating testimony. No budget lines in declassified Air Force spending show a program by that name. But the idea fits perfectly with the pattern Hynek had observed for decades, a public facade covering a secret reality. If Sentinel existed, it would explain several things. Why the Air Force was so comfortable shutting down Blue Book. They didn't need public legitimacy anymore. They could monitor the phenomenon privately, without congressional oversight or media scrutiny. Why credible sighting reports continued to come from military pilots and radar installations after 1969, but no official investigation was conducted. The investigation was happening, just not publicly. Why Hynek remained convinced that the government knew more than it was revealing? Because they did. The investigation never stopped. Some researchers dismiss the Sentinel story as unverifiable rumour. Others point out that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, especially when dealing with classified programs. What's notable is that Hynek, a cautious, methodical scientist, found the story credible enough to mention it to colleagues. He wasn't prone to repeating unverified claims. If he talked about Sentinel, he believed there was something to it. Whether that program existed under that name or something like it existed under a different designation, the central claim seems almost certainly true. The United States government didn't stop investigating UFOs when Blue Book closed. They just stopped doing it in public view. Hynek's legacy. The man who tried to tell us softly. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Hynek began slipping information into public speeches and academic presentations. He'd give a talk about the history of Project Blue Book and then casually mention, there were cases involving objects tracked on radar that Blue Book never officially logged. The data exists, but it was classified at the time and remains so today. Or he'd discuss the methodology of UFO investigation and note, cases involving multiple military witnesses and physical evidence often bypassed Blue Book entirely. They were handled through different channels. I wasn't given access to them. Or he'd talk about the Lonnie Zamora incident and add, I wrote extensive analysis concluding this was a genuine unknown. That analysis was classified. The public version of my conclusions was simplified. He never made explicit accusations. He never named specific agencies or individuals. He never violated his security clearances or revealed classified information. But for those paying attention, researchers who understood the implications, the message was clear. The official story was incomplete. The truth was far more complex and far more troubling. Hynek was leaving a trail, building a case, providing future researchers with hints about where to look and what questions to ask. He also began mentoring younger researchers, passing on his knowledge and connections. He made sure that when he died, there would be people who understood what he'd learned and could continue asking questions. After his death, archivists at the Center for UFO Studies discovered how extensive his network had become. He'd been corresponding with scientists, journalists, military personnel, and intelligence community members across the country and around the world. Many of these correspondents came forward after his death, sharing letters and notes Hynek had sent them. The picture that emerged was of a man conducting a careful, decades-long campaign to preserve evidence and build support for serious scientific study, all while navigating the constraints of his security clearances and professional reputation. One archivist at QFOS said there were files he could never show publicly, and they vanished the same week he died. But he'd been preparing for that possibility. He'd shared information with enough people, in enough different places, that the core of what he knew survived even if the physical documents didn't. The question was whether anyone would be able to piece together the fragments he'd left behind. The real story is in the cases they never let him touch. Researchers estimate that approximately 20% of Project Blue Book's data was never made public. This isn't speculation. It's based on comparisons between the number of cases Blue Book officially investigated, 12,618, references in internal military documents to cases that don't appear in Blue Book's published reports, testimony from military personnel who filed UFO reports that never showed up in the official archive, analysis of Blue Book's case numbering system, which shows gaps suggesting removed cases. These were the cases involving military pilots reporting structured craft with no visible propulsion during active flight operations, not training exercises where misidentification might be understandable, but combat-ready pilots on routine patrol who encountered objects that outmaneuvered their aircraft. Radar operators tracking objects accelerating from stationary hover to thousands of miles per hour in seconds. Not atmospheric anomalies or equipment glitches, but solid returns tracked across multiple systems, sometimes visually confirmed by pilots. Incidents near nuclear installations, missile silos and strategic air bases. Sightings that occurred over the most sensitive military facilities, suggesting intelligence rather than random encounters. Events with physical evidence, scorched earth, radiation readings above background levels, electromagnetic interference with vehicle ignition and electronic systems, material samples that couldn't be identified, cases involving multiple categories of evidence simultaneously, visual sighting plus radar confirmation, plus physical effects, plus multiple witnesses. The cases where everything lined up and no conventional explanation fit. Hynek was systematically excluded from these cases. When he asked about them, he was told they involved national security. When he pressed for access, he was told the evidence was inconclusive or that the witnesses were unreliable. This despite some witnesses being highly trained military personnel with impeccable service records. He knew the pattern. The best evidence was always classified, always buried, always kept just out of reach. In his final interview with Rebecca Marks, Hynek said, "The real story is in the cases they never let me touch. That data still exists somewhere, locked in archives, hidden in compartmented programs, scattered across intelligence agencies that don't communicate with each other. Maybe it's in an Air Force vault at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where Project Blue Book was headquartered. Maybe it's in CIA archives, filed under counterintelligence rather than aerial phenomena. Maybe it's in the National Reconnaissance Office, mixed in with satellite surveillance data. Maybe it's distributed across multiple agencies, each holding pieces of a puzzle none of them can see completely. And maybe, just maybe, there are people inside those agencies who know the full truth. People who've seen the evidence Hynek never could. People who understand what's been interacting with us for decades. People who carry the same burden Hynek carried, knowing something that changes everything but being unable to speak. The question is, will they ever tell us? Or will the phenomenon remain what it's always been? Something we glimpse, something we document, something we can never quite prove. A reality that exists in the gap between what we can observe and what we can conclusively demonstrate. J. Allen Hynek spent 30 years trying to answer that question. He started as a debunker and ended as a believer. He worked for the government and was betrayed by it. He maintained his scientific reputation while quietly building a case for the phenomenon's reality. He wanted to tell the truth but was trapped by classification, career pressures, and the knowledge that some truths destroy the people who speak them too directly. In the end, he did what he could. He left clues. He built networks. He spoke carefully but persistently. He documented everything he could, knowing that someday someone might be able to piece together what he'd learned. And then he died. 3 months after giving an interview that someone thought was dangerous enough to erase. The tape is gone. But the questions remain. What did Hynek really know? What was in those missing files? Who decided the public couldn't handle the truth? And most importantly, is the phenomenon still active? Are unknown objects still being tracked, investigated, documented in classified programs we'll never hear about? Maybe someday we'll find out. Maybe the truth will emerge gradually through freedom of information requests and whistleblower testimony. Maybe some future equivalent of Hynek will decide the time has come to speak openly. Consequences be damned. Or maybe, like so many things in this field, we'll be left with fragments, hints, and the growing suspicion that reality is far stranger than we've been allowed to believe. One thing is certain, J. Allen Hynek believed the phenomenon was real. After 3 decades of study, after seeing the evidence firsthand, after witnessing the suppression and manipulation, he was convinced. And if someone with his credentials, his experience, his access to classified data came to that conclusion, maybe the rest of us should pay attention. Because if he was right, if the government really has been hiding the truth for 70 years, then we're living in a reality fundamentally different from the one we've been told exists. And that changes everything. This is Sleep Theories, where documented truth is stranger than fiction. Sleep well, and keep asking questions. Because somewhere, in a classified vault, in a forgotten archive, in the memory of aging intelligence officers who'll carry secrets to their graves, the truth is waiting. The truth J. Allen Hynek spent his life trying to reveal. The truth about what's been visiting us, watching us, studying us. The truth we're still not allowed to know, but someday, maybe we will. Someday.
Midnight Margo opens the portal. Good evening, night travelers. Insomniacs drifting between stations. Truckers crossing invisible borders. And dreamers staring at ceilings in cities you don't remember living in. You found it. Or maybe it found you. This is Dank Nation Radio, broadcasting live across frequencies they don't teach in school. Streaming through cracked satellites, forgotten fiber optic lines, and a handful of dimensions that still answer when we knock. You're listening to the Earth 33 signal. They say early February is when the veil thins, and the nights stretch a little longer, the air hums a little stranger, and radios start whispering songs that never charted, from artists that technically never existed, and timelines almost remember. I'm Midnight Margo, kicking the lights low, the meters glowing, and the music drifting while the rest of the world pretends to sleep. Tonight's transmission is powered by the dailydank.com, your home base for late-night weirdness, off-world broadcast, and everything happening inside the Dank Nation universe. So settle in, tend the screen, let the static wash over you. We've got hours of sound drifting through the corridors tonight. Songs from parallel record stores. Live sessions recorded in apartments overlooking alien skylines. And melodies that only play when nobody's really watching. This is Dank Nation Radio. I'm Midnight Margo. And this is the overnight frequency.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. For more than 2 months, doctors' offices have been burglarized, hospital pharmacies pillaged, drugstores robbed, medical supply firms ransacked, with one purpose in mind: the theft of narcotics. The criminals are expert, cunning, vicious. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, March 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:35 p.m. when I got to room 24. Narcotics detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll be right over. Thank you. Get anything, Joe?
Nothing we don't know already. How about you?
That was a county informants. Benny Trounsel. Ready?
Let's go. What's with Benny?
It's bad shape. Somebody worked him over. They found him in an alley off of South Main.
Yeah?
Doc says Trounsel talked before he passed out.
Anything good?
He claimed he knows who's running the new dope racket in town. Says they got him.
No, let's take the stairs here, huh? Why should they bother with small fry like Benny?
That's what I'm wondering. Blackmail, maybe.
Benny's still on the needle? Maybe that accounts for his story.
Doc says his skull is fractured. Morphine doesn't do that to you.
Yeah. Benny mention any names?
I don't know. Doc didn't say.
Here's the garage. Come on. When did they pick up Benny?
About an hour ago. He had a pocket full of bundles on him. Heroin.
Trounsel's small fry. He never had that much dope on him in his life.
That's what makes it interesting. Let's go.
County Hospital? Yes, sir. The line is busy. Will you wait? Thank you. Can I help you, gentlemen?
We'd like to see Dr. Welsh. She's expecting us.
Your names, please?
This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday, police officer.
Oh, yes. Around the corner to your left, room 127. The doctor's waiting for you.
Thank you. Come on, Ben.
I hope Benny's still talking. We could sure use a lead.
Yeah. Here it is. 127.
Hiya, Ben. Joe?
How are you, Doc? Anything new?
Just left Trounsel upstairs. You think we can talk to him now? Won't do much good. He died about 6 minutes ago.
For almost 2 years, Benny Trounsel, an addict himself, had been one of the most valuable informants Ben and I had in the narcotic gangs. More than once, he had helped us solve a case, but this time, if Benny Trounsel had any direct leads to the nerve center of the newest narcotic ring, he took them with him. Besides his dying accusation that the ring had gotten to him, he left behind only 2 small scraps of information. First, when he arrived at the county hospital, Dr. Welsh reported that Trounsel repeatedly muttered the name Patterson. Secondly, among the few personal effects found in his pockets was a good amount of heroin and a small piece of white paper with 2 words scrawled on it, Tucker Building. Benny Trounsel's body was taken to the county morgue, and the next morning it was posted. At the coroner's inquest, the cause of death was listed as a brain hemorrhage induced by severe blows by a blunt instrument on the sides and base of the skull, inflicted by a person or persons unknown. Besides Ben and myself, the only identification witness at the inquest was a woman who managed a rooming house in Benedict Alley, where Trounsel used to stay periodically. After the inquest, we questioned her briefly in our office.
Miss Strite, you say you can't remember any friends Trounsel had while he stayed at your room and house?
No, I can't. Besides, if I knew that man used dope, I never would have rented him a room.
How long did he rent from you, Miss Strite?
Oh, about 6 months. I run a respectable house. I don't mind if my people drink a little now and then, but those dope users, no, sir.
Did you know anything about Trounsel, Miss Strite? Where he spent his time, where he had his meals?
Well, don't serve at my place. Too much trouble. Most of the people eat at the Ace lunchroom, down the corner.
Where's that, Miss Strite?
Grant and South Main, right on the corner.
And you think Trounsel might have spent some time there?
He might have, I don't know.
Miss Strite, did Trounsel ever mention anyone by the name of Patterson?
No. Patterson? No.
And you can't recall any friends he might have had?
He had any friends and never set foot in my house. That's all I know.
All right, Miss Strite, thank you.
Here's a card, ma'am. If you come across any information about Trounsel, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us.
All right. That all?
That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, bye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Big help.
Yeah, not even a good identification witness.
You got those listings we made on the Tucker building?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Here it is.
Okay, let me have it, huh? Tucker building, 7310 South Wilshire. I wonder what Benny Trounsel could have been doing out there.
Shouldn't be too hard to check. It's a small building.
Yeah. 6 listings for the whole place. A couple of law offices, real estate guy, dentists, architect, and a doctor.
One dentist, one doctor could be a lead.
Maybe. Pretty thin.
Friday, Romero. You got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
Yeah. What do you got, Ed?
Letters. Here's a sample. Now listen to this. Chief of Detectives, Ed Backstrand, City Hall, Los Angeles. In view of mounting wave of narcotic robberies, strongly recommend that your efforts to curb this lawlessness be redoubled.
They all like that?
All of them. They're mad. Can you blame them?
Not a bit.
Well, we haven't got much to go on, Chief. The gang's pretty smart.
All right, then let's be smarter. There's no law against it.
Doing our best, Skipper.
Then make it better. I'm sick of that bunch, and I'm tired of these letters. And look at that record. In 2 months, 15 drugstore robs, 8 medical offices, 2 supply houses, 2 hospital pharmacies. Narcotics missing every time. Now, who's behind it?
None of the old-timers. We've checked them out. Gone over every hype and mainliner we know of.
All right, then get on the transients. New faces. Climb on every one of them that shoots the stuff until you get to that gang and break it. If you need help, holler. But get to that gang and break it. You understand?
Okay, Skipper, we'll try.
You dig up anything on that Trounsel case yet?
Still checking out one lead.
What?
Slip of paper we found in Trounsel's pocket, Ed. Said Tucker building on it, that's all. Just going to check it out when you called.
All right, hop on it, fast. We got a lot of pressure on us. Keep in touch with the office.
It was almost noon when Ben and I got out to the Tucker building. It was a 2-story affair, comparatively small, very modern. We checked with the dentist in the building first, but he'd never heard of anyone by the name of Benny Trounsel. His records and appointment books proved it out.
Well, that's one down, Joe.
Yeah. Let's try that doctor's office now. What's his name?
Let me see. Springer. Dr. Fred Springer. He's on the 2nd floor.
Okay. There's a stairway down there. Come on.
Pretty close to lunchtime. Might not be in.
Maybe. Somebody should be there. We haven't got much time to play with.
Yeah. Chief sure was up in there this morning.
Here's the office. Fred Springer, M.D.